I declare open this meeting of the Senate Economics Legislation Committee. The Senate has referred to the committee the particulars of proposed expenditure for 2021 to 22 and related documents for the Treasury portfolio, the Industry, Science, Energy and Resources portfolio and elements of the Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Communications portfolio. The committee may also examine the annual reports of the departments and agencies appearing before it. Questions on notice. The committee has set 4 November 2021 as the date by which senators are to submit written questions on notice, and 9 December 2021 as the date for return of answers to questions taken on notice. Under Standing Order 26, the committee must take all evidence in public session. This includes answers to questions on notice. Officers and senators are familiar with the rules of the Senate, which govern estimates hearings. If you need assistance, the Secretariat has a copy of the procedures. In particular, I draw the attention of witnesses to an order of the Senate of 13 May 2009, I suspect everyone's heard this before, specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised, in which I now incorporate in Hansard. Witnesses are specifically reminded that a statement that information or a document is confidential or consists of advice to government is not a statement that meets the requirements of the 2009 order. Instead, witnesses are required to provide some specific indication of the harm to the public interest that could result from the disclosure of the information or the document. An officer called upon for the first time to answer a question should state their full name and position for the Hansard record, and witnesses should speak clearly into the microphone. Please make sure all mobile phones are switched off or turned to silent. I remind senators and witnesses in the hearing room that microphones remain live unless I instruct otherwise, for example, at suspension or adjournment. For witnesses participating via video conference, please mute your microphone as the default and unmute your microphone when speaking. I ask members of the media to follow the established media guidelines and the instructions of the committee secretariat. As set out in the guidelines, senators and witnesses' laptops, mobile phones, other devices and personal papers are not to be filmed or photographed. I remind everyone in the gallery that they are not permitted to speak or interfere with the proceedings or with witnesses at any point during the hearing. Security is present and they will be asked to remove anyone who does not follow these instructions. Witnesses and senators who are seeking to table documents during committee's hearings were requested to provide an electronic copy of those documents the day prior to the hearing, so that the documents could be circulated electronically during the hearing. Please liaise with the Secretariat if you need assistance. Senators, departments and agencies have been provided with advice on the arrangements in place to ensure the supplementary budget estimates 2021-22 hearings are conducted in a safe environment. This guidance is also available from the Secretariat. I draw your attention to the QR codes available at all wait rooms. Witnesses, observers and staff are encouraged to use the codes before entering rooms to allow a full record of attendance to be kept. The committee appreciates the cooperation of all attendees in adhering to these arrangements. The committee's proceedings today will commence with the Treasury portfolio, beginning with Treasury's Corporate and Foreign Investment Group and Macroeconomic Group. The hearing will then follow the order as set out in the circulated program. I now welcome the Honourable Simon Birmingham, Minister for Finance. I also welcome the Secretary of the Department of the Treasury, Dr. Stephen Kennedy, and officers from the Treasury. Minister, Secretary, would you like to make an opening statement?
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Senators. Congratulations on your appointment, Chair, and thank you all for the opportunity. No thank you from me, but I believe Dr. Kennedy may.
Dr. Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. Over the past few months, we have seen the world adjusting to living with the Delta strain of COVID. The emerging story is similar across many countries. There is variation in the number of cases, and in many circumstances, opening up is leading to caseloads increasing. What does seem to be clear is that countries with high vaccination rates are experiencing lower rates of hospitalisation and deaths. The pandemic has impacted many countries severely, with deaths per million in Canada, the UK and the USA respectively 12, 32 and 35 times the rate we have experienced here in Australia. It remains a significant achievement of all Australian governments that the health and economic impacts of COVID have been much less than in most other countries. Here in Australia, New South Wales, Victoria and the ACT have been adjusting to living with COVID, and other states and territories will soon follow. The modelling for National Cabinet by the Doherty Institute shows that high vaccination rates are the key to managing the virus in the future, allowing us to open up and avoid costly lockdowns. Our economic success hinges on our success in managing the virus and its impacts on health systems. And this in turn hinges on the combination of high vaccination rates and effective COVID treatments. Progress on vaccination is positive. Australia's vaccine rollout has continued at a strong pace, with almost 2 million doses administered each week for the past 9 weeks, putting Australia on track to have one of the highest vaccination rates in the world. It's particularly encouraging that over 90% of the population aged over 16 in New South Wales, Victoria and the ACT have now had their first dose. There have been significant improvements in COVID treatments over the past 12 months, with a number of treatments approved and more under evaluation. Many of these treatments have been shown to substantially reduce the risk of hospitalisation or death, particularly if they are administered very soon after someone is infected. Treasury worked closely with the Doherty Institute to provide integrated health and economic advice to inform the development of the national plan that is guiding Australian governments. While we can look forward to better economic outcomes as vaccination rates rise and the economy opens up, the recent lockdowns will affect growth and employment in the short term. In early August, almost 2/3 of the population was in lockdown. These outbreaks and associated lockdowns have disrupted the strong economic recovery that was underway. From July to September this year, employment fell by 2.2%. Business and consumer confidence has also declined owing to heightened uncertainty, but remains much higher than the record lows reached in 2020. Treasury currently expects economic activity to contract by around 3% in the September quarter, a smaller hit to activity than the record 7% fall in the June quarter 2020. However, should GDP fall by 3% in the September quarter, that would be the second largest fall in the history of the series. Somewhat surprisingly, there is little commentary about the significance of this potential contraction in activity. Our assessment is that this mostly reflects the effectiveness of past and current fiscal interventions. As restrictions continue to ease, economic activity and the labour market are expected to recover quickly, as it did in late 2020 and early 2021. As a result, we are expecting the transition away from emergency household and business support to proceed smoothly. Outside of COVID, Treasury continues to monitor a range of other risks. The IMF's latest report has slightly downgraded its growth forecast for this year to 5.9% as a result of worsening pandemic outcomes and supply disruptions. While the growth outlook for 2022 remains unchanged, the IMF notes that risks to growth are tilted to the downside, and there is some uncertainty around the outlook for global inflation. In China, there are signs the economy could slow more than anticipated. Headwinds have emerged on several fronts, including in the property sector and as a result of recent power shortages. We have already seen some collateral effects of this in Australia through a reduction in the iron ore price from its recent highs. In the run-up to COP26, there has been heightened discussion of the risks to growth and financial stability from climate change. The Treasurer outlined some of these in a recent speech where he discussed the increasing requirements on companies to assess and report on their climate risks being imposed by large institutional investors, capital markets and regulators. The government's recently announced commitment to net zero emissions by 2050 is an important step forward. It will provide confidence to domestic and international investors, allowing them to manage climate risks more effectively. As part of the modelling undertaken by the Department of Industry, Science, Energy and Resources, Treasury provided advice on these issues. Advanced and emerging economies have experienced an increase in inflation this year. While major central banks continue to view recent inflation pressures as mostly transitory, driven by supply chain disruptions and commodity price volatilities, they have acknowledged that these pressures are likely to persist for longer than first anticipated. To date, measures of inflation expectations remain well anchored, and most core measures of inflation, which remove energy prices and other volatile components, are consistent with central bank inflation targets. However, if supply shocks persist and lead to a rise in inflation expectations, or shocks to begin to have second-round effects on broader prices, particularly wages, then central banks overseas are likely to bring forward the normalisation of monetary policy. Here in Australia, domestic inflation and inflation expectations remain moderate, and the Reserve Bank has noted that inflation is not expected to be consistently within their inflation target band until around 2024. In relation to the Australian housing market, we have recently seen some risks emerging in residential mortgage lending in the form of an increase in the share of heavily indebted borrowers and leverage in the household sector more broadly. In response, APRA recently raised the home loan serviceability buffer from 2.5 percentage points to 3 percentage points. This move was supported by the Council of Financial Regulators, of which we, Treasury, are a member. This is a prudent step to manage emerging risks. As noted by APRA, the banking system remains well capitalised and lending standards overall are sound, but they are continuing to monitor the situation closely. And we will continue to monitor these global and domestic risks ahead of revising our forecasts in the upcoming MYEFO. Over the course of the pandemic, the government has worked with state and territory governments to provide direct assistance to households and businesses, as well as broader macroeconomic stimulus to mitigate the impact of the lockdowns and support a strong recovery. The direct household and business measures have been replacing lost income and helping to strengthen household and business balance sheets. In relation to the most recent lockdowns, Treasury projects that the federal and state governments provided around $20 billion in direct economic assistance to business and households in the September quarter. Data from August suggests that the COVID-19 disaster payment is flowing mostly to younger workers, with 57% of payments going to those under 35. It is also supporting workers on lower incomes, with 58% of payments going to those in the bottom 40% of the income distribution. In conjunction with previous assistance, household and non-financial business deposits are almost $330 billion higher compared to the end of 2019. Household cash savings have increased by $185 billion and business cash holdings have increased by $145 billion by end August 2021. The run-up in household and business balance sheets provides resilience and will continue to support activity throughout the recovery. The overall fiscal policy response has been developed in the context of unique macroeconomic circumstances, in particular the novel aspects of the economic shock and the presence of unusually low global and domestic interest rates. The pandemic has been a shock to both the supply and demand side of the economy. The supply side shock stems from the health measures designed to limit the spread of the virus, which restricts the supply of labour and other goods and services and economic activity more broadly. This in turn results in a loss of income and a decline in confidence, creating a demand shock. Monetary policy has provided important support during the pandemic, despite the cash rate reaching its lower bound. We have seen the Reserve Bank undertake interventions outside usual practices, such as purchasing national and subnational debt in the secondary markets, which the bank has committed to continue at a rate of $4 billion per week until at least mid-February 22. By mid-February, the RBA balance sheet will have expanded to around $650 billion, or around one-third the size of GDP. While not an unusual position when compared with other countries, it will be a first in Australia's history for the central bank to hold this much of government debt. While monetary policy has been important to the recovery, there is little doubt that given the nature of the shock and the constrained position of monetary policy, more weight has been on fiscal policy to support the economy. Outside of wars, it is hard to see a period in Australia's history when the requirements of fiscal policy to avert economic harm have been higher. Moreover, it remains the case that while interest rates are close to zero, fiscal policy is not only more effective than usual, it remains the primary tool to manage negative economic shocks. Recent budget outcomes have shown an improvement, reflecting better than expected health and economic outcomes prior to the latest lockdowns. With the economic recovery likely to quickly re-establish itself once lockdowns are eased, growth and fiscal outcomes could again surprise on the upside. It would be important that such improvements are used to pay down debt where possible, or perhaps more accurately, take on less debt. As outlined in the government's fiscal strategy, once the recovery is secured, the second phase of the fiscal strategy will focus on growing the economy to stabilise and reduce debt as a share of the economy over the medium term. The 2021 Intergenerational Report shows an outlook that has been altered by the COVID-19 pandemic. Australia's population is projected to grow at a slower rate, with the old age dependency ratio, the ratio of working age people to those aged over 65, projected to continue falling. The ratio has already fallen from 6.5 to 4 since the early 1980s and is projected to fall to a little above 3 by the end of the decade. The decline between 2010 and 2030 is largely due to the baby boomer generation reaching age 65. The lower long-term population projections highlight the potential longer-term impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic. The participation rate is projected to decline due to the ageing population, but by less than in previous intergenerational reports. The projections assume that labour productivity growth converges to 1.5% per year, consistent with the 30-year historical average to 2018-19. However, achieving this rate will require a significant improvement over recent performance, where Australia has seen a slowdown in productivity growth broadly in line with global trends. Taking together a slower growing and ageing population, lower participation, and a return to long-term average productivity, the Australian economy is projected to grow at a slower pace over the next 40 years than it has over the past 40 years. However, from a GDP per person perspective, the difference is small, 1.5% compared with 1.6%. Projected growth in GDP per person is almost entirely driven by the productivity assumption. The projections contained in the intergenerational report are for the most part simple extrapolations of past trends, and they don't capture events such as terms of trade cycles that have had significant impacts over the past couple of decades. Nevertheless, they provide some insights into the long-term sustainability of government spending. In this context, past reports have played a role in shaping government spending by laying out long-term fiscal challenges. The latest trajectory for the underlying cash balance begins with a period of improvement before deteriorating in the second half of the projection period, similar to previous intergenerational reports. The longer-term deterioration reflects growth in spending mainly on health, aged care and interest payments, outpacing growth in incomes, while the increase in tax receipts is constrained by the tax to GDP cap. Total government spending as a share of the economy is projected to fall from a pandemic-induced high before gradually increasing as a share of GDP over the next 40 years. Health, aged care and the NDIS are projected to be the fastest growing areas of spending over the next 40 years, reflecting pressures from both the ageing of the population and non-demographic factors such as technology, changing consumer preferences and rising incomes. Health spending is projected to rise as a share of GDP from 4.1 to 6.2% over the next 40 years, and aged care expenditure is projected to rise from 1.2 to 2.1% over the same period. Total government spending on the NDIS has increased considerably since the 2015 intergenerational report, with projected spending at the end of the decade, when the scheme is expected to be at maturity, increasing from 1.1% of GDP to 1.5% of GDP. Since the release of the intergenerational report, projections from the NDIA scheme actuary show that the scheme is expected to grow at an even higher rate than envisaged in the IGR, driven by increased participant costs and an increased number of participants. Governments will need to manage spending pressures arising in these areas by improving the efficiency of service delivery and ensuring support is well targeted. I'd like to conclude with a few comments on the recently released Treasury analysis of the first 6 months of the JobKeeper program. JobKeeper provided significant fiscal support at a time of unprecedented uncertainty. Designed as health restrictions were being implemented to control the spread of COVID-19, it brought confidence and certainty to both businesses and their employees. It stabilised the economy and over the following few months positioned Australia for recovery. JobKeeper was well targeted. It went to small and medium businesses, highly productive but financially fragile firms and those heavily affected by health restrictions. JobKeeper businesses faced higher rates of job shedding and worse employment outcomes than businesses that were not eligible for JobKeeper. Even in JobKeeper businesses that did not face the expected decline in turnover, job separations increased by 60% at the start of the crisis, compared to almost no increase in non-JobKeeper businesses. The number of jobs at these businesses also declined sharply and remained below the level for non-JobKeeper businesses at the end of September 2020. JobKeeper worked effectively with other programs such as JobSeeker. The combination of JobKeeper and JobSeeker saw incomes rise for people in the lowest income quintile, while there was little to no contribution to the incomes of those in higher income quintiles. Labour and welfare income for those in the lowest income quintile increased by over 20% on average in the June and September quarter 2020 relative to March 2020. The same measure of income was broadly unchanged for those on middle and high incomes. The targeting of support to those on lower income quintiles is likely to have led to more support for aggregate demand in the recovery period than if assistance had flowed more evenly across income levels. A central consideration in designing JobKeeper and fiscal support more broadly was ensuring that the overall level of support was sufficient to provide a credible offset to the large economic shock that was unfolding. If it had been designed differently, for example, if it was more tightly targeted or shorter in duration, this would have affected macroeconomic outcomes and the course of the recovery. Importantly, we have largely averted the COVID demand shock and the associated long-term labour market scarring. The JobKeeper program was not unlike programs introduced in other countries and as a proportion of the economy similar in size. Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to make this opening statement.
Thank you, Dr Kennedy. That's extremely useful, very extensive opening statement. Greatly appreciated. Now, who's seeking the call? Senator McAllister.
Thanks very much, Chair, and thank you, Dr Kennedy, for your opening remarks. I wanted to ask you in the first instance about the statement released yesterday, Australia's long-term emissions reduction plan. You referenced it in your opening statement. The document makes reference to two pieces of modelling, one undertaken by the Department of Industry and the other undertaken by McKinsey. I'd like to understand Treasury's involvement in each of those exercises.
It's probably three lines of the way Treasury was involved, Senator. Treasury seconded two staff to Department of Industry, Science, Energy and Resources. Do you want to know when? I think one in
January and August.
One in January and one in August.
Right.
We provided some advice around the issues I raised in the opening statement, in particular around the risks that the country faces around domestic and international investors in managing climate risks. So that was advice that we provided to the Department of Industry, Science, Energy and Resources, so they could incorporate that in their modelling. And we attended a series of interdepartmental committees that department ran, and that's it.
Right, and so you were involved in providing technical advice on the scope of the modelling?
Not on the scope of the modelling. We provided some advice, particularly on the risks associated with investment, the sort of interest rate premium you might see associated with firms looking at different types of investors looking at different types of activities, or at the country in particular.
Are you telling me that Treasury's input into the modelling was confined to providing information for assumptions?
We did provide some information on that particular assumption. Of course, the department then incorporated that into the advice, and then other than the two staff that we provided that were seconded and attending those meetings I mentioned, that was the extent of our involvement.
Right. So it's a little unusual, isn't it? Because in the past, when the Commonwealth has sought to make decisions about emissions reduction, there's been an acknowledgement that it has an economy-wide impact, and Treasury has played a much more significant role. Can you explain why Treasury's role appears to have been so restricted to such a limited function?
So Senator, I mean, I'd frame it firstly. I mean, all government departments and this piece of work that was released yesterday, the plan for net zero, is ultimately bringing together a whole of government approach endorsed by the cabinet and taken forward as government policy. Draws on the resources across government and other knowledge and information to do so, but the department responsible for emissions reduction is the appropriate one to bring together that plan, to lead that work, and that's the approach that the government has undertaken.
Yes, sure. But I mean, this is a very significant set of policy decisions. There has been substantial public debate over at least a decade about the economic consequences of such a decision and the pathways that we choose. In the past, Treasury has led the modelling exercise. Why is it that Treasury's advice was confined to seconding 2 officers and providing some information about the assumptions used in the modelling? Dr. Kennedy, can you explain that?
Senator, I'm not sure. I mean, Dr. Kennedy's outlined the assistance that Treasury has provided. Treasury has provided assistance,
Well, it's very limited assistance.
been part of the process in that sense, Senator. We have obviously invested in the skills and capabilities of successive governments over time in terms of the ability across the APS to respond to very serious issues like climate change, and the capabilities to be able to assess and model that work. And we now have in DISA, as the department responsible for emissions reduction, firmly the capabilities to have developed this plan to draw on the external sources that they have for information to contribute towards it.
Yes, that doesn't explain it at all to me, Senator Birmingham, because historically, thinking about the macro impacts to the economy of such a significant decision would have been a role that Treasury took a very keen and indeed leading interest in.
Senator, as I said, I mean, we've drawn on a range of different sources and inputs. Treasury has played a valued role, as I understand. I mean, it's for DISA to talk about all of the different inputs that they drew upon for the modelling and the plan, and I'm sure they'll be able to explain that further in the questions that might be posed.
Who will be able to explain it further?
Well, I'm sure DISA, if and when asked, will be able to do so.
Are you saying to me that I shouldn't bother asking Treasury about this? I just have to go to another department, that Treasury is not the place to talk about the economic impacts of the government's plan?
I know Dr. Kennedy's already answered some questions in relation to it, but obviously, depending upon the questions you ask, some of them may be more material for DISA than for Treasury.
All right, well, let's start with the one thing that we do know that Treasury contributed to, which is an assessment of the risk premium that might be faced by Australian businesses against a range of scenarios. Can you explain to me what the nature of that advice was, Dr. Kennedy?
Yes, Senator. The details of it, of course, will be released when the government chooses to release the modelling, but in broad terms, it was about, well, the risk premium is effectively a higher rate of borrowing or raising equity or some form. Yeah. So under different circumstances, for example, what your national target is or the types of actions you're taking, what risk premium you might face in different circumstances, and we provided advice in that context for DISA's modelling.
What was your assessment of the premium that Australian businesses would face?
So the modelling's yet to be released. I expect that, I know that our advice has been incorporated into the DISA modelling, so I'll leave it to DISA to release the modelling, or the government will choose, to when it releases its modelling.
On what grounds is Treasury refusing to answer this question? It's an estimate session. We're able to ask questions of you about the work that you've undertaken.
I'm not refusing to answer the question. We provided advice on the risk premium.
And what was the advice?
Well, we provided advice in the broad about the type of risk premiums that would be faced under different circumstances, and that's been incorporated into their modelling.
What circumstances did you consider?
In broad terms, whether the country joined international consensus around a net zero target by 2050 or not, for example.
Were they the only two scenarios that you contemplated, net zero by 2050 or not joining in the international consensus? Were there any others?
That's the broad. It's that type. Yes, it's that basically. It's that type of broad sense of what are the risks, as the Treasurer outlined in his speech, that different companies might face in Australia if Australia wasn't seen to be fulsomely part of global consensus on climate change.
And what was the quantum?
Well, as I said, that advice has been incorporated in the modelling, and when the modelling gets released, that will all become apparent.
I'm asking you, though, what the quantum was here in this forum, in the estimates forum.
Well, as I said, all of that, the government has said it will release the modelling when it chooses. That's its decision. That advice is incorporated into that modelling, and it will be released when the government chooses to release it.
Dr. Kennedy, I know that you know this, but it is not available to you to just simply refuse to answer questions. On what grounds are you refusing to provide me with the quantum?
Senator, the process has been part of very extensive cabinet deliberations.
I see.
That's hardly unsurprising for policy decisions as substantial as this, and the extent of work and consideration that has gone into it. DISA and Minister Taylor will release and be able to answer in ways that assess the various inputs that they had when that decision is taken.
Sorry, Minister, you may need to be more explicit than that. I am asking you to reveal to the Senate, to the public, what assumptions were used about the risk premium that Australian businesses would face if Australia did not commit to net zero by 2050.
Well, Senator, they're all inputs and advice that have formulated deliberations of informed deliberations of Cabinet and ultimate policy decisions taken by Cabinet. If and when the government's releasing further information about those, then that will be made public at that time.
Are you making a claim for public interest immunity?
If you're seeking one, Senator, then yes, at this time, given the processes that have been used in terms of, as I say, very extensive cabinet deliberations in the adoption of this policy and this plan. Now, for Minister Taylor and the Department of Industry, they'll make their officials available, no doubt, in the future to be able to address some of the questions that you have. They were the ones who led and undertook that modelling. That's a matter for them in the future.
Minister Birmingham, you're aware of the process to make a claim of public interest immunity?
Yes, Senator.
Well, I do think you need to consider it. I did ask officials about this on Monday in the other department, and they refused to answer questions in similar terms to the way that the officials are now refusing to answer questions. This is a very significant decision. It is a decision that has implications for the Australian economy, as is made clear in the government's own documents. I think it is reasonable that in this estimate session, possibly the last one before an election, that officials do answer questions about your plan, such as it is. It's a plan with a lot of blank space, I would observe. But if you don't want to answer questions, I think you do need to avail yourself of the formal processes of the Senate if you're going to refuse to answer questions here.
Well, Senator, I'm making clear that the inputs into the policy decisions that the government has made, which are reflected in the plan that was released yesterday, were all advice formulated for the consideration of Cabinet in the making of those policy decisions. They have informed Cabinet deliberations and decisions, and on those grounds, it's perfectly reasonable for the government to indicate that we have released a plan that is now on the public record. It has many details and references within it, and obviously the government is happy to take questions on that plan. Most of those are more likely to be relevant to other agencies than Treasury, but in terms of the inputs into those cabinet deliberations, then yes, they remain part of advice to government and cabinet in confidence.
It's a plan with a lot of white space, many pages that are actually just entirely blank, in fact.
That might just be the way you printed it, Senator.
Even the pages with words on it have a lot of white space, Minister. I am interested in understanding a little bit more about Treasury's involvement. So 2 staff go across and work in the Department of Industry. There's some inputs provided about risk premia. Anything else that Treasury contributed to this plan?
I might just ask Mr. Power to comment whether there was anything else in terms of broader macroeconomic assumptions. I don't. I'll just confirm.
Senator,
Sorry, if you could just give your name and position.
Sorry,
first.
Trevor Power, Acting Deputy Secretary Macro Group. We did at the start of the process provide some macroeconomic longer-term forecasts, for example, things around population, etc., to DISA to help them set up the long-term model.
I see. So the economic information, such as it is, that's provided on page 37, 38 and 39 of this report, there's a lot of white space on those pages as well, has not been reviewed by Treasury. Would Treasury stand by all of this information?
The process on materials is that the materials go from DISA through a cabinet process to be considered by the government. We would see them through that process and provide briefing to the Treasurer to support him in that discussion more broadly, and that's largely the extent of our involvement.
I see. So when, for example, it says McKinsey analysis found that Australia's comparative advantage and proactive policy choices could mean that job gains can far outweigh job losses driven by shifting consumer demand, particularly in regional areas. Is that Treasury's view? You accept that assessment?
We have not done a detailed assessment of McKinsey's claim.
Okay, so you haven't done a detailed assessment of the McKinsey modelling?
No.
No. So when the government says growth in the mining and heavy industry sectors alone could create as many as 62,000 new jobs by 2050, mostly in regional areas, Treasury is not in a position to say whether or not that's correct.
Well, this is modelling, so correct is it's modelling, so it's clearly an abstraction, and it's in this case McKinsey's best estimate of what the impact would be. We're aware of their estimate. We haven't tried to recreate it or do our own modelling. We haven't been involved in the process in that way.
Over the past years, past 8 years, has Treasury ever done any modelling on the economic costs or benefits of net zero or any climate-related impacts on the Australian economy?
I'm not sure of the precise time frame, but at least since I became Secretary, and I don't think so in the period immediately before that, we had done clean climate change modelling. I don't know whether it's 8 years, but we haven't done it at least for the last few years.
In recent times. In terms of the work that was done in the Department of Industry, it's clear from the document that a net zero by 2050 scenario was modelled. Were there any scenarios modelled in terms of changes to the target for 2030?
I think you should address those questions to DISA. that they did the modelling.
Yes, but Treasury officials were seconded to that department, and also Treasury participated in an interdepartmental committee.
Well, as far as
You
I know.
understand, you surely know what the scenarios were that were modelled. Well, I'll ask that question. Does Treasury know which scenarios were modelled as part of the top-down modelling done by DISA?
We have a broad sense of the scenarios that were modelled, but all questions about the modelling and their scenarios need to go to the department that's responsible for it. In terms of our involvement through the committees that I mentioned that you've just referred to, and any outputs that would be provided to the government through the cabinet process, we would understand the different scenarios that they've looked at.
Right, so you do know which
in
scenarios
terms
they've
of-
looked at. Okay, that's great.
Well, to be very clear, we understand what they've done through the results they've done, but they may well have done more than that. So that's why the question needs to be addressed to them.
What knowledge, Treasury's knowledge may be imperfect. I accept that. You may not know all of the scenarios that were done as part of that work. What scenarios is Treasury aware of that were undertaken as part of the DISA modelling?
Senator, I think Dr. Kennedy has appropriately addressed the fact that questions around the modelling undertaken should rightly be put to DISA. They led that work. They undertook that work. They had support from various input sources, but ultimately they are the ones who can give informed answers in relation to the nature of the work that they undertook.
I understand your preference for having another department answer these questions, because it sounds to me like Treasury wasn't very involved at all. I'm trying to understand the extent of knowledge that Treasury does have, however limited it may be. So which scenarios were modelled as part of this process to the extent that Treasury is aware of them?
Senator, I refer to my previous answer and to Dr. Kennedy's previous answer as well in that regard. When it comes to addressing those sorts of questions, it's always preferable that they are addressed with those who have complete awareness of the inputs that were drawn upon and the work that was undertaken, not that narrow field of awareness. You've asked questions about Treasury's involvement, and quite rightly Dr. Kennedy and officials have outlined that, but in terms of knowledge of some parts of what DISA may or may not have done is not going to paint the complete picture, and it's far preferable for those questions to be addressed by DISA.
With respect, Minister, it's not really up to you to define what questions are preferable or not. The Estimates Forum requires that officials answer questions about activities undertaken by their department. This department was peripherally involved, it seems, in a modelling exercise. I am trying to understand the extent of that involvement and the extent of the department's knowledge, and it is reasonable for me to ask those questions. If you are refusing to answer them, you need to make a claim of public interest immunity.
So, Senator, I think Dr. Kennedy has addressed the nature of the department's involvement.
I will ask the direct question again. As far as Treasury is aware, which scenarios were modelled as part of the top-down modelling undertaken by DISA?
And again, I think on that score, Dr. Kennedy has spoken to some knowledge around the broad scope of those models, and particularly, of course, the ultimate policy that the government is committed to, which is net zero by 2050.
That is one of the scenarios that was contemplated, clearly. That's apparent from the document here. As far as Treasury is aware, did the DISA modelling contemplate any changes, a scenario in which changes were made to the government's 2030 target?
Senator, once again, you're in the territory where all such information informed the deliberations of Cabinet in the finalisation of the policy decisions. The government's released the plan. The plan is informed by analysis. The plan commits the country to net zero by 2050, the plan outlines the expected uplift in relation to emissions reduction achievement by 2030 of between 30 and 35% reduction compared to 2005 levels, significant overachievement compared with the commitments we've made.
So this is potentially the last estimates before an election. There is I think a change in the government's position on net zero by 2050, but Treasury is not going to answer any questions about the modelling that underpins that change and the economic impacts of that change.
Well, the modelling was undertaken and led by DISA.
Okay, so Treasury's got no knowledge of the
emissions
economic
reduction.
impacts of this economic decision. And
Senator-
can't talk about it in this
Se-
forum.
Senator Dr Kennedy has spoken about the inputs that the Treasury has had.
Minister, you've indicated that that you intend to, well, that the government intends to release the modelling. When can we expect that?
That's a matter for Minister Taylor to resolve.
It's a matter of when, not if. Is that correct? The government intends to release the modelling?
Yes, Senator, I believe so. I believe that's what Minister Taylor said.
But you've got no knowledge about when that will take place?
I say that's a matter for Minister Taylor to resolve and determine.
Chair, I think that was you setting off my timer to stop. Is that correct?
No.
Oh, no, that was. Sorry, that was someone
wasn't my
else's.
timer. Senator McAllister. Far be it for me to put a timer on you.
No, I try and keep an ear out.
I know.
Look, I suppose one final question. Is Treasury confident that the economic outcomes which are described in brief in this document that's been released by the government will be obtained?
One thing I'm confident about, Senator, is that a net zero target by 2050 is readily achievable with the right policies applied over time.
Thanks, Dr Kennedy. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Dr Kennedy, I've got some questions for you. And firstly, can I really thank you for the quite detailed opening statement you provided the committee. It's extremely useful. And I note that on page 2 of the statement, you make the comment around Treasury's expectations around economic activity to contract by around 3% in the September quarter. And then you have a comment that says, and I quote, "Somewhat surprisingly, there is little commentary about the significance of this potential contraction in activity. Our assessment is that this mostly reflects the effectiveness of past and current fiscal interventions," end quote. I'm just wondering if you could expand upon that comment as to why you think it is that there has been little commentary with respect to the significance of that potential 3% contraction.
To some extent, Chair, it's a sign of the times that communities adapted to really fast-moving and enormous events that we hadn't experienced. The 7% fall in GDP that we saw last year is really an enormous movement, and governments in the community, I think, have done very well in adapting to these sort of very fast-moving situation. If I had come to this committee at any time in the past and said we were expecting a 3% fall in activity, that's all you would have talked to me about for the next couple of hours. And people are interested in it, and market economists are talking about it. But I think, firstly, the fact that community is more confident in the management of the health situation, which is always where the health and economics come together in management on the pandemic. And secondly, that previous fiscal measures in conjunction with the current measures are giving households and businesses confidence they can recover quickly when they're able to go about their business and health restrictions come out. I mentioned in my opening statement there's been a very large run-up in household and business balance sheets. And so that gave, I think, households and business confidence as they went into these lockdowns that they could see them through. But in addition, the COVID disaster payment the sharing of costs with the states on business support payments was enough to fill that income gap that people were going to experience and have experienced through that quarter, to again see people recover quickly. And I think that is we never get to see the world without the things we've done to it. So if we had not put in these fiscal interventions...
So I'm going to write that down and I'll use that in the future.
Well,
thank you. Sorry to interrupt.
Yeah, it's starting a bit to sound like Donald Rumsfeld, but the counterfactual, or the world without policy interventions, is one that's hard to appreciate, and I think and some insight we can get into that is when we look around the world where countries haven't been quite as effective and they've had much larger economic declines and they've managed the pandemic less effectively, and we can see the impact there. But because we have done well here, gratefully, the Australian community's not happy about being in lockdowns. It involves distress. All governments know that, but we do know from the previous ones that once the health situation recovers, we can recover quickly.
Right. So we have had, and you've referred to this in your opening statement, those lockdowns in our bigger states, New South Wales, Victoria, and there's also been a lockdown in the ACT. How was the economy tracking prior to us going into those lockdowns in terms of our bigger states?
It was tracking above expectations. The Reserve Bank has had some commentary on this as well. Most certainly people were revising up their estimates for growth before the Delta variant began spreading widely through Australia, and really the recovery was very robust. I mean, in a broad sense, I think some of the fiscal measures may have been having a larger impact than we anticipated. That would have been assisting. But also, once again, the effective management of the health side of the virus was giving people confidence to get back and go about their activities. So this, we always, when we put the budget forecast together, we did assume some further lockdowns in the second half of the year, not to the extent though that we experienced. But we think once and the opening up has begun and the country is adjusting to living with COVID, that the economic recovery can get back onto that sort of track it had begun to get on before the Delta variant began spreading.
Yep.
Senator Scarr, to your question, the impacts of the Delta variant began to be felt quite late in the 2020-2021 financial year. So the final budget outcome, which the Treasurer and I released a little while ago, I think does show very much the overachievement in the Australian economy seen in the recovery stages in the first half of this year relative to what had been forecast. It demonstrated that on a budget bottom line perspective, the final deficit was around $80 billion lower than had been forecast, but that was driven by stronger profits across the Australian economy, stronger employment across the Australian economy, reduced expenditure in terms of a number of social safety net payments than had been anticipated, higher wages growth than had been forecast. So on a range of scores, there was clearly a very strong recovery in performance that we saw. Delta has disrupted that significantly, as Dr. Kennedy's acknowledged, and particularly the impacts, as he highlighted in his opening statement, through the September quarter. But looking at those savings figures that are maintained across households and businesses, coupled with the economic policies and the recovery plan that was laid out in this year's budget, which still remains highly relevant to our recovery from that, I think there's strong cause for optimism.
And Dr. Kennedy, is there? You referred to the fact that New South Wales is on a path to opening up, Victoria's on a path to opening up, starting to open up. Is there any evidence that Treasury's seeing in terms of a rebound of the economy in those two big states?
We've got some early evidence on New South Wales from, well, one of the features of this period is the availability of real-time, very frequently released data. It's been very helpful. I was in Treasury and other roles in the Prime Minister's office during the global financial crisis, and it's a real difference between this crisis, if you like, and that crisis, is that we've been able to take advantage of this real-time data. And what we've seen in the bank data that we've been given access to is a very rapid rebound in consumption activity. I might ask Mr. Power just to expand on that.
Senator, just to give a few numbers on that, we're getting some information from some of the banks on their card spending. So what we've seen in Sydney over 6 days to ending 16 October, we saw nearly 25% increase in spending in Sydney through that data. And
Sorry,
also
Mr. Power, 25% increase.
25%, that's right.
Sorry, go on.
And there's some more recent data that the Commonwealth Bank has also published, which shows that spending has risen a similar amount, so around 24% compared to the same week in 2019. So it started to track on a weekly basis, pretty consistent to where it was prior to those lockdowns. That's their Sydney data.
The other data we'd note, Chair, is that the movement with the Google data that we track that shows people moving around and people rebooking for restaurants, those types of things, they are all recovering very quickly in New South Wales, particularly. Victoria a little less quickly.
Right. So, and again, you've referred to this in your opening statement, the very strong rates of vaccination we have, and I note that New South Wales and Victoria have particularly strong vaccination rates, double vaccination rates. When I looked yesterday, New South Wales was in the cohort above the age of 16, 85.5%, Victoria at 75.9%, so very strong double vaccination rates. Has Treasury done any modelling with respect to the cost of restrictions now that we've surpassed that 70% double vaccination rate in our two most populous states?
We did some earlier modelling with the Doherty, to join the Doherty Institute's work that looked at the cost of different bundles of restrictions, lockdowns of a different order or public health measures of a different order. And and it has to work with the Doherty modelling, but in broad terms, what we found was that lockdowns, which are the most costly intervention, were just much less likely to be needed once you move past particularly 80% double vaccination rates. But even in those jurisdictions where you had low caseloads, less likely to be needed at 70% double vaccination rates. And of course, in a number of jurisdictions, the difference between 70 and 80% is only turning out to be a couple of weeks. So we're not talking about long time periods. So when we put and lockdowns, of course, are the most costly intervention. Stay-at-home orders, lockdowns, those types of things. There are other interventions that are less costly. The real takeout of the Doherty modelling with our work on what it costs to undertake these different public health measures was that with high vaccination rates and high quality, what they call test, trace, isolate and quarantine interventions, effectively high quality monitoring of the virus in the community, potentially some public health measures around mask wearing or density measures, you could manage the virus at a much lower economic cost and not see exponential growth in the virus. And I think
if we just come back, because I think that's a key point, you could manage the virus at a much lower economic cost and not see exponential growth. Is that correct?
That's right. That is the key result of the Doherty modelling. The Doherty modelling talks about what public health measures are to get different outcomes in the way the disease spreads, and our work puts against that what the costs of those measures were. But I, from my perspective, what we've been observing in New South Wales is quite consistent with what the Doherty modelling suggested would happen as vaccination rates rose in New South Wales, and in some ways I think is validating the Doherty modelling.
Right, okay. Dr. Kennedy, in your opening statement, you refer to the IMF's latest report, and you also refer to the position in a number of other significant economies, world economies. I'm just interested in terms of your perspective as to how Australia has fared from an economic perspective compared to some of those other countries, major economies around the world during this period.
Well, there's little doubt that the Australian economy has fared very well. More data will come, be released over time, and of course we will have been affected by us going through the Delta strain in the September quarter. But running up to that period, we I haven't got the precise sort of lists of countries, but we had employment levels back at pre-COVID levels. The unemployment rate was falling significantly. As I said earlier, the recovery is well on track. There were other countries recovering well. New Zealand was recovering well. Similarly has now obviously been knocked about a bit by the current Delta strain and responses over there. But I think that one other thing I just mentioned, Chair, is that even in some countries where you've seen the unemployment rate begin to fall, they haven't, and the US is a particular example of this, they have not seen the recovery in their employment levels. So there's a lot of people who withdrew from the workforce and who have not gone back. The thing that was very pleasing about the Australian recovery was not just that the unemployment rate's low, because the unemployment rate also is reflecting people participating in the workforce, but that the employment population ratio, the number of people employed as a proportion of the population, had got back to its previous levels and had begun to surpass those levels. And the unemployment rate is a less clear sign of how well you're tracking through these periods, because it's very confusing with the application of government measures and those sorts of things. And one of the things we've watched closely is getting those employment levels back to where they were and then above, hopefully. And that's one thing that Australia has done really remarkably well, and done well compared to most other countries.
And some of those major fiscal policy initiatives, including JobKeeper, which had a number of goals, including maintaining that connection between employers and their employees, and also maintaining confidence in the economy generally. Some of those fiscal policy measures were a big part of making sure we got the best unemployment figure that we could possibly get in terms of navigating through the COVID-19 pandemic. Is that a fair comment?
Absolutely. There are two key things that saw Australia's recovery go remarkably well. One was effective management of the health aspect of the pandemic, and as I said earlier, better than most other countries. And the second was effective fiscal policy.
Yeah, okay. Now, Senator McDonald has a follow-up question, I think.
Follow-up on that. Thank you. I think this discussion around the unemployment numbers is really interesting. I come from a part of Australia regionally where employers are weeping to me. They're exhausted. They can't find people to do the work. They can't open their shops for long enough to, meet their bills. You can't go to a coffee shop after 10 o'clock in the morning in Mount Isa, our biggest regional centre, which is all kind of a good problem to have, I guess, in that it means that Australians are, if they want to be working, they can. And some of the extraordinary numbers, Mackay Isaac 3.3%, Toowoomba 3.5% unemployment, even Cairns at 5.3%, and Townsville, which has really struggled with unemployment for so long, at 5.2%. But how do we start to manage that equalisation of the states that have been locked down and, re-seeking that connection between, to move back into employment? Do you have some view on how the demand for businesses to re-employ and get back on their feet, and how do we smooth some of the labour shortages regionally as opposed to what's happening in the cities?
I don't have specific data, but my sense is that some of the uncertainties that are still around, we still have quite significant border restrictions in place. I mean, it is hard for people to plan to take up a new opportunity when they're a little, they are a little unclear about exactly how, you know, we're getting much clearer, Senator McDonald, now as we get to these high vaccination rates. But, you know, that makes it a little harder for people to make their plans, particularly if you're a family and you're planning to move and your kids are, you know, going to school. So I think just generally the freeing up of the country will allow some of that reallocation to take place. It is always frustrating for business, but that reallocation is never instantaneous. No. It does take some time. People take time over making their decisions. And if, you know, as you know, as we all know, people in a variety of circumstances with partners who are working or children, etc., etc. So that isn't instantaneous, but it does happen. It does happen in Australia. It's very pleasing to see regional Australia doing so strongly through this period. I think it's a kind of a real feature of this recovery. In some ways, this has been much harder on the central business districts than it has been on the regions, and particularly businesses in the central business district. I mean, it was very interesting, you know, as we were heading towards this more recent health restrictions. We were hearing some businesses were worried who had to respond to the restrictions and wanted assistance for their workers. Not so much for their workers, but so they could hang on to them because they were worried they were going to go and work for somebody else. Yes. Now, once again, it's a good problem to have. Yes. The notion that that there might be more attractive employment prospects or something might happen. Now, I realise that's very difficult for hospitality because they want to restart and they're wondering where that key workforce has gone, if they've gone off to work in retail or something else. But we have not had especially strong aggregate wage growth in this country for a number of years. A little bit of tightness in the labour market, investing in people's skills, seeing the productivity of our workers rise and wages rise would be no bad thing, and might take a bit of an adjustment though because we haven't been used to it for a while.
Well, anecdotally, that's certainly happening regionally where cooks and motel workers and, you know, anybody who can do those jobs are receiving significant pays above award. Right. I can find you plenty of examples of that. If you'd like some documented evidence, you'll see it come through on the wages figures, of course. And so I think too that the introduction of some of those new visas, the ag visa and the continuation of the Pacific Labour Scheme and seasonal workers schemes, there seems to me not to still be an understanding in the urban areas about how critical that availability of, you know, unskilled, semi-skilled and skilled workforce is, and how we've got a real looming crisis on whether or not we can process horticulture and meat.
There's no doubt that's one of the pressure points. I mean, these are great seasons in regional Australia as well at the moment. So there's, you know, which is wonderful and great opportunity, and we're seeing that in the export numbers. But we are definitely hearing signs of difficulty in getting labour into those areas. And I don't think there's any magic solutions here, but we just have to work away at all levels to either encourage people to go or in some cases the reopening of migration will assist. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator McDonald. Just one further question from me, Dr Kennedy, before I give the call to Senator Walsh. And you referred to the continuation of some border restrictions in your answers to Senator McDonald. How important is it, in terms of our economic recovery, how important is it that we all stick to the national plan?
I think it's very important. I think it will give the whole of the country confidence. They see the health system's well managed, that the governments are working together as they have done largely, and that and the country is working as one. I think it's important. I think it's not just important because a person will be able to move more easily. It will give people confidence about the stage we're up to in managing managing, in living with COVID. We have to be very clear, you know, that COVID will become endemic, or COVID will be present, and we will be living with it. So yeah, I think it's an important part, as I said, often just for the confidence that people can have to undertake their whatever business they want to do and move around without the fear that all of a sudden the rules will change quickly and all of a sudden they can't travel or do what they needed to do.
And just taking that point of confidence, that business confidence, consumer confidence, if there's a lesson in terms of the government's fiscal response to the pandemic, the impact of the fiscal initiatives we've had in terms of addressing, there was a calamitous fall in confidence back in March 2020, that confidence is absolutely crucial for the recovery of the economy. Is that a fair comment?
Yeah, absolutely. It's confidence was the key. We spoke about it a lot at the beginning of the pandemic, how important it is. It's why I always put the health piece next to the economic piece, because people draw confidence not only from the fact that they feel they will be able to resume their business and not be financially distressed, but that their families or their loved ones are not working in an environment where the health consequences are potentially severe.
Excellent. Okay, thank you, Dr.
It's all the
Kennedy.
different factors, Senator Scarr, that build that confidence. Australia is now on track to be one of the most protected countries in the world in terms of the impact of vaccines for the population. New South Wales has a first dose rate that is now in excess of any other major English-speaking country. It's past Canada, it's past the United Kingdom, it's past the United States, and past many other nations in that regard. Other states are obviously on track. The ACT is even further ahead than that. And as a country, we are well placed in terms of the booster program too, for which further advice is coming through from the TGA, and that we can respond quickly to that, further elevating both that protection, but from that protection, that confidence. And I think what, in line with the national plan now, most states have announced opening up of borders around those 80% double vax benchmarks. And that's very encouraging, and as each of them sets the example for the other and shows the success in doing so, it will only again reinforce that confidence that we need and that Australians will need, that these are going to provide the protections to be able to operate more normally into the future.
Excellent. Thank you, Minister. I'm now going to confidently give the call to Senator Walsh.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, Dr. Kennedy. I'm interested in what you think is going to happen to people who are on disaster payments today. We're right at the point, which is a great thing, that we're about to reach 80% double dose in Victoria. We've already reached it in New South Wales. We know that the COVID disaster payments to individuals taper then end 2 weeks after that 80%. First of all, how many people were on or are on those disaster payments in New South Wales and Victoria?
I'll just have to ask one of my colleagues to join me. Has DSS appeared? Yep, do you know?
No, I think maybe later.
Okay.
Tomorrow.
We'll try and give you this. Yep. DSS will have all the numbers, but we may, if we have it here, we'll give it to you, Senator.
Jenny Wilkinson, Deputy Secretary, Fiscal Group. It is a question that it would be best to put to DSS to get the detail, but we know that the number of people in New South Wales, the number of unique individuals who have received the COVID disaster payment is 1.17 million. But we also know that the number of people, so when the vaccination rate reached 70%, individuals had to reapply for the disaster payment and demonstrate that they were still had still lost more than 8 hours of work. And the number of people who have reapplied, according to the latest data that I have, but again, I think you should check with DSS, is 356,000 people.
Okay.
So it's reduced by really substantially with the reapplication process. Similarly, in the ACT, it's reduced by more than half once the ACT went to the 70% rate.
Yeah. And how many people are on the payments in Victoria at the moment?
So the latest data I have is the total number of people who were on the disaster payment in terms of the total number that of unique customers was 790,000. I don't have a figure for what the impact of the reapplication
I think we're not
rates.
there yet.
Well, I'm not quite sure. Yes, I'm not quite sure. Are we quite there? Victoria, double dose at 70%? I think we're just on the cusp of that kicking in.
Okay.
But based on the New South Wales experience, we'd expect the number of people who reapplied to be substantially lower
Yep.
than the number of people who have been on the recurring payment.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you very much for that. So, around 800,000 people, say, in Victoria may still be on the disaster payment. 790,000 people in Victoria may still be on the, or have been on it at some
Have
point
been-
in time.
I think
and
I'd put
we
it
don't
have been
know
on it.
exactly how many are on it
That's
right now
right.
today.
That's right. So the number that are likely to be on it when Victoria hits 80%, I would guess, will be substantially lower than that based on the New South Wales experience.
Okay, thank you. So we're about to end the COVID disaster payments, and we've got those sorts of numbers of people who have been on it at certain periods of time. We also have, as you mentioned before, Dr. Kennedy, you know, a lot of people who are not working but not showing up in the unemployed numbers. So we've got people who are have given up at the moment. We've got people on 0 hours. We've got people who, on top of that, are underemployed as well. And I won't ask you to necessarily put a number on all of that, but it's a couple of million people, I think, fitting into all of those categories.
We did get that effect that we had in the earlier lockdowns, which your work, you're talking about, is that there may be people who are stood down. They've, as you said, 0 hours.
Yeah.
They're not classified as unemployed.
Yeah.
I think sometimes in labour statistics they can be classified as having left the labour force because they're not looking for work and they can't really look for work because they're stood down. And then the question I think that you're coming to, that you're most interested in, is are they all going to be going back into jobs?
Yeah.
And
So I think-
to what extent? And we had this discussion at the end of JobKeeper.
Yeah.
When we were thinking about those flows.
Sorry, Dr. Kennedy,
yeah,
can
sorry,
I just
yep.
interrupt and say I think the number of people on 0 hours at September was 448,000, sort of in addition to the number of people who are unemployed, and then again in addition to the people who've left the labour force.
We used to have a notion of we talked about an effective unemployment rate with this committee, or perhaps it was the COVID committee in the past. And that is substantially higher than the measured ABS unemployment rate, because those people are at home not working. So, and then now what we go through is, and what we saw also in the past lockdowns is this sort of rapid unwinding of people kind of going back into those jobs. There are these questions that we are working our way through of, well, will they get the same hours that they previously had? Have some jobs gone? Have new jobs been created? What we were finding before we went into these lockdowns was that people had begun to worry more about the issue Senator McDonald was raising about getting workers. It was it's a very interesting feature of the US recovery at the moment. There's a substantial number of people who've withdrawn from the labour force, and there are worker shortages in a number of states in other places. There's been in a sense, almost a disturbance in the way labour was being people were finding new jobs, being reallocated. We saw less of it here, but we still expect to see some of it. And some of those businesses, and hence those workers, in, for example, a cafe in a CBD, some of them are not expecting to be back where they were really until early next year, because they don't have the density back in the offices that surrounds it. So now, fortunately, other jobs are popping up at the moment. So I was very pleasantly surprised by how fast the labour market was recovering previously, and it gives me some confidence we can see the same thing. But you're absolutely right that there are individuals who are having to find new jobs and aren't getting the hours back, and that's why we need the labour market to be strong to give them further opportunities.
Senator Walsh, just to provide some data from your questions with Ms Wilkinson firstly. So Victoria is at around 91% first dose and around 76% second dose as of a day or two ago. So obviously, as Ms Wilkinson said, questions for DSS, but they will have already started that transition where people have had to reapply in relation to the disaster assistance payments.
Yeah, okay.
And given the experience we've seen in New South Wales and Victoria, we would anticipate a fairly substantial reduction to be underway in that regard, as people are no longer indicating they've lost those hours of work. I think the difference we have coming out of these lockdowns to what we had previously is the lived experience of the end of JobKeeper and the end of restrictions previously, and we have seen how well the Australian economy rebounded from that at those times. Now, there are some differences. On the one hand, we have now a very highly vaccinated population that, as I just said in response to Senator Scarr, can hopefully provide the underpinnings for longer-term confidence and certainty in terms of the fact that as we reopening should be here to stay, underpinned by those high levels of health protection. But of course, we do also have communities learning to live with COVID in terms of the different measures that continue to be taken to keep to make sure it is a safe reopening as well. And so they're the counterbalances that are there.
Yeah, and I do have some sort of broader questions along those lines, but I am, I guess, still trying to understand, some numbers around the group of people that we might all be concerned about at the moment going forward. And Dr. Kennedy, you mentioned before that there's been an effective unemployment rate figure. Do you, that's been used in these sorts of discussions before, given the nature of how the unemployment figures don't tell us what's happening at the moment? Do you have that figure?
I think we do.
Yes, Senator. So we do. We think that the effective unemployment rate, which takes into account those who are, as you mentioned, working 0 hours, also people who have lost employment, may have fallen out of the labour force. We think that's closer to about 9.5 at the moment when you take those two things into account. So you've got this group of people who are effectively still attached to an employer but are doing 0 hours. That's about 450,000. And then you've got another around 280,000 people who have left employment. But as Dr. Kennedy said, we expect we'll re-engage with the workforce. Probably that is, they'll participate in the workforce probably at the same time that restrictions are lifted and come back to some of those industries where they left.
So that, I think, is about 1.4 million people, that 9.5 odd percent that you just mentioned. And some hundreds of thousands of people, we're not entirely sure, coming off the COVID disaster payments.
It's the same group.
Yes, inclusive of that. Take your point.
It's in those numbers. And just though, as a measure of how quickly things move through this period, going to those earlier questions Trevor got about New South Wales. These numbers are going to move very rapidly now through the next months because of this. Basically a business can reopen and people can go back to work. And the effective unemployment rate number is, it gives you some, you're right to raise it. It gives you some real insight into people, a better sense of, who was, not gainfully employed. But that will be rapidly just to be clear, that will be rapidly unwinding at the moment as it did last time. Now, we won't know that until the ABS publishes its monthly statistics, but That's the adjustment you're talking about that we're about to go through. I don't think, just as we got an effective unemployment rate last time of
It really got up above near around 15%.
Came down.
and then we saw that we talked about it a lot. It came down then very rapidly when we got back below where we expected, back into these 5s. So I don't want to undervalue the importance of watching this transition very carefully, but I do take confidence about how quickly it unfolded last time.
Do we have any numbers on how many people we might expect do end up on job seeker payments in the next period, in the next month or so?
Jenny, do you?
So, I mean, our expectation is it will be very low. There will be some people. We think there probably were some people who moved from the job seeker payment across to the COVID disaster payment, and some of those people will be able to move back onto job seeker. I don't have an estimate of the number of those because there's quite a lot of, it's hard to track it and there's flows in and out of these payments all the time, but there is that cohort of people. But I guess when we look at our experience at the end of JobKeeper, both phases of JobKeeper, in both phases we thought there could be quite a significant transition onto job seeker, and in both phases there was almost nothing that was discernible. And that was because at the same time that those payments came off, we had a strong labour market, and in this case we've got this very strong recovery. And I think earlier you spoke about I think the Secretary spoke about just the strength of the recovery that we have seen in spending in the first week after New South Wales opened. And we do know that quite a lot of people on the COVID disaster payment were in the retail and hospitality sectors, and those are exactly the sectors that are coming back very rapidly. So I don't have a precise estimate for you, given the way in which the reopenings are unfolding, which I have to say is probably more rapid than we had expected even a month ago. But our best guess is there will be a very small transition across, to the extent that you can see one.
I mean, in the JobKeeper case, we talked about numbers. People talked about numbers of 100 to 200,000. We talked about 150,000. Actually, I think we were criticised for having a number that was too low at one stage. Our best sense is the number was in the low tens, probably around 30 or 40,000 who were affected through those periods, and then subsequently they have found, we think a lot of them have found employment. So we're being, it's a key issue to track, but we're being a bit more cautious about just doing this mechanical calculation of saying, X was here and hence they will automatically, because it just really wasn't the experience we observed at the end of JobKeeper because of the strength of the labour market. There was a period there before we hit Delta where the concerns were more about a lack of labour, and in a sense you were starting to hit the issues of do we have skill mismatch? Do we not have people with the right skills to take up the opportunities that are beginning to emerge? I would not be surprised if those issues were more likely to emerge more quickly than ones of, a large pool of people who there just wasn't enough demand for their services.
I think what you're saying is that you're relying on the exit from the previous round of lockdowns that we had to understand what you think is going to happen from the third wave, exiting from the third wave of the virus. But there's no... You don't have any sort of model or any sort of data about what you think is going to happen to those 1.3 million people and when. Those people who are caught up in that effective unemployment rate.
Yeah, we don't have some sort of exact flow. There's 1.3, X go here, Y go here. We have a sense of where the net position is, because partly what you're talking about is the people might not go back to their old job, but they go to a new job or something like that. And you know, really, so most of our forecasting is around the unemployment rate you see in any given month isn't the same people, of course. It's a whole pile of people coming off and a whole pile of people coming on. Our sense is, to pick up Ms Wilkinson's point, is that within the normal flows, I can't remember precisely what they are for a quarter, but it's hundreds of thousands of people flowing in and out of employment and unemployment. We think it's quite likely
So
that...
around 400,000 people move in and out of employment in a month.
In a month.
In an average month.
So we think this impact will be hard to discern, frankly, as it was last time.
Okay.
And that's what the ABS said last time from memory, when they looked at the end of JobKeeper. Now, once again, you're right to be cautious about just simply transplanting a past experience onto a new experience. It's a longer... These lockdowns have been going for some time, particularly in Victoria. That's why I talked quite a bit about the broad fiscal support. There is a substantial amount of government support that sits on household and business balance sheets, able to be now drawn on. My sense is people want to get back to business quickly, and I think that will be very strong for employment.
The modelling that you talked about before on the national plan.
Yes.
So with the 80% double vaccination rate, you've got some scenarios of an ongoing cost of some sort of low-level restrictions of ranging from $140 million per week through to sort of $500, $600 million per week, depending on what kind of strategy is used. So obviously, even in the most modest scenario of minimising cases with just baseline restrictions, there's still some restrictions in the economy, perhaps particularly in terms of density levels and that type of thing.
There could be. The longer it goes, the more likely businesses, they can't do much about the density level in terms of their building footprint, but various adjustments will take place. But yeah, you're absolutely right. There is a residual cost from when then the government, through health restrictions, imposes a restriction on how a business itself can operate, and we've done our best to get those. I would say to you, we feel more confident about the numbers for withdrawal of economic activity through the lockdowns than we do about these smaller numbers. Like I'm just giving you some caution around being too precise about what those... We were trying to do our best to give National Cabinet a sense of the relative differences. Now, those things change over time because firms adapt. But there's no doubt that if a government says a business can't have as many people as it could previously have, it's wearing a cost.
Yeah. So just the same sort of questions I have about the business support payments, which also end at 80% double vaccination as well. Do you have... So given that there's going to be some ongoing restriction which you've attempted to model and you've told us to exercise caution about those sort of numbers, but clearly there will be some level of sort of restriction ongoing after 80%. Are you confident that it's the right time to end the business support payments? Do you imagine that some form of stimulus might be required to business if that sort of scenario does emerge?
Senator Walsh, just before Dr Kennedy comments there, I think it's important to appreciate that Australia's vaccination rates are going to exceed the upper limits of the Doherty Institute modelling. So the Doherty Institute looked at those 70 and 80% double vaccination levels. We are clearly now on track as a nation to well and truly exceed that in the 16 plus population, as well as the vaccination that is occurring in the 12 to 15-year-old population as well, giving us a much broader protection across the board, which will factor into the types of decisions that states and territories will make in terms of their reopening agenda and the way in which those safety measures that we have always acknowledged need to be in place are there. I think it's also important to remember that although the emergency support measures of the disaster payments and the business payments through the states were put in place because of the emergency situation of widespread lockdowns, the gradual withdrawal of those does not mean there is no support for activity in the economy. That's the precise point of last year's budget and this year's budget, was to have a very strong economic recovery plan that sought to drive investment by businesses in short-term activity for long-term productivity. That's what the full expensing measures are seeking to achieve, and we've seen that growth in investment in plant, machinery, equipment occur as a result. The loss carryback provisions continue to provide support for businesses as well. So these are all measures that provide ongoing assistance even as the economy reopens and normalises as much as possible.
My sense, to be very direct on the business support measures, is that it is time that they came to an end. We're well into this pandemic now, and we know we will live with this disease, hopefully at quite low case rates for the reasons that Minister Birmingham has outlined. But we have to make, we have to begin to make that adjustment to living with it. I would also say that, that's why I keep talking about the balance sheets, the amount of fiscal support that's been provided is unprecedented. It has not all been played through the economy yet. It's still coming. And that is an important part of what's sitting behind the resilience of firms and households. So I think we're at that point where we make that adjustment to living with COVID, and these ongoing supports, perhaps with a notion that we'll just exactly flip back to what we were before, is not, is unrealistic. If there are ongoing low-level restrictions that are occasionally needed, then firms now it's not easy, I don't welcome it, but firms have had a long time to look at this. They've received a lot of support. They will have to adjust their business models to get on with it. And in terms of broader support for aggregate demand, there's still a lot of broader support for aggregate demand in the economy, as Minister Birmingham outlined. It was one of the reasons we encouraged the government to take support measures of that notion, because it meant that it would leave the economy well positioned to take any hits along the way, and I think it has.
Okay, and I think it's Dr. Kennedy's referenced again the balance sheet equation a few times. I think it is worth just re-highlighting the figures he gave in his opening statement there. The household cash savings having increased by $185 billion and business cash holdings having increased by $145 billion. And that is a significant pool, $330 billion pool of increased savings across households and businesses that again, if the lived experience of reopening before is any guide, people are pretty eager to re-engage in areas of economic activity, and in many cases they have strong reserves with which to be able to do so.
I think the more likely outcomes that we'll be thinking about in the labour market, Senator Walsh, is that hopefully we'll be going back to also focusing a lot on those longer term, more intractable issues we see in the labour market around long-term unemployed and those sorts of issues, because they're very important. It's not that the government or the departments haven't been focused on those issues, but watching these very large swings in the labour market, obviously that has drawn a lot of our attention. I'm hopeful that that in the period ahead, and more broadly supported by a strong labour market, policies that look at those disadvantaged groups can get a little more of our focus, because we can be more confident about the aggregate outcomes, and we can see that be doing our best to get those people who are not easily finding work in the
Yeah.
way that many others are, I think, post-pandemic.
Well, just thank you. I'll just go to a couple of questions about the cost of the lockdowns. We've talked about that on this committee before, and I think the Treasurer has recently said that New South Wales, Victoria and the ACT being in lockdown was a cost of about $2 billion a week. I think in this committee before it had been put at sort of 700 million a week to 1 billion a week for a metro lockdown. What can you tell us about your thinking now about the costs of the third wave lockdowns?
So, Senator, what we think, the Secretary talked about...
Sorry, Mr Power, if you could just say your name and position.
Trevor Power, Acting Deputy Secretary, Macro Group. We mentioned what we're thinking for the September quarter. We think that will contract in the order of 3%, but what that's building in is an impact that we think is in the order of 20 billion over that quarter for those lockdowns, over the whole quarter, that is. And obviously, a large part of that is New South Wales that was significantly locked down through that period. There were episodes where there was pauses in construction in New South Wales, but also more recently in Victoria. So over that period, the costs, if you like, of those different measures as they came on and off fluctuated a little bit, particularly as some of those sectors came in and out, and there were lockdowns in particular local government areas. So when we take all that into account, we think that was in the order of 20 billion, and that's how we get to what we think is an outcome that's in the order of -3 for September.
Right.
Senator Walsh, just to give you a
Time.
steer, we've got Senator McKim
Yep.
who would like to ask some questions. So
Yeah,
how much longer?
Yeah,
do you
a couple
think?
of minutes just to
That's
wrap
fine.
up this
Thank you.
lockdown
Thank you.
question. Yeah. So $20 billion for the lockdowns that were during the sort of June, July, August period.
Yeah, it was a September quarter, so that'd be July, August, September. There were some lockdowns in June as well, just in the previous quarter at the end of it, but most of that's in September.
So Greater Sydney went into lockdown on the 25th of June,
Yeah.
Greater Melbourne on the 27th of May initially, and then back into it later. So you're giving me your quarterly figure rather than the costs of the actual lockdowns, is that
Correct.
is that
I'm
right?
giving you the September quarter. If I went back and picked up the lockdowns that you're talking about in June, I'd add a little bit to that. I'll take on notice that little bit if you like, but it's a much smaller component.
Do you want, though, just so I'm clear, do you want our sort of estimate, not so much of the quarter, but what we think a lockdown costs?
Yeah, well, I think...
whether our estimate of what a lockdown costs in a metro area per week type of thing.
So there were 15 weeks of lockdown in Greater Sydney. Some of that included regional. There were 14 weeks, I think, in Melbourne. Some of that included regional. How much did that all cost is what I'm asking. Is it about $1 billion a week per metro area?
I think Senator Walsh and officials can try to deduce as best they can, but as they've already highlighted as well, even within those lockdowns, there were then variables that occurred, particularly in areas like the construction industry that has quite a pronounced impact in terms of the additional cost for that period where construction was restricted, but it wasn't the case for the entire lockdown.
I don't think the figures have been problematic. There's been different figures that have been said. I'm just trying to get what we're saying it is now. So it was sort of 20 billion, but that was for the quarter, but there were some lockdowns prior to that.
Yeah, that's right.
But we're more than happy to outline for you what we think that cost was across those months. If that helps, Senator, we can do that quickly. I don't think we'll have it here with us, but provide it on notice if that's helpful to you, if that's what you're after. Like the cost of lockdowns by month or something like that, would that be helpful? Or,
Yeah.
Yep.
For the third wave.
For the full Delta, yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
And thank you. And you're saying that that's something that you could provide today rather
I'll
than
see if
on
I
those.
can. I'll see if I can get you that
Yeah.
that additional bit that was prior
Yeah.
to the September quarter.
Okay. But at the moment, the number that we have is, that you've given us, is about 20 billion in sort of lost economic activity for the quarter.
For that quarter.
That's
And
right.
if you want that broad guide, I don't think that, Trevor, has that changed at all, the broader guide for what a lockdown costs in a typical metro area?
The broad guide hasn't, except that when some of those pauses and lockdowns for particular sectors come in, they do add components. They're not insignificant components. So, for example, construction in New South Wales did add a significant additional cost. And as you say, when we're talking about the state rather than the metro areas, so there are some differences when you do incorporate those different effects.
So the modelling that you did for Doherty, which you are, in relation to Doherty for National Cabinet, which you asked us to have caution about, sort of nonetheless says that if we were at 80% vaccination rate and having, you know, some limited restrictions, the cost might be $140 million a week. What would you say the health measures might have cost the economy if we had have been at 80% vaccination rate at the end of May, before the Delta outbreak resulted in these lockdowns?
But before the end of May, well, Senator, I don't think there were any projections or scenarios where that was ever going to be possible.
The vaccination rate, it was not possible for the vaccination rate to be 80% at the end of May?
No, Senator.
Okay, I mean, there's a sort of a number of experts that say that the vaccination rollout was essentially delayed by 6 months because we didn't buy enough vaccinations last year. If we accept that there's a 6-month delay, then that would have taken us back to May, where we would have been at 80% vaccination. And of course, a range of people, as you would know, have said that we could have been fully vaccinated in the first half of the year.
No, I don't accept that, Senator, in terms of the availability of supply, what could have been secured, procured, manufactured in Australia. Everyone knows the different challenges in terms of certain delays of supply early on, and then the additional challenges in relation to the ATAGI advice on AstraZeneca. But I think that's a completely hypothetical scenario that you're asking about.
Well, the modelling that National Cabinet asked Treasury to do for what the cost would be at an 80% vaccination rate says that a cost might be about $140 million per week of restrictions at 80%, and we've gone through a third wave that has probably cost $1 billion a week. In a metro area, $2 billion a week, according to the Treasurer, because we weren't vaccinated, because we hadn't reached the 80% vaccination target back in May.
Senator, I'm not aware of any major economy that had achieved those sorts of numbers in the type of timeline that you're talking about. As I said before, it's well known in terms of the delays in supply that Australia had from some parts of the world. It's also well known that manufacturers gave priority to parts of the world that they operated in that also had very high outbreaks in terms of some of their early supply. But even if they'd varied some of those decisions based on the outcomes in other countries who weren't achieving those types of figures despite getting availability of some of the vaccines earlier, you wouldn't have achieved that sort of outcome here because it wasn't achieved elsewhere. So I think it is a very hypothetical scenario that you're trying to paint. In the end, we are now achieving vaccine rates in excess of most of the rest of the world. We've done that whilst still achieving health outcomes far better than most of the rest of the world. Some of the lowest rates of COVID in the world and some of the lowest incidences of death in the world, and still strong economic outcomes. Yes, the Delta outbreaks have come at a cost. Nobody's denying the cost of those, but the hypothetical scenario you're seeking to paint is simply an unrealistic one.
Now, Senator Wash, I do want to give Senator McKim an opportunity. There's only 10 minutes left. Do you have a final question, perhaps?
Thank you, Chair. But just finally, I mean, the cost has been put to us today. The cost has been put to us at $20 billion for the quarter, minus 3% GDP. 1.4 million people who are effectively unemployed because the vaccination rollout was delayed. If people had have been vaccinated on all of the available modelling, done by Treasury, if people had have been vaccinated at the end of May, we would not have this huge economic and human cost that we are describing today.
I appreciate the argument you're seeking to make, Senator. It's just that it's based on false assumptions and unrealistic assumptions that you're presenting. There was never a scenario in which Australia expected to do that, and indeed there aren't scenarios where other major economies achieved those sorts of outcomes, even those who, because of the extreme impacts of COVID in their communities, the very high death tolls they were facing, were prioritised in relation to vaccine supply by manufacturers in their countries. So, we made sure we had our own vaccine supply being manufactured here, but even if we had not had the changed advice with ATAGI, it wasn't going to materialise the type of outcomes that you're pretending could have been achieved, Senator.
Okay, thank you, Minister. We'll need to go to Senator McKim. Thank you for being patient, Senator McKim. I can't see you, but can you hear me?
I can, Chair. Can I just check that folks in there can hear me okay?
We can hear you loud and clear. Over to you, Senator McKim.
Thanks, and good morning, Minister and Dr Kennedy and your team. My understanding is that the board of the Asian Development Bank met last week to consider its energy policy. Can I ask, please, did Treasury prepare Australia's position paper for that meeting?
I'll just get the relevant official to come to the table, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you. Vicky Wilkinson, First Assistant Secretary, International Economics and Security Division. So the Executive Director of the ADB represents a constituency that includes a range of countries, including Australia. And the Executive Director provides the view of the constituency to the board. Australia is one of the members of that constituency, works with the Executive Director to present the position of the different countries. And so the Australian Government and Treasury, in supporting that Executive Director, does provide advice to the Director on Australia's position.
Okay, thank you. Is that advice or any position paper that was created for the purpose of providing that advice, is that publicly available?
No, it's not.
Okay.
It's not publicly available.
Thank you. Could I ask, please, could you take on notice whether you're able to provide that to the committee?
Yes, I'm happy to take that on notice.
Thank you. The new energy policy of the Asian Development Bank states that it will not support coal mining, processing, storage and transportation, nor any new coal-fired power generation. What was Australia's position that it put forward on that component of the policy?
So the advice is, I guess, the advice of the government, and it is the view of the government, as I've said, that is not a publicly available document at this stage.
Okay, thank you. So, Minister, what position did Australia put forward on that component of the Asia Development Bank's new policy, which states that they will not support coal mining, processing, storage, transportation, nor any new coal-fired power generation?
Senator McKim, I'm afraid I'll have to take your question on notice there. I'm not aware of either the position that the Asian Development Bank took and whether your characterisation of it is accurate, nor in terms of any presentation made by Australia to that. But I'm very happy to take that on notice and look into it.
Well, could I just ask the officials, please, just a straight question of fact, is it the case that the new energy policy of the bank states that they will not support coal mining, processing, storage and transportation, nor any new coal-fired power generation?
That's my understanding of the position, yes.
Okay, so Minister, given that that clearly does not reflect the Australian government's position, because basically you're a bunch of planet-cooking coal huggers, and we know that you've sought to undermine the Glasgow COP in the lead-up to that meeting, isn't it the case that Australia actually did put forward a position that sought to ensure that the bank did not adopt that policy position?
Well, there's obviously a lot of loaded commentary in that question you just made, Senator McKim, and I reject much of it. The government outlined a comprehensive plan yesterday in relation to the commitments we'll take to Glasgow to achieve net zero, and the policies and plans that we have in place to help to achieve that. As I said before, I have to take on notice the discussions or deliberations that occurred at the ADB. I don't have any awareness of those to hand. If I get some information, I'll bring it back to the committee.
All right, thanks, Minister. Could I also ask then, and I'd expect, given that response, you'll seek to take this on notice too. The new energy policy also states that the ADB will not support any natural gas exploration or drilling activities and will be selective in its support for midstream and downstream natural gas. And I'd like you, please, to come back on notice with what position Australia put forward on that component of the policy, and ultimately what was Australia's position on the ADB investing in fossil fuels.
Thanks, Senator McKim. I'm sure that's largely encapsulated already in the questions taken on notice. I think it's important to be clear. Our government's position is not to seek to drive industries out of existence, but is to seek to build the alternatives for industries, and that's certainly where we wish to make sure Australia is well placed to attract investment. It's a key part of the decision that we've made in terms of the commitment to net zero, that we want to drive and secure that investment in alternate resources projects such as critical minerals that support energy storage, to drive investment in hydrogen projects that can help to provide alternative energy sources to our nation and to the region into the future, to drive investment in relation to how we can reduce the emissions profile or pursue carbon capture, usage and storage projects in different ways that can help with all of the transition points. And so that's very clear in the plan that we've released. It's where we want to make sure that we are well placed to create that investment opportunity. But our policy is not one of proactively closing down without the prioritisation, as we're doing, of those alternatives.
All right, thanks, Minister. I'll just make the observation that the word plan is doing some heroically, extremely heavy lifting in your response there, but we could move on. The annual UN emissions gap report released yesterday said the world's on track to hit 2.7 degrees of warming by 2100. What is the economic case for supporting new investment in coal and gas?
Well, Senator, I did catch some of the headlines in terms of that UN report and the some of the data showing increasing emissions, and I note that that's showing increasing global emissions at a time when Australia's emissions are decreasing and have decreased by 20% since 2005 levels, and are on a downwards trajectory. And I think it's another demonstration that some of the picture painted, including by people such as yourself, Senator McKim, is often misleading in terms of the contribution Australia is making to emissions reductions in the world. Your question in terms of economic contribution of different projects, well, there are bound to be a range of different outcomes from such projects, be they employment outcomes, regional growth outcomes, but yes, then there are secondary impacts that dependent upon how they're managed, could apply in years to come. So I think you're asking quite a sweeping question there. The question in itself highlights the fact that the work we're seeking to do to not just reduce emissions, but to focus investment in the regions where we need to support their regional economies, jobs in those regions, is a crucial part of how we make sure that Australia adjusts to global change in relation to a move towards net zero and seizes the opportunities attached to it.
Senator McKim, it's the chair here. We're just about, we're on the point in time to suspend for morning tea. Do you have a final question to take us to morning tea?
Look, I do, and it's a question for Dr. Kennedy, if I might, and it's on a different topic. Dr. Kennedy, the weighted average increase in house prices in capital cities over the 12 months to June was 17%. Wages during the same time rose by 1.7%. So house prices have literally increased 10 times faster than wages in the last year. I wonder if you could just respond to that in the context of saying whether you think that's a problem, what the economic effect of house prices growing at such ridiculous rates is while wages are stagnating, and what you believe the economic and fiscal response to such a massive gap in terms of house price increases versus wage increases ought to be and needs to be.
It's a large question to take us to morning tea, Dr. Kennedy, but if you could do your best.
It is. Well, look, to cut to the chase, I mean, there are some on wages, there are clearly some cyclical features coming out of COVID, but you're right to point to the fact that wages have not been strong for some time, and an important part of a sustained recovery in Australia, and including in Australia achieving its inflation objectives, will be to see stronger wage growth in the future, and that has been in part of our thinking in terms of the broader fiscal response. On house prices, it isn't surprising in many ways to see house prices increasing, particularly when interest rates are this low, and the normalisation of monetary policy will, over time, assist there significantly. So you do have to distinguish what is sort of a cyclical impact and what is a longer term impact. But that's probably the best I can do in this very short term, Senator McKim. But if you wanted to have a longer chat, I'm more than happy to have one with you about it.
Okay.
Thanks, I appreciate it.
Thank you, Dr. Kennedy, and thank you for your time this morning. It's greatly appreciated. We'll now break for morning tea and resume at 11:15. Thank you. Hey, thank you everyone. We'll now move to the next session, which is Corporate and Foreign Investment Group. Now, before we do that, Mr. Power, I understand in an extraordinarily efficient fashion you've managed to procure an answer for Senator Walsh in terms of one of the questions she asked during the last session.
Chair, can I just check, so Macro Group gone?
Correct.
Okay.
Sorry? Oh, the Secretary.
Senator,
The Secretary.
Yeah, I thought so. I just wanted, when you said we're moving to corporate and foreign investment, I just wanted to
No, they're
check.
still here.
Yeah.
Sorry, Senator.
Mr. Power, you are, I'm very sorry because we keep losing track of which officials are doing what, but you are heading Macro Group?
So I'm acting as a Deputy Macro Group this week, Senator. That's right. That's right. Luke Yeaman's normally the Deputy of Macro Group. He's overseas this week.
For the G20.
At the G20.
Understood.
Chair, thank you. I was just, Senator Walsh, in our earlier discussion, we were talking about the cost of lockdowns through the Delta outbreak. We talked about the September quarter. The number, there was an outstanding number in relation to what we think occurred in the June quarter. We think that cost of those lockdowns were around $1.82 billion for the June quarter. So if you wanted to look at the cost, if you like, over that, the two quarters, then you'd add that 1.8 to the around 20 billion, which I mentioned before.
That's great. Thank you very much.
Okay, who's seeking the call? Senator McAllister.
Thanks very much. Mr. Power, women were obviously disproportionately affected by the initial downturn in the labour market last year, and we know that female participation is presently at its lowest rate since 2017. Can you just tell us a little bit about how the downturn has affected women during the lockdown?
Yeah, I can speak in broad terms, Senator. As you said, when we tracked employment outcomes through the pandemic in 2020, we did see that obviously a lot of the occupations that were impacted were service-related industries and human-facing industries. We did see originally a very significant fall in female employment. My recollection was it was slightly higher. That is, it fell further, than male employment. Again, I think as the economy recovered, we saw effectively similar jobs come back. And again, my memory is that female employment also recovered again quite faster than male employment. I haven't looked at the gender split or don't have in front of me the gender split as it is now playing out, but I would expect it would be quite similar again. And of course, as we talked about this morning, we'd expect a similarly strong recovery in those industries, and so I guess we would expect those to recover quite quickly as we did in 2020.
Has the Treasurer asked for any analysis as to how this recent lockdown has impacted on women?
On women, sorry?
Yes.
We've certainly provided advice on basically the sectors impacted, how we've seen employment change. I don't recall off the top of my head if we've broken down in response to that the gender differences, but I'd have to go back and check.
Do you think you could check that today, Mr. Power? I'm interested in understanding whether the Treasurer has sought a briefing as to how the recent lockdowns have impacted on women.
I'm happy to take it, Senator.
May I ask whether the Minister Hume, who is responsible for women's economic security, whether she has sought a briefing on how the recent lockdowns have impacted on women?
Again, I'd have to take that on notice, Senator.
Mr. Power, you've undertaken to have a look today to see whether Treasury has done this analysis for the Treasurer. Can I ask whether you can have a look today to see whether Minister Hume has been briefed on this same issue?
Sorry, that's exactly what I thought I was just taking on notice, Senator.
Yes, well, taking something on notice implies that we won't find out about it for another 2 months. I'm asking whether you could have a look today before we leave.
Right, I understand. I'm happy to explore that and see if we can get back to you today.
I think I can assist, Senator. I've got responsibility for the Women's Economic Security budget package within Fiscal Group, and we, on a regular basis, provide briefing to Minister Hume, for example, after every labour force release on what the outcomes of that labour force release have been, taking agenda, looking at it through a gender lens.
So has Minister Hume been briefed on how the recent lockdowns have impacted women's employment?
So she has, in the context of how is the labour market evolving, and the impact of the lockdowns is very clear in the labour market data. So yes, in that context.
So she can't say she doesn't know.
Well, Senator, you had an answer in relation to briefings.
Mr Power, back to the Treasurer. Has he asked for any other kind of demographic analysis as to how the recent lockdowns have impacted on other cohorts, for example, younger people, older people?
Again, Senator, the details of that I'll have to check, but essentially we often provide, as Ms Wilkinson just mentioned, labour market briefing to the Treasurer, which includes some of those breakdowns. So it would be quite normal for us to include those breakdowns, by the way, including gender breakdowns. So I wouldn't necessarily always expect that the Treasurer asks for specific details, because we provide those breakdowns as a matter of course.
An example of that is in Dr Kennedy's opening statement, at least where he highlighted in terms of the breakdown of the COVID disaster payment, and that it mostly flowed to younger workers and mostly flowed to those in the bottom 40% of income distribution. Provided some statistics around that too, which are obviously in that statement.
In the recent RBA board minutes from October, members acknowledged that the recovery was likely to be uneven across the economy and that uncertainty would be a feature of the outlook for some time yet. Is that also Treasury's assessment, that the recovery is likely to be uneven?
Yeah, I think as Dr Kennedy went through this morning, we certainly expect the recovery out of these lockdowns to be strong, broad-based. There's always some unevenness in the recovery that happens. However, I guess what we've seen, and we talked a bit about this morning, was confidence has stayed quite high. Some of the spending indicators that we've seen coming through the real-time data has suggested to us that there will be quite a strong rebound. That is not to say that there won't be particular areas, groups that will take longer for others to come back, but I think on the whole we would be quite confident in the strength of a broad recovery.
So when the RBA says that the recovery was likely to be uneven across the economy, are you saying that Treasury has a different view to that? You said that you expect the recovery to be strong and broad-based, but the RBA says that the recovery is likely to be uneven. Those two things don't seem consistent to me.
Well, I think Mr Power addressed that up front when he said that there are always some differences in terms of how different sectors will respond and the pace at which they may recover. That's, I mean, you never see complete uniformity of movement across all industries or sectors, Senator.
So no daylight between you and the RBA then, Mr Power? You have the same view?
In fact, I think, Senator, in the last piece that the RBA had put out in the Statement on Monetary Policy, they had an extremely strong recovery forecast for 2020. And again, whilst I'm sure there are some differences if they were to present evidence here, their recovery was, I think the way I would describe it, would be extremely strong and broad-based through the paper they released. So I don't think there is any significant difference in the way we're seeing the unfolding of the recovery.
Okay. When you say that the recovery is likely to be uneven, what does that look like? Who is impacted by an uneven recovery in your assessment?
I should say at this point, Senator, we're 2 or 3 weeks into coming out of the recovery, and we've talked a little bit about the data that we've seen. So it's still very early, but I guess one of the things that has been striking straight away is the speed with which, in relation to the card data we mentioned this morning, the spending has recovered. It's a bit early to tell on which sectors or which industries will be faster or slower than others. We know there's a lot of activity that's pent up and to be in the construction sector, which is getting back to work, and we're expecting over the Christmas period, for example. That's obviously quite commonly a busy period for a combination of food services. So those sorts of sectors, arts and recreation, those sorts of sectors typically will be strong over that period. They're also human-facing sectors, so it's possible, of course, that there could be some reticence of some of the population, but it's too early to tell, to be honest, about what categories we're seeing respond faster.
Mr. Power, you've talked about differentials in the rate of industry recovery. Do you have any assessment about the geographic distribution of the recovery?
Not at this stage, Senator. Again, partly because the data that we've seen so far hasn't really borne that out. If we think about the macro sense, we're probably thinking about the labour market we talked about this morning in those sectors. I'm not sure that I wouldn't have a view on the geographic spread at the moment, although of course as it relates to internal tourism and over the Christmas period, that will obviously depend on interstate borders and people's ability to travel, for example, to regions for the Christmas period.
Different parts of the country are coming from very different starting points at present as well, Senator, as you well and truly appreciate that the lockdown states, Victoria, New South Wales, ACT, are coming through a period of reopening. The other jurisdictions are broadly open in terms of all areas of their domestic economy, except for their borders and the implications that has in tourism and related sectors. So, in that sense, you've got quite disparate starting points, and in large tracts of the country, you would say their recovery has almost been uninterrupted from the previous outbreaks.
I'm trying to understand whether Treasury has done any distributional analysis about assessing regional differentials. And it sounds like the answer is, at this point, no.
At this point, no, Senator, I would say.
Okay. Has Treasury done any analysis on the regions outside of the Commonwealth hotspots, or the Commonwealth declared hotspots, that might be continuing to experience an impact from the lockdowns? And I am thinking about tourism. You mentioned that just now.
Certainly, we do a lot of liaison, and for example, speaking to some of our colleagues in different parts of the country. And so, for example, WA, as Senator Birmingham mentioned, some of the states that haven't had restrictions have been performing very well. When we talk to businesses in some of those states, they are impacted by some reduction in that internal travel. So, for example, in some of the, particularly in the tourist sectors, so there are some impacts flowing on to other states as a result, for example, of the lockdowns on the East Coast, that some sectors are feeling in those states. But on the whole, I guess there is that sense of two speeds, in the sense that the states that aren't locked down have been doing quite well, and those that have been locked down, of course, have had significant contractions.
So you'd identify the tourism sector as the one, as the most significantly affected industry outside of the declared hotspot areas?
Well, that's the example, I guess, that we've got through the liaison, that people have been experiencing some of those impacts. I would say that when people have spoken to us about that, and this has occurred through 2021, they've talked about internal state tourism providing some support, but they just had noticed that impact from reduction in travel from for example, from the eastern states.
Okay. Any other sectors reporting similar challenges outside of the COVID-affected hotspots?
That's probably the most significant one that comes to my mind, Senator, off the top of my head.
Any quantitative...
Others, certainly from my experience, go perhaps more to some of the issues Senator McDonald was raising earlier, Senator McAllister, in terms of labour force shortages and some of those different pressures that some of those states are feeling, and industries in some of those states are feeling.
And any quantitative assessment of those impacts, Mr. Power, in the non-hotspot areas?
No, Senator, we don't have any quantitative analysis of that I'm aware of.
Chair, that's all the questioning that I have on this particular one, but other Labor senators have questions, I know.
Sure. So just to be clear, we've still got the macro group here. Are there any other questions for the macro group?
Yeah, I have questions, but I can be relatively quick.
Sure. Thank you, Senator Gallagher.
Okay. I think we covered this last hearing about and I'm not sure, I hope people haven't covered it off this morning, but just the issue of global supply chains and how that's impacting for particular industries across Australian businesses, and whether you've got any latest analysis on that, what some of those impacts are, and how they're affecting Australian businesses. And the second question is whether the Treasurer has asked for any support package or measures to be put in place to help those businesses that are experiencing global supply shortages.
To talk to the issue of global supply shortages, it's certainly an issue that's being discussed quite broadly globally at the moment, and particularly as it relates to inflation. So there are some supply chain bottlenecks that we're seeing that has affected the time taken for some goods to be imported, and I guess the discussion is around whether that will feed into inflation. At present, our view, and I think the broad view, is that whilst those impacts are sustaining for slightly longer than expected, that they will start to come off through next year. Indeed, that's what our view was at budget in terms of the inflation forecast, and it's a similar view, I think, that the IMF has recently reflected. So I think that's our broad view on some of those bottlenecks.
Can you what are the major areas? Like, obviously there's some in construction, isn't there? What are the other areas that when you talk about bottlenecks, what are they?
So I think we've seen a bit of, and again, this is partly coming from our consultation and delay with sectors, but we've seen some delay certainly in motor vehicles, to some extent in furniture. You mentioned some in the construction sector. They're the sorts of information that's come through in our liaison in terms of those bottlenecks. But again, they don't seem to be affecting the commodity sectors. Partly is the information we've been getting. It's more sort of some of those consumer and inputs into other processes.
Okay, and does the government think that your advice to the government is that this will smooth through into next year and shouldn't be a major or broader economic impacts?
To be honest with you, it's something we're considering quite a lot at the moment in terms of risks, and as I said, it's quite a live discussion globally. Our view at the moment, as we look at the situation, is we do think those are factors that will subside next year. But the key issue really is whether, from a macro point of view, inflation expectations remain anchored, which we think they are at present. But we'll continue to keep quite a close perspective on it. Okay.
All right, that's probably as far as I'm going to get on that, isn't it? So you're watching it, but at this point, you're not overly concerned.
Not from an Australian point of view.
Okay.
I think is where we'll be at.
What about those businesses that are impacted? Are they over? I've certainly had representations around timber shortages and different materials impacting on those businesses' ability to do work. Yeah. I've heard around long delays about getting cars and things like that. Yeah. So, what's the government's response to those businesses? Is it just sort of hope you'll be right next year?
Senator, and
it's a different question to the inflation one, I guess. Yeah.
I've had similar discussions with some businesses around the country. To a certain extent, these are factors that that businesses are always having to deal with in terms of engagement in international markets and some of the variabilities that come with it.
there are certainly pressure points that have developed in areas such as motor vehicles, which you highlight. I mean, in the main, what the businesses I've engaged with there have said is that their sales are well up.
Yeah.
It's supply
So
keeping up
demand's
with
there, yeah, the
it's
demand's
supply
there,
keeping
it's
up
supply,
with
yeah.
with that demand, and so again, as Dr. Kennedy kind of referenced when we were talking about some of the labour market supply issues and so on, they're problems, but they're the good problems to have if you're going to have problems, that you'd rather be dealing with strong demand and trying to keep up with that demand than weakness in demand in that regard. So, look, we're conscious certainly of it, but in terms of those international supply chains, like for motor vehicles, it's we're equally hearing of the ramping up that that producers are trying to do to meet that demand.
Okay, so you're not specifically looking at any. You don't think there needs to be any kind of specific response to those areas of the economy that are experiencing those supply chain pressures at this point?
No, not at this point, and not from a short-term perspective. There are policies the government's pursued over the last couple of budgets in terms of the modern manufacturing strategy and the work that the Office of Sovereign Capability will be doing, that will be seeking to perhaps look at areas where there is risk attached to our role in international, or our place in international supply chains, and how we make sure that we either minimise that risk, or where there are opportunities for businesses that they're supported in pursuing those opportunities.
Yeah. Okay. I know Senator Walsh has some questions for foreign investment. Is that right? Are you doing those? Yeah. I'll just finish off. In terms of updating the growth figures, I guess that will come, won't it? Your budget predictions around GDP growth. But I guess my question linked to that, so I know that you'll say that will happen when you update your MyEFO things, but in June last year, the Prime Minister gave a speech to CEDA where he said the government has a plan to lift our economic growth rate by more than 1 percentage point above trend to beat the expected pre-COVID GDP by 2025. How is that target going? And that was in June last year. So we're a year post that commitment. Are you going to be able to reach the target the government's set, or the Prime Minister has set?
Senator, you were right in your introductory comments there that there will be updates to growth forecasts as to other projections, which the Treasurer and I will update when MyEFO is handed down later this year. And that'll be the place where we'll be able to consolidate analysis to date. As we've already discussed this morning, the Delta variant outbreak and associated lockdowns have had a negative impact on economic growth, and that's a reality that we have to face. And so that may result in some need to look at some of those medium-term projections as well as to what's achievable. But it certainly remains the government's objective to see economic growth come back strongly, in ways that enable us to recover our position as quickly as possible, and that's what some of those policy measures from this year's budget and last year's budget seek to achieve.
So it's probably not realistic. What I can take from your evidence is it's not realistic to expect that we're going to achieve a growth rate of more than 1 percentage point above trend to beat the pre-COVID GDP by 2025.
Look, I don't want to preempt the modelling that will happen. I guess I just gave you the downside part of that equation, which was the Delta variant and those outbreaks.
But
on the upside, Senator Gallagher, just so that I can finish that.
Yep.
From June last year,
through to the conclusion of the financial year last year, we did see growth exceed expectations. And so prior to Delta
hitting,
we were actually exceeding the expectations from the time the Prime Minister gave that speech. We've obviously had a negative effect from the Delta outbreak, but you've heard plenty of discussion about confidence coming out of that, which may well, in fact, again, I think the Treasury Secretary this morning spoke once again about the potential to exceed outcomes on the other side of these outbreaks.
Okay. But in the current economic forecast, GDP growth remains below trend. So I'm wondering where this mystery 1 percentage point above trend growth comes from. Like, does the government have a plan that would deliver that kind of growth over and above what Treasury's realistically forecasting in your budget updates or your budget?
Senator, I think...
I'm interested in where it's coming from.
I think Treasury can speak for themselves in terms of the approach. They provide high quality modelling and forecasts, but also appropriately seek to be cautious in terms of their forecasting. The government structuring of our policies has been about trying to drive economic growth, and in a number of those areas, as I said, it's those measures have exceeded expectations. The very strong rates of growth that we saw in terms of business investment in plant, machinery, equipment are a demonstration of how our policies are translating in terms of investment activity by businesses and investment in productive equipment and machinery that can only help their competitiveness and productivity and growth in the years ahead.
Okay. Right, well, we'll wait and see what your update says in December. It seems to me there's some assumed productivity gains in the budget that are, it's not clear to me how they're going to be achieved.
That sounds more like an observation or a comment than
well, I was
than a question,
waiting. I was
Senator.
inviting you to say how you are going to, because it is linked to therefore people's wages, going up, as the Treasury Secretary has said, I think a number of times. That basically focus on productivity is ultimately what's going to drive wages up.
And again, for the financial year recently concluded, wages growth exceeded expectations.
It's very low, historically low.
In a very low inflationary environment too.
So that's it's as good as it gets.
Senator Gallagher, do you know if Senator Watt is far away, if he's got some questions on foreign investment?
Senator Walsh.
Oh, Senator Walsh.
Yes.
Sorry,
yep.
I misheard. Senator Walsh.
Yep.
Well, that's a relief.
I was looking forward to it, Minister.
Great.
But anyway, Senator Walsh, you've got some questions on foreign investment?
Senator Walsh is always very polite. Yeah. That's all I was observing.
Yeah, right. So we're finishing with macro.
No,
we're just.
I would
we're all
have
in
that
the same.
Senator.
Okay.
Yeah, we're in corporate.
Sorry,
macro
Senator Carlson.
Foreign investment. Yep.
But I think polite. That's all I was indicating.
Senator,
That doesn't mean not
motivated
tough.
me to be
Just-
so. But,
Senator Walsh.
thank you. Yes, so question in relation to Foreign Investment Review Board. Thank you, Ms. Kelly. So this is just a couple of questions about the purchase of Colonial First State by KKR, which is an American-based retirement savings company, which has a sort of checkered track record, to say the least, in the US, the purchase is, I think, well underway, and there's interest in this purchase being reviewed. Are you aware of KKR and the CFS matter?
Roxanne Kelly, Deputy Secretary, Corporate and Foreign Investment Group. We're aware of the media reports around the proposed acquisition, but as is our usual practice, we're unable to confirm or deny any specific application information.
Yeah, so you can't tell the committee today whether or not that purchase is actually under review because it's your practice to not do so.
It's not only our practice, it's part of the legislation of the FATA in terms of protected information. It places quite stringent, I suppose, limitations on what we can say publicly.
Yeah. So I'll just ask a more sort of general question then about I guess the issues that it raises, that case raises. Would FIRB have a general interest in whether entities that hold Australians' retirement savings could be purchased by companies that have a bad track record overseas in their own countries on those sorts of issues?
Senator, it plays part of the national interest issues that we look at. One of those is around the character of the investor. So that is something that is looked at as part of the application process.
And in relation to a sort of an entity that wants to buy into the Australian superannuation sector, what sort of character would you be looking at? What kinds of concerns might you want to look at if there was a sort of a major acquisition of that nature in Australia?
I might just get Mr Hamilton to go into the detail for you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator. Tom Hamilton, First Assistant Secretary, Foreign Investment Division. As Ms Kelly said, in looking at all potential foreign investments, and this is general, not to be taken as in relation to a particular case, we do look at a number of factors. Typically, that includes, as Ms Kelly said, the character of the investor. We're not limited in what we might look at there. There's no prescription around that would constrain us from doing that. It's also important to note that we also look at things like other government policies that might relate to that potential acquisition. That includes things like tax, for example. We look at the impact on the economy and the community as well. We look at competition policy, and we of course look at national security as well. That's well known, and that's a long-standing feature of the framework. But it's not defined by legislation. We are able to look at whatever we think we might need to look at when we look at particular transactions that come before us, and we're quite rigorous in going through those transactions to make sure that they are not contrary to the national interest or national security, as the case may be.
Would you look at things like whether a company had breached laws in the home country, in the host country, in relation to matters like conflict and sort of matters around the structure of a company? So if there had been legal findings made against a company around those sort of basic structural sort of integrity issues, is that something that you would take into account?
Yeah, in general, Senator, that there's certainly nothing that would prohibit us from doing that, and we do routinely make sure that we understand the character of the investor, and that includes their corporate record.
Just broadly, I think finally on this matter, I guess sometimes the entities that are seeking to take over an entity in Australia may or may not be in the same sort of line of business. Mm-hmm. If if an overseas company wanted to buy into the Australian sort of superannuation market, would their track record specifically in relation to retirement savings or whatever the setup is in the host country be relevant? You know, would the specific industry that they're operating in and their record in that specific sector be relevant?
So we would look at that. As I said, we wouldn't be limited to the particular sector. We could look at broad corporate track records as well to ensure that we're confident that the character of the investor wouldn't be contrary to the national interest should they choose to invest here.
I think the other thing I'd add, Senator, too, is that in some of those industries, there are actually other Australian regulators who actually look at how the industry is operating and the behaviour of the entities in that industry. And it's really important. We work very closely with the domestic regulators as well, and we actually expect every foreign investor who invests in Australia to comply with Australian law. So I think that's the other factor and the other safeguard that's in there. It's not just around a foreign investment decision.
And do you have any sort of concerns about what the level of foreign investment or ownership is in the Australian superannuation sector? Is that something that you look at, what the overall level of foreign ownership of Australian superannuation funds is?
I think in every sector we actually look at what we call aggregation and whether there's any issues emerging with that. So it is one of the factors, again, that we do take into account.
And if there were sort of a major legal action underway in relation to an entity that wanted to buy into a superannuation fund in Australia, you know, that was of a really significant scale, is that the type of issue that would be part of your investigation?
Yeah, we would look at that. Obviously, the decisions are made on a case-by-case basis, so it would depend on the facts of an individual case should that come before us.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Walsh. So thank you, Deputy Secretary and First Assistant Secretary. Thank you. I think we're now moving on to the Fiscal Group.
Thanks.
Okay, welcome again, Ms Wilkinson. So who would like the call for Fiscal Group? Senator Gallagher.
Can I just get some headline figures? So how much has the Commonwealth paid in economic support payments, so the COVID disaster payments and business support to date, since those payments were announced?
So, you mean over the whole period of the pandemic?
Well, when weren't the disaster payments? They were decided.
Yeah, sorry, no, I just didn't quite catch your question.
Yeah,
so you're just asking about the COVID disaster payments?
Yes, and the business support that was, I think, negotiated initially with New South Wales, then it went to Victoria, and then I think it was applied across the board.
Yeah, well, there were business support programs agreed with Victoria when they first went into lockdown, I think in about May. So, yes, I can answer that question. So the total amount of COVID disaster payment that has been made is $12.3 billion.
12.3 billion.
Yep.
Yep.
And the Commonwealth contribution to business support payments.
Because you've got a 50-50 there.
That's right.
Yep.
Is 5.7 billion.
5.7 billion.
Yep.
Can you break that down? Presumably, majority of those payments have gone to New South Wales, Victoria, and some to the ACT.
That's correct. So, in terms of COVID disaster payments, 7.4 billion has gone to New South Wales.
Yep.
3.8 to Victoria, and 324 million. So those two were billions. This one's 324 million to the ACT.
To the ACT.
Yep.
Yep.
And in terms of business support payments,
yep.
2.9 billion has gone to New South Wales, 2.5 to Victoria, and 124 million to the ACT.
Okay. And so those payments still, those figures are up to date as of...
That's right. I thought you might... Oh, so I believe they're up to date as of the COVID disaster payments as of the 21st of October.
Yep.
The business support payments are as of yesterday.
Okay.
And these are the amounts that have been dispersed by states, to the best of our knowledge. They're not... I mean, the Commonwealth is reimbursing states for those payments.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. So, can you explain the difference in the COVID support payments or the disaster payments and the business support to JobKeeper? So, firstly, it's a scheme you're administering through the states and territories as opposed to directly through the tax office. I think that would be the first big change.
For the business support payments, that's correct.
Sorry, yep.
That's right. So the business support payments are being delivered by states and territories, whereas JobKeeper was delivered by the tax office. The business support payments have been designed differently in different states to suit their circumstances. Whereas the JobKeeper payment was a common national program.
Yeah. So what are the different, when you say there's different arrangements in different states, can you give me an example of that?
Well, so for example, business support payments in New South Wales and Victoria were designed to support businesses that were impacted in the way in which those lockdowns had been imposed, and those were imposed differently across the two states, and the program was designed differently across the two states. Business support payments have been paid to states who have not been in lockdown or who were coming out of lockdown to assist those businesses as they're coming out of the lockdown. So that certainly occurred in South Australia, for example. And there have been business support payments in other states, including Tasmania, which have been designed to support businesses that had been affected by the lockdowns in the eastern states, but who were not subject to lockdown themselves. So individual states and territories looked at their circumstances and worked to design the business support arrangements that they thought were most suitable for businesses in their states, given the situations that they faced.
Okay.
National Cabinet did agree around the middle of the year, Senator, that the Commonwealth would take responsibility for income support payments, and that states and territories would take responsibility for business support payments. Ultimately, we recognising the extent of support and engagement that was necessary, took the view that we would also partner with the states and territories in that business support. So we have gone down the path where overwhelmingly the Commonwealth has delivered income support payments to individuals, save for a few small areas where the states and territories have contributed. and in business support payments, we've undertaken these arrangements on a shared 50-50 basis, responding and working with states and territories on proposals that they've brought forward, targeting the different needs as they see them, perhaps a little reflective of Senator McAllister's questions before about some of those distinct regional differences that we've seen.
Okay. Okay, so I wasn't aware, to be honest, how were the cross-border issues dealt with then? If you had different rules around access to business support, like here in the ACT, we have a lot of businesses that operate across Queanbeyan and the ACT. So how would that be managed if there was different rules about the eligibility or access to those payments?
So business support payments offered by states were paid to businesses that operated in those states. And this was, before the ACT, I'll get Mr White to confirm, but before the ACT went into lockdown, the Commonwealth agreed with the ACT government to provide business support to ACT businesses that were being impacted because of the New South Wales lockdown. That's correct, isn't it, Mr White?
I think that's correct. We'll probably have to check, but I think that's right. And it goes to the point that Ms Wilkinson made before, that some of the states that haven't been in lockdowns have had business support programs because they've been affected. So the rules do differ between borders, that is true, right? There is no doubt. And it makes the most difference in places like the ACT and between New South Wales and Queensland and New South Wales and Victoria, where there are border communities. But it is true that there are different rules for people on different sides of the border.
Okay.
And some of the, as we said, some of those have been sort of addressed as we've gone along in the way states have developed their rules and those sorts of things.
Mr White, could you just give your name and title for the benefit of
Damien White,
please?
First Assistant Secretary, Commonwealth State and Population Division.
Thank you.
Sorry, Chair.
So subject to the eligibility criteria that the states have applied, but it's feasible that a business operating across Victoria, New South Wales and the ACT could be receiving business support payments from each of those jurisdictions if they have operations in each of those jurisdictions that meet those eligibility criteria.
Okay.
And I guess the other reality was that businesses in different jurisdictions were facing different health restrictions themselves. So, that was also something that we had to recognise and be prepared to deal with.
So who, can I ask, and again, forgive me if this has been covered before, but who made the decision that it would be a grant system administered by the states and territories? Was that the Commonwealth's preferred
I think it was. I think it really was more a function of engagement with the states and territories, particularly noting the fact that, unlike the early stages of last year, when we were seeing blanket restrictions occurring across the country and lockdowns occurring across all jurisdictions at a similar time in those early stages of the pandemic. We instead were now dealing with quite localised arrangements. Yes, we've had now a longer time that has felt from the outside probably more consistent across New South Wales, Victoria, ACT, but the rest of the country's still been quite open, and even within those three jurisdictions, the differences in terms of which sectors could operate, which ones couldn't, has been present the whole way through. So. That I suspect is why National Cabinet agreed that business support was better delivered and able to be more nuanced and effectively targeted to jurisdictional needs and to regional needs if it was done by the state or territory. The income support, we were able to structure the eligibility criteria and rely on the systems of DSS to be able to deliver that more efficiently and effectively than the states could, given the tools and vehicles we have at our disposal through the DSS systems.
Okay, so do you have any of the states or territories raised concerns about the fact that they've had to create. I mean, I imagine with the amount that's gone out the door, it's quite a lot of work for them to administer a grant scheme that they've never administered before under arrangements that are negotiated with you.
So we worked very collaboratively with states and territories, and the Commonwealth Government did, in order to agree with them around the design of the scheme, which was feasible for them to implement. We also offered support that can be provided from the ATO, for example, particularly for compliance purposes. And we shared, where we could, the experiences across different states and territories, and I know they shared their experiences around different ways of designing these schemes and what were the different options that were available that were explored in different jurisdictions.
Can I ask why the government didn't just use the JobKeeper scheme? It would seem to me that and I know there's the localised impact versus the national, but you had the infrastructure, you knew, the payment, I think, it's 50% cost by the states. Is that why? Is that... why did we create two payments?
I think there are...
why didn't we just go back to JobKeeper instead of creating the disaster payments and the business support and have two schemes running by different governments with different arrangements? It just seems a bit illogical to me.
So there are a few reasons, and Ms Wilkinson might like to, or officials add. Obviously, yes, the localised nature of outbreaks was significant, and the ability to be able to essentially turn on and turn off support more effectively and faster than we had necessarily done with JobKeeper. The cost sharing was an important principle. The Commonwealth's degree of lifting in terms of the economic support has by far and away outweighed that of the states and territories, and even through these lockdowns continued to do so, given we were paying all of the costs of income support and 50% of the costs of business support. But then there are also potentially associated eligibility questions that if we tried to administer a business supports program of that nature at a national level, we may have found ourselves inadvertently paying businesses not impacted by lockdowns in other jurisdictions, given some of the expectations on the Commonwealth or legal requirements constitutionally in terms of how we can legislate and apply grants for the nation. So there were some practical reasons as well in terms of being able to not only target the spending where the lockdown was and for the duration of lockdowns, but also to not see a spillover effect elsewhere. But officials might want to add to any of those legal considerations.
No, I think that's absolutely right. I mean, particularly thinking about the COVID disaster payment, if I think about the COVID disaster payments which were made in May and June and July, they were turned on and turned off in different jurisdictions as restrictions were imposed and then as they were withdrawn. And that system worked very well to very quickly get assistance to individuals who had their hours cut by 20 hours or by more than 8 hours. So the combination of those two, I think Senator Birmingham is absolutely right that the nature of the JobKeeper scheme is that it would have had to be a national scheme that was run nationally. And even though it feels a bit like it on the East Coast, that everyone's been in lockdown for the last 2 months, we've got several states and territories that have been in and out over that time and that have not been in at all. And this current set of arrangements just provided more flexibility to get assistance very quickly to those individuals who needed it, and then to work with states and territories around the business.
But was it able to? Because I've had some feedback that the way that it was administered from payments from you to the states and territories, so you then have to arrange a new grant system, meant that there were delays in getting support, business support, directly to businesses. Do you know how long it took to get those schemes up and running, and do the states and territories have to feed back to you about payment times?
So we haven't paid. We didn't require. So it wasn't the case that we paid the states and territories and then they had to pay businesses. The states and territories designed and operated their schemes, and we reimbursed them in arrears. And some of those schemes paid out extremely quickly. And if I think about the Victorian arrangements, for example, they used the fact that they had run a business support scheme in, they had run a business support scheme in, I think it's either May or June, and then used the eligibility of businesses from that scheme to automatically make payments to businesses in their subsequent payments. So it did vary across jurisdictions, and I think most jurisdictions, the hurdle was setting up the grant program in the first place, and then after that the payments went out reasonably quickly. We have had ongoing discussions with states and territories around where are their schemes up to, where are their payments up to. One of the things that's been challenging in this process is to estimate what would be the total. These are all demand-driven programs, and what would be the total cost. And so sometimes there were less payments made than we expected, but it's turned out that there was just less demand for that scheme. It wasn't a factor. It wasn't reflecting the fact that there was just delays in rollouts.
I think, Senator, as well, it's important to be mindful of the fact that payments under JobKeeper, whilst they supported businesses in some ways by relieving payroll pressures, ultimately they were payments to individuals. Every dollar in JobKeeper had to be passed through to employees under those rules. What we managed to put in place in terms of a more targeted payments program through the COVID disaster assistance payment that could be turned on and off more directly also worked very quickly. We saw individuals basically saying that when they completed their application, some of them saying they got the money in their bank account within 40 minutes. So we were able to hit that individual support quite directly and effectively and efficiently. Give business the confidence that if they were having to stand down their employees or reduce hours of their employees, the support was going to be there for their employees through this program. And then in terms of that more targeted business assistance, well, that is where we were able to work with states and territories. You can see that some had additional programs for hospitality businesses or the like that went over and above what they were providing to businesses generally, reflective of the fact that there were longer impacts or deeper impacts that those sectors were feeling.
Okay. Could I get just a breakdown of the jurisdictional breakdown of the business support and the disaster payments? Because I think I've heard in your evidence that there was, like, Tasmania and South Australia received some money as well. Just to save time, do you
want me to take it on notice?
Well, I'm happy to. Or you've given me, unless you want to do it really quickly, and then you don't have. Yes, okay. See, most departments like to take things on notice. Ms Wilkinson, you are different. You like to get it off your plate now. I've learnt this with you. So great.
That's on the hand side for evidence.
Well, she does. She comes prepared though. You do a lesson in it. For others. Okay.
So you want the COVID disaster payment by state? I've given you three of the states. So we've done New South Wales, Victoria and the ACT. Queensland received 263,000. Western Australia, I don't think it has ever been available in Western Australia because they haven't had a lockdown of sufficient length. South Australia, 48 million. Did I say 1,000? I meant 263 million. 48 million. And the Northern Territory, 3.8 million. And then for business support, Queensland, 133.5 million. WA, 0.19 million. South Australia, 13 million. Tasmania, 19 million. And the Northern Territory, 0.14 million.
Thank you.
And I've just realised that I skipped over COVID disaster payment for Tasmania. That's also because that's a zero. It hasn't been...
Okay.
So
it might need to be updated.
So this is as of the 21st of the 10th.
Yes.
I think we've had 3 days in
Yes.
this. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
But yes.
We'll let you off
Putting
the
that-
hook on
And
that
those
one.
business support payments are the Commonwealth contribution, right? So the amount
Yes.
that went to business was double that.
Yes,
Yes.
because you got the 50%. Okay, and is there a hard, I mean, I think the disaster payments finish 2 weeks after lockdowns are lifted. How are you managing that? Because lockdowns lifting are sort of different in different states.
Yeah.
Like lockdowns are being taken off with public health measures that differ.
So you should talk to Services Australia about exactly
okay.
how they're managing
yeah,
that.
We'll see
but
them
they
tomorrow.
have quite an involved
Okay.
communications program with individuals who are on the COVID disaster payment. Because once you get to 70%, you have to reapply.
Yeah.
There's already engagement with individuals on CDP at that point, and then that's when they're communicating with them about what the step down is once that jurisdiction gets to 80%. But these are all linked to when the jurisdiction gets to 70 and 80%.
Okay, so for the business support program, because I think that has stopped payments have stopped in ACT, New South Wales, but not Victoria, because they're still opening up. Is that correct, or?
So, Senator, yes, so New South Wales, we have stopped making payments when they got to 80%, I think, last week.
So is that your hard line on disaster payments?
80%.
Once you reach 80% double vaccinated, that's it, you're out, you're on your own.
So it's not like the exact day, so we've got agreements with the states, basically, that's a day about when they got to 80%.
Okay.
And so, so New South Wales, I think we stopped contributing, I think it was at the beginning of last week. And New South Wales are still running the JobSaver program for another few weeks or a month, paying, and they're contributing all the funding for that.
Okay.
With the ACT, I think we've got to the end date of that. I think it was the middle of this month as well, where we stopped contributing.
And that's on the 80% mark.
And that was on the 80% mark as well. And with Victoria, there is an agreement with them to run to 80% as well. And I think it's the beginning of November, or maybe like around the 10th or thereabouts, that we will stop contributing to that. All the other states, they were one-off agreements, so they weren't ongoing payments. So what we have there is what's been agreed and what there will be. So there's no, because it wasn't linked to a lockdown and 80%, it was more about funding tourism and those sorts of things. It was just a one-off agreement.
Okay. And in the, so the Commonwealth view is once you get to 80%, you want to, because even at 80%, even here, there's still quite strict restrictions on businesses from operating. If you're a hairdresser, for example, up until I think next week, you can only have 5 people in your premises at any one time. If you're a home renovating tradie, you're only allowed 2 people in a home when you're renovating, and none of the home people, the people who live there, are allowed to be in the home. Like there are still. So how do we deal with that? Is that the Commonwealth kind of sending a message to the states at 80%? We think you should be right open, and if not, you take the.
No,
you carry the cost?
It's not quite that, Senator, because the national plan does indicate that that safe reopening steps at 80% may see certain limited measures remaining in place, as Dr. Kennedy was talking about before. What we do see is that at that stage we get back more to an environment where our role should be economy-wide support measures that have greater consistency across the nation. So things like the loss carryback provisions, or the small business loans and financial support and assistance, the type of measures that all businesses can meet and access if they meet consistent eligibility criteria, regardless of the rules in a state or territory. And that the states, given we have invested many multiples what they have in terms of economic support.
You are the federal government, though. Let's face it. I mean, you've got you have the
capability and the levers to do that.
The balance sheets of some of the states and territories are much stronger than our balance sheet in terms of budget outcomes at present too. So we have leveraged our balance sheet a long way as a federal government relative to some others. The states and territories.
Are you talking about anyone specifically there, or any?
I could probably say almost all.
I think almost all.
All of them in terms of the extent to which we've leveraged our balance sheet relative to them. Obviously, some states like WA are operating significant surpluses at present. The opportunity then where their restrictions are quite targeted and increasingly targeted, they are better placed to be able to respond in more direct ways to address businesses impacted by those restrictions, whilst, as I say, our economy-wide measures, it's not like Commonwealth support has ended. Commonwealth support remains significant as outlined in the last two budgets, but our systems are better built for that economy-wide program to be in place. I should just, in terms of the other answer to a program like JobKeeper or that sort of system which you asked before, Senator, the one other thing that I'm not sure any of us expressed was if we built it as a national program, that eligibility criteria I referenced might see some businesses not impacted by lockdowns still able to access it because of other reasons for downturns that may not be a direct result of government policy. But the other factor we needed to be mindful of was nationally operating businesses who were directly impacted in states that were in lockdowns may not have been eligible for the type of business support they've received to sustain their operations in those states because they were still doing quite well in the states that were open. So again, the JobKeeper model worked for a national situation, not for those geographically targeted situations.
Senator Gallagher, are we getting close to a convenient break where I can give the call to Senator McKim in terms of your line of questioning?
I just wanted to check with one thing that has been raised with me, and I presume just to finish this off, and I think the answer would be no, but will all of the joint business support programs across the country be subject to Commonwealth income tax?
No, almost all of them have been exempt.
Yeah.
Not when I say almost, that I think all of them have been listed as exempt.
Yeah, non-accessible,
income. Non-accessible, nanny. Non-accessible,
Okay, I just wanted that on the record.
Sure.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Senator. I'll now give the call to Senator McKim. Are you there, Senator McKim?
Thanks, Chair. I am. Can folks hear me okay?
Yes, Senator McKim.
Thank you. Over to you.
Thanks very much. I've just got some questions about JobKeeper. The Treasury's JobKeeper report in defending the decision not to include a clawback mechanism for JobKeeper said that if a clawback mechanism had been implemented, it would have created an incentive for some businesses to reduce turnover in order to maintain eligibility. Now, I can understand how that may be possible for small businesses or even a manufacturer, but can I ask, is Treasury saying that large companies and large retailers in particular would have reduced turnover in order to maintain eligibility for JobKeeper?
Senator, we're just making the general point that if, as soon as you introduce a clawback mechanism or a retesting mechanism, that will provide an incentive for businesses to think about what's in their best interest. I guess I would just note that the vast majority of businesses that received JobKeeper were small businesses. So 97% of businesses were small businesses. 80% of payments went to small businesses or not-for-profits. And so in designing the program, we had to be designing the program as a program that would work for all businesses, but particularly including small businesses.
Right. Well, I guess that's the point I'm making, Ms Wilkinson, is that would it not have been possible to design a program whereby a clawback mechanism could have been put in place for companies over a particular annual turnover, for example, or for multinational companies, for example.
Sorry, Senator McKim, I missed the question there. Could you just repeat that?
Could you have designed a program?
We could have designed the program differently, but in the circumstances, the design, the program was designed in circumstances where we were, I guess, aware of the conditions facing all businesses, and some large businesses also employ a lot of staff. But any program could, of course, be designed differently at different times.
Yes, we can. Any program could have been designed differently, as Ms Wilkinson says, but then it may not have been as effective in terms of keeping people employed, the economic support it provided, both in the immediate term, but also the longer economic support that I think it's providing, as we're seeing in some of those saving rates and abilities of households and businesses to reinvest.
I'm not sure if Ms Wilkinson would think that you just promoted her or demoted her by calling her a senator.
No, I don't think so.
She's smiling, Senator McKim.
Thanks for that, Minister. But look, Louis Vuitton received JobKeeper, and just so folks understand, the chairman and CEO of Louis Vuitton is either one of the world's richest people or is actually the world's richest person, depending on what measure you use. So, given that the Treasurer has put Treasury's advice into the public domain recently in an op-ed by saying that, in Treasury's view, a clawback mechanism would have been a handbrake on the recovery and would have led to higher unemployment. Can someone in there please explain how making Louis Vuitton, chairman and CEO of which is either the world's richest person or one of the richest people in the world, how would making Louis Vuitton pay back JobKeeper be a handbrake on the recovery?
Well, Senator McKim, let's first and foremost remember, as I said in response to a question not that long ago, every single dollar that every JobKeeper recipient received under the laws passed and the program arrangement was passed through to their employees. So it's the casual employees of Louis Vuitton, the part-time employees of Louis Vuitton, the full-time employees of Louis Vuitton who would have received the JobKeeper payments that the government provided, 100% of those payments, as is the case right across the economy. Now, in terms of, if the program had been written with clawback arrangements in place, well, the likely outcome is many of those employees may have ultimately been stood down under those arrangements, as the business was facing the uncertainty that especially retail businesses faced in those months in the first half of last year, when they were being mandated by governments across the country to close their doors. That was the effect in basically every jurisdiction of Australia, that we were responding at the time we put JobKeeper in place to a situation of nationwide lockdowns, forcing such businesses to shut the doors, lock the doors, and tell staff essentially not to come to work. And so that's the environment in which the program was structured. If we had put in place different provisions with greater degrees of conditionality, well, then the impacts on employment would have been more pronounced. The support across the economy would have been less. The support for those individuals employed by those businesses would have been less, which would have had other knock-on effects to the economy.
Well, thanks for all that, Minister, and I'll address part of your answer in some subsequent questions, but I just want to ask the question I asked again because it wasn't answered. How would making a company like Louis Vuitton pay back the $6 million public handout that they got but that they didn't end up needing, how would that be a handbrake on the economy? A handbrake on the recovery? I mean, how could you possibly assert that?
Oh, so, Senator, you're now asking a question in relation to retrospectively rewriting the rules of the program, and if we were to retrospectively rewrite the rules of the program, you would find a situation where many mum and dad businesses, small businesses across the country may be captured by the type of interpretation you're trying to make there, and clearly that would
Not
have
at all.
a real impact. What we've seen, and Treasury can speak to the analysis they've done, but many of these businesses have been able to employ more Australians, and that's been a dividend to our economy and to the Australians who've got extra hours or additional jobs or work as a result of the fact that the program underpinned individual households and supported business strength and viability.
Well, Minister, isn't it true, and I will ask Treasury about their advice in a minute, but isn't it true that the money that went to businesses for JobKeeper, even though it did all go to employees, that businesses that either maintained their profits or increased their profits during the period in which they received JobKeeper, they could just turn around then and use money that they otherwise would have used to pay their employees, but that they didn't have to use to pay their employees because JobKeeper went to the employees. They could just turn around and do other things with that money, couldn't they? They could pay executive bonuses with it, as many of them did. That's true, isn't it?
And many of them went on to increase the number of Australians they employed.
But that is true that many of them turned around and paid themselves large executive bonuses, isn't it?
Look, I'm not going to comment on the sort of generic many of them. There are different reports in terms of how businesses responded. Business profitability in the end is a good thing because it enables businesses to reinvest and to grow, and the evidence in terms of the Australian labour market prior to the Delta lockdowns was that we had record levels of employment across the country, and that many businesses, including some of those who were initially recipients of JobKeeper, went on to not just maintain their staff numbers, but to grow their staff numbers, creating more jobs, hours and opportunity and income for hard-working Australians.
And the vast majority of payments under the program went to small and medium-sized businesses and not-for-profits.
No, I appreciate
overwhelmingly so.
No, I do appreciate that, and that is why the legislation the Greens have proposed has a turnover threshold below which there would be no clawback of JobKeeper. But I'm specifically asking here about large retailers like Harvey Norman and large and extremely wealthy multinationals like Louis Vuitton.
Senator McKim, I mean, we're not here to debate the Greens legislation, but it's the classic double standard there of the Greens. You want the cheap media headlines of being able to sort of go after big names and pursue that. The reality is this program overwhelmingly supported small businesses and low income earners, and if you were to apply a consistency in the type of policy approach you're taking, then the biggest impact of that consistency would be on small businesses too. We're not advocating that sort of approach because we wanted to give all businesses certainty to maintain that confidence that was necessary in the economy at a time of great uncertainty.
Well, we're not advocating that sort of approach either, as I said. But look, can you understand, Minister, why there is such public outrage about JobKeeper and the way it was designed? And what would you say to even a small business who did not apply for JobKeeper because they did not believe that they'd meet the turnover reduction threshold, but one of their direct competitors did apply for JobKeeper and then ultimately ended up not needing JobKeeper but got it anyway and is using the extra money they've got in the bank to undercut their competitor who didn't apply for or get JobKeeper, to undercut them in bidding for jobs. I mean, what would you say to that company which has been massively disadvantaged because they didn't apply for JobKeeper? What would you say to them to explain why it is that you think it's okay that their direct competitors got JobKeeper even though they didn't need it?
A few questions there, Senator McKim. What I would say to anyone is that the rules and the eligibility criteria for JobKeeper were transparently laid out for all to see at the time in which the program was initiated. They were structured in a way to make it as easy as possible for businesses to access it and for the government to administer it, so that we could get the money flowing through to support Australians who were at risk of losing their job. And it wasn't just the risk of Australians losing their job at that point in time. Had businesses had to make large numbers of their staff redundant, that would have triggered a wave of business insolvency. And had we seen a wave of business insolvency, the economic recovery would have been so much harder from that massive business failure. So all Australian businesses have unquestionably benefited from the fact that JobKeeper and the rest of the government's economic supports helped to underpin business solvency, business recovery, employment numbers, household incomes, and delivered the strength of economic recovery that we saw exceeded all expectations prior to the recent Delta outbreaks and lockdowns. So we absolutely defend all of those aspects of the program. In relation to the first comments you make as to perceptions or what people say, I get far more Australian businesses and individual employees who still say thank you for the program, who still welcome the fact that it saved their business, saved their job, and ultimately saved the Australian economy and provided the strong basis for recovery, than I do any of the type of negative commentary that I hear from you or a handful of others, Senator McKim.
All right. So the Treasurer has put Treasury's advice out into the public domain by publishing an op-ed that contained an assertion that it was Treasury's view that a clawback mechanism would have been a handbrake on the recovery and would have led to higher unemployment. Can I ask, perhaps Ms Wilkinson, whether that's an accurate categorisation of Treasury's advice, and is it Treasury's view that a clawback mechanism would have been a handbrake on the recovery and led to higher unemployment if it was only applied to companies that ultimately didn't end up needing it and didn't end up meeting the turnover threshold?
So, Senator, I presume you're aware of the report that was released about 3 weeks ago called Insights from the First 6 Months of JobKeeper?
Yes, I am.
Okay, so that report is a Treasury report that we provided to the Treasurer and the Treasurer released, and we are clear in that report that our advice was that a clawback mechanism or a retesting mechanism, other mechanisms which would have tightened the program, would have had an adverse impact at that time and in the circumstances on both the extent of the downturn, and then also it would have impeded the recovery, not just the recovery in that 6 month period, but also the recovery which we saw unfolded over the first half of this year. And no doubt some of those payments also continue to support businesses through the lockdown period of this last 3 months.
Thanks, Ms Wilkinson. So just to be clear, it's Treasury's view that putting in place a clawback mechanism that only related to large companies and so companies like, for example, big retailers like Harvey Norman, big multinationals like Louis Vuitton, it's Treasury's view that putting in place a clawback mechanism that only applied to companies like that would have been a handbrake on the recovery and led to higher unemployment. Is that right?
No, Senator McKim, the government is not contemplating a retrospective tax on JobKeeper recipients, which is what you are suggesting should be applied. We're not contemplating some sort of retrospective measure that goes and forces businesses to pay money to the government, even though they were entirely eligible under the terms of a program legally structured at the time. So we haven't asked Treasury in relation to applying retrospective taxes, because that's not the policy position of the government. Treasury has done plenty of analysis in terms of the economic benefits of JobKeeper and the benefits of the way in which it was structured, and I think they've been very clear about that, and of course have released some of that analysis.
Some of the biggest corporate welfare largesse in Australia's history, if you ask me, Minister. And
Senator McKim,
I
I don't think you were in fact asked that question, but are you coming to the end of your train of questions?
I am, Chair, yeah.
Thank you, Senator.
Can I ask, has Treasury done any work to understand the impact on competition of JobKeeper payments going to profitable companies? And just to be clear, this goes to the matter I was raising earlier, where a business who didn't apply for JobKeeper because they correctly assumed they wouldn't need it or they wouldn't qualify for it, is now watching their competitors get a leg up because they did apply and receive JobKeeper even though they ended up not needing it. So has Treasury done any work to understand the impact on competition of that circumstance?
So, Senator McKim, no, not specifically, but I would point you towards a paper that was released by the OECD earlier this year, which looked at, again, the first phase of JobKeeper, and it pointed out that JobKeeper, one of the things that JobKeeper did was effectively supported financially fragile but but productive firms. And if it were not for those firms, then you would have expected there to be a lessening of competition in the market. So that might be a piece of work that you might be interested in having a look at.
I very much appreciate that. Thanks, Ms Wilkinson. Chair, I just have about 3 questions on another topic. Would you like me to ask them now?
I've got just some follow-up questions on the JobKeeper program, Senator McKim, but if you want to hold on, there might be an opportunity for you. But
it'll only take a couple of minutes, I think.
Okay, so just let me ask some follow-up questions on the JobKeeper program, if I could.
Sure.
Thank you. Ms Wilkinson, just to be clear on a few points. The first point is the JobKeeper payments that were paid to businesses were specifically designed and did flow through to the employees themselves. Is that correct?
That they were legislated, they had to. In fact, businesses had to pay their employees first before they received the JobKeeper payments, and they had to attest that those payments had gone through to their employees.
Okay, thank you. Second point, I'm glad you did refer to the Treasury document, Insights from the First 6 Months of JobKeeper, October 2021, and I certainly found that document extremely useful, so I commend everyone in Treasury who was involved in producing that document. Page 12 of that document actually refers to the conscious decision to design the JobKeeper program without a clawback payment system in the event that businesses subsequently perform better than they expected to at that point in time. I just want to walk you through the 3 reasons that Treasury has given as to why that was the case, why the JobKeeper program was designed in that specific way. The first was with respect to confidence, business confidence. Is it correct to say that business confidence was one of the reasons why the JobKeeper program was designed without a clawback mechanism? Is that correct?
That's right. I mean, the times were extremely uncertain in March when this was introduced. At that stage, the health advice was that we were likely to have restrictions for 6 months, and the government decided that the best way to provide confidence to businesses about how they were going to survive through that period would be to have a guaranteed set of payments for that period.
And Dr. Kennedy, in his opening statement, has spoken about the importance of business confidence and consumer confidence. So that was a highly relevant factor in terms of considering the JobKeeper program. Is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you. The second reason that was given was the desire to maximise certainty, maximise uptake and minimise uncertainty. Is that correct? Is that one of the fundamental drivers why we didn't have a clawback program?
That's right, but to do it in a way that also had integrity. So the requirement that businesses had to make the payments to their individuals first, and then we repaid them in arrears, and we could use single touch payroll, for example, to ensure that had happened, was a really important element of integrity in the program. In maximising take up of the scheme, one of the things we were conscious of was you needed to keep the program as simple as possible. And it might be of interest to the committee that the IMF has recently, they do reviews on, all countries and the various programs they introduced during the pandemic. And they have specifically made some comments about the Canadian program, which had some similarities, but was a fair degree more complex than the Australian program. And the IMF has explicitly called out that they think that the complexity of that program did impede take-up and almost certainly led to higher unemployment in Canada than would otherwise have been the case.
Well, that's a very good point, Ms Wilkinson. I note that I have even read the footnotes of this paper produced by Treasury. I've been that impressed by it. So footnote 8, in fact, indicates, and I quote, research on the design of tax policy has found that as program complexity increases, the quality of individual judgment falls, with participants less able to respond optimally to incentives, end quote. Is that the concept you're talking about in terms of comparisons with Canada?
That's right.
Okay.
And our scheme being run by the ATO, businesses were very cautious about how they actually engage. I mean, businesses are generally, they have a lot of respect for the ATO and they're cautious about how they engage with the ATO. So we wanted to have a scheme where the rules were very clear for businesses so they knew what they were signing up to.
And the third reason why the JobKeeper program was consciously designed without this clawback mechanism which Senator McKim referred to is there was the desire to encourage businesses to grow as we were coming out of that initial lockdown period. Is that correct?
That's exactly right. And I think this is an important point. JobKeeper was designed to try and support businesses when they were in the midst of the restrictions and support them to maintain the connections with their employees to the extent that they could, but then also to support the recovery, to actually support businesses, in many cases invest in new technologies or new ways of operating to enable them to actually operate more effectively at the end. So some of those JobKeeper payments will have been used, all of the JobKeeper payments went through to the employees, but that may have enabled businesses to actually pivot to different business models, to look at different opportunities, which then actually supported a stronger than expected recovery.
Excellent. And just in terms of that social connection between employers and employees, which I think was absolutely fundamental in that particular period where the JobKeeper program applied. I visited a caravan park in Esk, and I commend everyone listening to this hearing to visit the beautiful town of Esk in the Somerset region of Queensland. And one of the owners of the caravan park, Paul, told me how he was before JobKeeper was announced, he was lying in bed looking at the ceiling, wondering how he was going to pay the bills, keep his employees on. But as soon as JobKeeper was announced, it took the pressure off him, and he and his employees worked together, that social connection you referred to work out how they could even improve the caravan park even more so. So is that an example of success in terms of the JobKeeper program?
That's exactly an example. And in fact, if you look in the report, and one of my colleagues will probably tell me where, the JobKeeper payment was designed such that businesses who had decided in the second half of March that they had to let go employees were allowed to bring them back on their books, and they indeed did that. And you can see that when you look at what happened to flows on and off JobSeeker in those early months of the pandemic.
And then, Minister, perhaps turning to you, I guess the corollary of perhaps what we learned from the JobKeeper program in terms of it being designed without the clawback, promoting confidence, minimising uncertainty and maximising uptake, maximising the encouragement of businesses to grow coming out of that initial lockdown period. I guess the corollary of that is if you were to retrospectively change the program in order to provide for some sort of retrospective tax or clawback, you would in fact be impacting negatively on business confidence, you'd be maximising uncertainty, and you'd actively be discouraging businesses at this crucial time in Australia's economic recovery. Is that a fair comment?
I think it's a very fair comment, Senator Scarr. We, as Dr Kennedy sort of mentioned before, we never get to see what the alternate world would have been like, but we can certainly deduce from the way the program worked and effectively worked that it avoided some devastating outcomes, particularly for the Australian economy and particularly the labour market scarring that would have occurred, leaving long-term impacts on unemployment, particularly impacting on young Australians had we not had a program of this sort. The recovery is not a job done. We know that especially in the states that have suffered lockdowns, that there is a recovery piece. We have high degrees of confidence in terms of that recovery, but that confidence is partly a factor of the successful legacy of JobKeeper and the other economic supports that have been put in place. And Senator Scarr, on a lighter note, whilst you were asking, and absolutely, yes, Senator Gallagher, of Australian businesses, of Australian families and individuals, of the not-for-profits who receive JobKeeper, whole range of individuals. I didn't think you were supporting a clawback, Senator Chisholm, like the Greens. But on a lighter note, Senator Scarr, can I also just I note that the Essex Caravan Park has a wonderful rating online and looks very attractive. So,
well, it is very attractive, and I think you'd be. It's even better when you attend in person than it looks online. Senator McKim, I'm keen to just give you an opportunity to finish off your questions. So after the lunch break, I can then go to the opposition, if that's okay, Senator Gallagher.
Okay.
So Senator
come back to this group.
Absolutely,
Yep.
absolutely. Senator McKim, do you want to finish off your last three questions?
Thanks very much, Chair. I do appreciate that. So, Ms Wilkinson, Treasury's JobKeeper report states that to September 2020, 13.8 billion was paid to companies that had an increase in turnover. Can you confirm that that is 13.8 billion out of 47.6 billion, because you've excluded some not-for-profits, new businesses and some consolidated groups from that analysis?
That's correct, Senator.
Thank you. So on the published numbers, 29% of the first phase of JobKeeper went to companies that had an increase in turnover. Is that right?
That's correct, with the caveat that is discussed in the paper that this is a, if you like, mechanical reading of what happened to businesses' turnover from their BAS statements. It doesn't take into account other circumstances, like the fact that a reasonable proportion of these businesses were in fact quite significantly impacted by COVID, but were small businesses who had grown very rapidly over the 3 quarters before COVID hit. So I just think one has to be a bit careful, and just to be clear, those businesses would have been eligible to use an alternative test under the JobKeeper program. It doesn't say that these businesses weren't affected. It also doesn't, for some of those businesses that were in that, the 13.8 billion, some of those businesses were very significantly affected in the first month or two of JobKeeper, but then recovered rapidly. So you just have to be a little bit careful in how you interpret what that number means. It's a mechanical calculation very blindly using just the BAS data that's available and not taking into account other circumstances.
And it's entirely possible that a program structured differently to how JobKeeper was structured, which had resulted in lesser uptake by Australian businesses, may indeed have ensured that there were fewer businesses recording positive results in their BAS statements at the end. And that would have meant that there were also fewer jobs for Australians and a weaker recovery compared with what we saw.
Well, a differently designed program might have also ensured that companies that didn't need JobKeeper didn't get it. But moving on to my last question, Chair. Ms Wilkinson, are you able to inform the committee how much JobKeeper was paid to the Australian arm of a consolidated multinational group, and how many of those multinationals had an increase in turnover while receiving JobKeeper? Is that something you're able to examine your data on and provide an answer to the committee on?
So, Senator, I try and be quite well prepared for estimates, but I don't have that information with me, no. You're saying in general to any Australian arm of a multinational, is that what you're asking?
That's right, and just to be clear, I understand we did give advance notice of these questions, but so apologies if you didn't become aware of that. But yes, that is what we're asking. How much JobKeeper was paid to the Australian arm of a consolidated multinational group, and how many of those multinationals had an increase in turnover while receiving JobKeeper? And I'd be happy if you took that on notice.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Senator, I'm going to have to take that on notice. I certainly don't have that information with me, and we would have to consult with the ATO about whether that information could be pulled out of the data.
Okay, thank you, Ms Wilkinson.
I appreciate that.
Thank you, Senator McKim. Just before we suspend for lunch, Senator Chisholm, Deputy Chair, you had a query?
Yeah, Ms Wilkinson, I just wanted to get some clarity. I wanted to ask some questions about the SME loan recovery scheme. Is that in fiscal or is that in markets?
That's in Markets Group.
Markets.
It's Markets Group, so they're coming this evening or later this afternoon.
Okay, thank you, Ms Wilkinson. And at that point, we'll suspend for lunch and come back at 2 o'clock. Thank you very much. So we'll resume proceedings. We're in the fiscal group, and I'll give the call to Senator Chisholm.
Thanks, Chair. I just had some questions around a press release that was issued on the 25th of September entitled Morrison Government's Gold Coast team delivers $70 million rescue package for local tourism operators and iconic attractions. Are you familiar with that one?
I'm sorry, Senator, not specifically.
Do you have a copy, Senator Chisholm?
I probably do. I might see if my colleague, Senator Walsh, Jess, can try and get onto that one.
What page are you?
51. So I'll plough on without the press release because my questions sort of go to the detail of an announcement that was made anyway. So we'll see how we go.
Yep.
So the press release points to $70 million being delivered as a rescue package for local tourism and iconic attractions. Do you know where that funding came from?
So I'll just check with my colleagues. So there was a Queensland government package around local tourism and iconic attractions, and there was then a program which was jointly funded by the Commonwealth. What was the date of this?
25 September 2021.
So, Senator, as Ms Wilkinson said, we have an iconic tourism grants program that was a 50-50 business support program with Queensland. I don't know if it's exactly that one, but it was about grants up to $4 million for major tourism enterprises like theme parks, reef tourism operators. Is that the one you're talking about?
Well, I'm assuming so. Like, that's, I suppose, why I'm asking. Like the press release trumpeted $70 million, and I'm just wondering where the hell that figure came from and where the money came from.
So, Senator, like all the business support programs that were announced, half the money comes from the state government, half of it comes from Commonwealth. They are just normal budget expenditure.
So were you asked to develop a specific package for the Gold Coast tourism by the Treasurer?
So as we've sort of explained already, there have been discussions between our government and state governments on a number of these sorts of schemes. Normally they've been initiated by state government saying we've got an issue here where businesses are struggling, and then there's been a discussion about whether we will get involved, and if we do get involved and there's an agreement made, then our government and that government have agreed, and joint press releases have been put out to fund those things. And
okay. So this one isn't a joint press release though, it's just from 3 Gold Coast Liberal MPs.
So it could just be a Queensland program then, Senator?
But it's saying, but they're federal.
Oh, federal MP, sorry.
Yeah,
I thought you meant Queensland, sorry.
Okay. So the $70 million that's mentioned here for the rescue package, as far as you're aware, you think that is probably a 50-50 split with the state?
So I don't recall us doing any programs in Queensland around iconic tourism that haven't been involved with the state government, okay. Senator.
And is there criteria around where this money would have come from in terms of how it's used from the federal point of view?
So the state government is responsible for all the rules around the program, Senator. They're state government programs implemented by state governments.
Right. So apart from providing some cash for it, you would have no input into how it was spent. Like I'm just trying to get that sense of the federal contribution, you just hand over the money and then the state are responsible for adjudicating how it's spent.
So there was negotiations about how the schemes were going to be set up and the rules around them. As I said, most of their state government things, but there was a discussion about the rules and whether we agreed exactly with what state government said, and then an agreement was struck. But then all the administration's done by the state governments.
Okay.
So the agreement was around the scope and eligibility of the different elements of the state packages. That's what okay. the government agreed to.
But so did any of these members? So it's from Karen Andrews, Stuart Robert, Angie Bell. So the members for McPherson, Fadden, and Moncrieff, I think they are. Did any of them raise these issues with the Treasurer's office before the announcement?
Yes, Senator. I know certainly that the Treasurer had engagement with each of them, along with many other MPs, but I can remember the Treasurer and the Prime Minister talking about some of the issues that those MPs were raising on behalf of their communities.
Okay. But if this funding was just part of that package, it really didn't have any role in the advocacy. Like it was just the state putting a program together, wasn't it?
Well, not exactly, Senator Chisholm. As you just heard, I mean, in each of these programs with states and territories in terms of business support, there's been some dialogue about eligibility criteria, value and volume of support, duration of support, those sorts of things. We've always sought to do it in a manner that is as agreeable as possible. We haven't always agreed with everything that a state's put to us, and nor would they have agreed with everything we've put to them. But in this case, my understanding and recollection is that there was quite a bit of advocacy and concern, I suspect, from both state and federal MPs in some of those heavily tourism impacted regions. And that probably led to the type of discussions that were occurring between the Commonwealth and the state and territory. I do understand that the Treasurer had a separate press release on the 25th of September that alluded to the $70 million and making clear that that the Commonwealth and Queensland governments have reached agreement to further target $70 million from the state and federal government's $600 million support package to boost support for Queensland's major tourism and hospitality businesses who continue to face significant hardship.
So it was part of the $600 million business support grant package from the federal government. Is that correct?
Yes, Senator, that's
and the
right.
federal component of that was $600 million, or was that?
No, it's a joint. The joint
So
amount
it's
is $600 million.
Yeah, 350. Okay. And in terms of, just a couple more questions on this. In terms of the Commonwealth funding, I just want to be clear, what guidelines are put in place around the Commonwealth granting that $350 million?
So, Senator, the Commonwealth payments for these arrangements in all states are part of the Federal Fiscal Relations Framework. So there'll be put in place an agreement between the Commonwealth and the state about the amounts that we will pay and all the terms and conditions under which we'll pay and all those sorts of things. And once they're signed by our Treasurer and the Treasurer of the state, that provides the mechanism by which we pay our money, our share of the money. We reimburse the states for them paying.
Okay. And is there anything to say that Commonwealth funding for that business support grant program is allocated on a merit basis?
As I said, Senator, we've agreed, our government agreed with their government the rules around those programs, and those programs are up on the Queensland Government website, and we expect that the Queensland Government will administer them in accordance with those rules, Senator.
And was there any evidence that the Queensland Government objected to receiving this support?
Not that I know of, Senator, no.
Okay. Thanks, Chair.
Just on this, thank you, Senator Chisholm. Just on this media release, I think it's been tabled now, so you might have, Minister, do you have a copy of it there?
I do now, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I just want to walk you through some of the paragraphs in it and just get your confirmation of a few things. On the second paragraph on the first page, it says, and I quote, "Following strong and sustained advocacy from the Gold Coast local federal members, the Commonwealth has stepped in to jointly fund a $70 million rescue package for Gold Coast businesses, including its iconic theme parks and attractions," end quote. Would you agree with the proposition that there'd been strong and sustained advocacy from the LNP members on the Gold Coast for such a package, including my good friend Angie Bell MP, Stu Robert MP and Karen Andrews MP?
Well, I don't, I can't always provide an answer as I did to Senator Chisholm before with certainty about the advocacy that had occurred by local MPs. But I am well aware from comments of both the PM and the Treasurer, and frankly their engagement with me as well, that there was plenty of advocacy from those local MPs.
So strong and sustained advocacy is a pretty good description of it. Minister?
Yes, yes,
okay.
Senator.
I'll now give the call to Senator Gallagher, as I promised.
I know, and my apologies, I forgot my mask and
No, that, well,
had
good.
to race all the way back.
Excellent.
With my hand
We
over
appreciate
my mouth.
that. Clearly you listened to the opening statement.
Yes.
Over to you, Senator Gallagher.
Thank you. Okay, I've got a couple of questions. Can I ask around, I just want to make sure as I get mine in order that agreements with the states and territories and loans and things is in this group, isn't it? Yeah, okay. All right. Let me go back to where we were. On the JobKeeper issue that we were talking about before, has the government given any further consideration to a register of transparency, like not asking for people's tax information or other things, just as in other countries, for example New Zealand, I think, who has just reported where the money's gone and how much?
Senator, government's been pretty clear and firm that we're not going to go back and change the rules or approaches that were in place at the time businesses claimed support for their employees under the scheme.
I'm not trying to change the rules at all about the scheme or eligibility for the scheme. but just a transparency measure. How much, remind me how much the JobKeeper ended up costing in the end? Was it 89? 88. So it was $88 billion of public funds. And biggest program, I imagine, can't think of a bigger one that would have been rolled out by a government or...
It was the
Yeah.
largest such intervention of its
Why
type,
is the
and
government
most successful.
not prepared to report just a register of, particularly for larger companies, I'm not necessarily talking small business, but for large companies, what they received, essentially from the public, back to the public?
Because Senator, that's not the way the program was established at the outset. And of course the program was established to be administered by the Australian Taxation Office, and businesses rightly engaged with the program on the understanding that the usual confidentiality measures and practices that apply when engaging with the tax office would carry through. Publicly listed companies have their own disclosure obligations and requirements, and so that's a matter that sits outside of it being JobKeeper and relates to standard disclosure practices, but does capture quite a large volume of Australian business. But our view in implementing the scheme and today is that those standard disclosure practices, be they the confidentiality that comes with engaging with the tax office or the normal disclosure arrangements for listed companies or the like, ought to be the standard.
Okay.
And you also, the government has bolstered those normal disclosure arrangements that now require all listed entities and their subsidiaries that receive JobKeeper to report to the relevant market operator, like the ASX, outlining their name and ABN, the number of individuals that received assistance, the amount of JobKeeper that was received, and whether or not there were any voluntary repayments. So that has that requirement has come into effect, and ASIC have developed a form that listed entities can use to report their JobKeeper information, and ASIC has an obligation to publish on its website a consolidated list of all notices given to the market regulators. So that has come into effect now.
When you look at similar schemes, like in Britain, Canada, New Zealand, the United States, they do have additional transparency requirements than the ones the Australian government put on. I take it from your evidence you're not looking at it and you're not going to do anything about any increased transparency around the JobKeeper program.
I think
that's your evidence.
It essentially is, Senator. The government's been quite clear and consistent in our position. I can't speak for the administrative entity deployed in relation to other jurisdictions around the world. We wanted to make sure we got the cash into the pockets of employees via their businesses as quickly and effectively and efficiently as possible. We determined the best way to do that was using the tax office as the vehicle for doing so. That is unusual in that regard, that ordinarily when the government's standing up a program, the tax office would not be the vehicle. We sought to make payments to businesses, and certainly given that engagement with the tax office, our view was that the standard conventions and practices of engagement with the tax office should apply.
And so is it your submission that when businesses applied for this, they were explicitly told they would be receiving this money confidentially? Is that the case?
Well, I think that's certainly the clear understanding that if the government intends there to be a disclosure register or the like, that would usually be apparent and transparent at the time of application and receipt of funding.
So is that a yes? They were told that it would be confidential. Payments through this scheme would be confidential. Was that part of?
I'd have to check the what was on the website, what was on the application forms, and so on. I don't remember that expressly offhand, but
Okay.
but if there was going to be disclosure, that is usually made clear up front that there is going to be disclosure. Engagement with the tax office comes with a standard understanding that the opposite applies, that it is
But the
confidential.
public isn't often handing out money through the tax office in business support
we were
for a pandemic,
dealing
are
with
they?
a-
Like, I
Yeah.
accept that the normal interaction with the tax office is confidential. Most people would through their income and their other business taxes. But this was a one-off, record program of $88 billion of public funding, and other countries have managed to have some transparency around it. But for some reason here, we've decided that there isn't any requirement, and that to go back and to do that in light of some of the, the size of the program as it ended up, which wasn't known at the beginning.
Well, it actually ended up costing less than had been.
Yeah, but that was because of your
forecast.
stuff up. It was an error on your part. But that going back, but reporting it now is a problem. I mean, I accept the government's not interested in it. I just don't accept the rationale for keeping it secret. Do we know how much has been paid back? I see Mr. Hirshorn is there.
Just as a clarification, while we go to Jeremy, I'm reminded that the legislation passed enabling JobKeeper provided for the protection of information consistent with other confidential information held by the tax office. So, to your question about what businesses expected or were told. That starts with the legislative underpinnings, I gather.
Okay, I'll have a look.
Mr. Herschel.
Yes, Second Commissioner Jeremy Hirshorn. So, Senator, we've been approached by 75 businesses to voluntarily repay some or all of their JobKeeper. To date, 62 entities have repaid for $203 million.
$203 million. That's how much has been repaid. Do you have the figure of what's been promised? Or you don't know?
Senator, we don't know because we have, there are approaches from companies indicating an intent. They don't always say how much they're intending. I would say that it's the larger ones, I think, have tended to have repaid. So I don't know, but I suspect it's not going to be significantly more than the 203 million. I suspect.
Okay, and that figure is up to when? We've had 203 million paid back by.
Senator, I'll come back to you with the exact date, but I think that's this month's figure.
Sorry?
I think that figure is some stage this month.
Okay. Sorry, I just couldn't hear you there. At some stage this month. Okay. And you're just returning that money to government, are you?
Yes, Senator. That money is just normal revenue.
Yeah.
Consolidated revenue.
Okay. Can I ask some questions about the government's fiscal plan? Minister, in the budget, you've got the economic recovery plan, and that's in place until, according to your plan, until the economic recovery is secure and the unemployment rate is back to pre-crisis levels or lower, at which time the strategy will be governed by the government's medium-term fiscal objective. Do you have an update of when you'll be moving to the medium-term fiscal objective?
No, Senator. We've obviously canvassed a bit today the swings and roundabouts that we've seen in terms of an economic recovery that was going faster and stronger than had been forecast and anticipated until Delta hit, and that there's been an impact from Delta, and clearly we'll now be monitoring the scale of the recovery from Delta, which again you've heard fairly optimistic prognoses, but we'll need to see that realised.
Okay, so from where you sit now, according to your fiscal plan and strategy, the economic and fiscal strategy, the economic recovery is not secure to the point that you would move to the next stage?
We're certainly not into the medium term yet, Senator, very much still.
No, I understand that, which I was going to go to that, because you sort of set up two tests: one, that the economic recovery is secure, and two, that the unemployment rate is back to pre-crisis levels or lower. And when those two things are done, that's when you move to the medium term. And I know in your budget papers the medium term is over a 10-year period. So essentially is what securing the economic recovery, what could take up to 10 years, could it, before you move to that?
No, that's certainly not what the government would hope or
but that's the room you've given yourself, has it, for budget repair? Because it's not until you move into the medium term that you start talking about budget repair.
Well, budget repair will be a gradual process of steps through the recovery. Our ambition is to see economic growth move as quickly and strongly as possible, and within that we are able to grow the economy at rates faster than the growth in debt in future, and therefore over time reduce what is Australia's relatively low compared to many global competitors share of debt as a portion of GDP, and bring that down over a period of time. The budget strategy itself stands and is updated as normal through the two budget updates in MyEFO and budget where necessary. But our confidence in the budget strategy is certainly heightened by analyses such as that by Fisk in recent weeks, who reaffirmed the AAA credit rating, who in fact took Australia off of the negative watch list as other ratings agencies had done during the course of this year, and in their analysis underpinning that decision highlighted the confidence they have in Australia's economy and its ability to recover strongly.
So in terms of the budget repair approach, the government's argument or the government's evidence is that budget repair will be approached or managed by economic growth. Is that right? Won't be through other avenues available to you, such as revenue or cuts to services?
Well, we certainly won't be pursuing revenue measures that
at all
in terms of higher taxes. Or,
at all.
That's indeed, Senator. We're a government that is pursuing lower taxes, lower income taxes, lower company taxes for small businesses, incentives for investment through the full expensing measures, lower taxes for innovation, such as through the patent box announced in this year's budget, lower taxes for some of our targeted manufacturing sectors and production sectors, like the breaks in this year's budget to craft breweries and distillers that are providing small business startups around the country. So that will remain, being a low taxing government as much as we can be, will remain a.
Okay, so you're ruling out revenue at all, which, okay, that's fine. What about cuts to services? Is that part of it?
Senator, we'll continue to honour the promises we've made and the projections that we have in terms of investing in services. There will need by any government to be caution about new or additional commitments to ensure that we show restraint in all future decision making, so that as we pursue those objectives of stronger economic growth, we're able to bring the budget back towards a point of balance again in the future through that focus on a strong economy, which I think, as we canvassed in finance estimates earlier this week, you look at the dividend from stronger employment outcomes that we saw earlier this year. I think it was a 200,000 person difference in labour market outcomes that we assessed to be a $3 billion reduction in payments through income support and a $2 billion increase in revenue.
We've got $100 billion deficits. So I'm just trying to understand. You're saying no to revenue, no to cuts as well as I think what I heard you said. You said caution over new or additional commitments. So that would mean you're not looking to cut existing programs. And so where is all this where is the growth coming from? Where do you think, when you're looking at the deficits we've got, and I think your own budget papers in the Parliamentary Budget Office forecasts, historically large deficits right out to 2040 and beyond. What is the growth that's required to kind of manage the debt and eventually bring the budget under control? What sort of growth figure are we looking at? And where's it coming from?
I don't have my tabbed copy of the budget papers with me. Otherwise, I would perhaps point you to some of that plateauing under the current medium-term settings for. There we go. Thank you, Ms. Wilkinson. So
I think I know the table you're going to.
Yeah. So page 99 that shows gross and net debt as a share of GDP and shows the projected peaks for net debt and then the medium-term decline as a share of GDP and the improvements from the 2020-21 budget relative to the 21-22 budget. Obviously, there are updates to come in these, and as I said, we've discussed some of the ups and downs that those updates will have to consider. Where are we investing in terms of the growth strategy? It's what are...
Well, it's sort of also, it's two things. It's this, what is the growth that's required with all the other pressures that the budget's under. So, that table doesn't include pressure from aged care or NDIS or some of those other defence that we know is going to increase.
So these are the medium-term projections which they include our best estimates of what the medium-term spending on all of those programs would be.
Right, okay, yep. From what the PBO would align with what the PBO is saying. So that's got the costs of what they're thinking around defence, NDIS, aged care.
So I'm not sure whether it's got exactly what the PBO has, but this contains, when we, our medium-term payments projections are compiled by looking at the major payment programs, and that was really outlined in somewhat more detail in the intergenerational report, where we looked at, what are all of the different areas of pressure, and the intergenerational report takes as its starting point the medium-term projections, and then further takes those projections out over the subsequent 30 years.
Okay, so the size of the growth that's required, and where is it coming from?
Okay, so the growth that is required to achieve these outcomes is what's projected in the budget, and we can take through those projections if you like. In terms of the drivers that the government's pursuing of that growth, and there's the immediate areas of the economic recovery, be that supported by monetary policy in terms of the low interest rate environment, or some of the fiscal policy settings, such as those points of our economic recovery plan, like the full expensing measures and loss carryback. There's in the more targeted areas of industry and other policy that we're pursuing: the modern manufacturing strategy, the digital economy strategy, the Ag 2030 strategy. All of them designed to ensure that we are pursuing areas where we believe the Australian economy has competitive advantage opportunities, and to pursue strong growth in those sectors.
And so do they have next to them sort of what you believe they will contribute to growth? Like, have you modelled, are you able to do that? I don't know if you are, but are you able, like the modern manufacturing strategy, are you be able to say, if we deliver this, it will contribute, 0.3 or 0.2 towards our overall growth target. Are you able to outline that, or is that not possible?
I don't really think those individual strategies, let alone the sub-programs within them, are sort of broken down to that level. The modelling that the Treasury does in terms of the nation's growth projections is a highly integrated model in terms of all of the different factors and influences on it, be they those fiscal policy and government policy programs, monetary, or of course the many external factors that we have to face too.
So they all feature as components of the overall forecast. They would contribute to that, would they?
So that's right. I mean, this is probably a set of questions you should ask of macroeconomic group who can talk about how they kind of compile them. But the macro forecasts are not bottom-up forecasts.
Yeah, no, we've been through that.
I think we've been through that before.
Humans, yeah. Sorry, Chair, I've got another area on. I just want to pursue something locally, which I don't usually do, but the ACT's housing debt to the Commonwealth. Is that your area?
Yep.
Okay, I understand that the ACT government has written 6 times to the government, both the Prime Minister and Treasurer, to request that the ACT be able to pay out the loan early and refinance the loan at a significantly lower rate if the Commonwealth is not prepared to waive the debt, as they did for Tasmania. I think this has gone over the last 18 months or since the Tasmanian housing debt was waived. The ACT government still hasn't had a response to these letters. Can I ask why, for a start? Why has there not been a response to the ACT government about its housing debt, and when it will get a response? Probably one for you, Senator Birmingham. 6 times they've written in 18 months.
I'm.
It only took the Tasmanian government effort a deal on the floor with Senator Lambie to get theirs waived in record time.
Well, Senator, if others at the table have something to add, I'm happy for them to add in terms of any details. I'll have to take it on notice because I don't think it's correspondence to me.
No, it's not. It's
I'm
to
not
the Treasurer
aware.
and Prime Minister, which sort of makes it worse that they haven't replied. But anyway, the other issue, so there's the issue of the not replying to the letters, the issue of the waiving, which whether or not the Commonwealth agrees to that. But the third one, which is really time critical, is the ACT government could get a loan in the commercial market at a lot less that it's paying the Commonwealth government, frankly. 4.5% I think they're paying you guys. Seems very unfair. If they could pay you out early and refinance and pour the rest of that money into social housing locally, I think that would make a big difference. So why are they not able to be released from this loan if they are prepared to pay it off?
So I can add something, Senator, but it's not going to be a full answer. So my recollection is last year sometime we had a discussion with the ACT government and the Treasurer. Our Treasurer talked to your Treasurer, Chief Minister, about housing debt, and I thought that we forgave at least part of it at that point, is my recollection.
I've got that information if you have.
And so I have nothing here on ACT housing debt.
Fair enough.
So that's my recollection of that.
So your understanding is some of it's been waived?
So my recollection is a small amount was waived or let them pay off. I forget exactly what, but a small amount is no longer in existence. There's a bigger amount that...
Is this the 98.3?
Yeah.
98.3 million.
I had in my mind something close to 100.
Yeah.
And
Mr.
I know
White, do you
that
want to take it on notice?
I was going to say, I know that had been talked about, but I'm not familiar with the written 6 times part of your answer, so I will then take it on notice.
Mr. White.
Yeah.
But at a general level, because you would have loans with state and territory governments across,
Yes.
a number of them. I know
Yes.
you publish them, I think, in the budget.
We do.
Is the Commonwealth making money out of these loans now that the interest rates that are locked in are so much higher than what state and territory governments could pay if they were able to refinance?
I don't think that's the case, Senator, because the interest rates on those loans would have reflected interest rates at the time they were made. And so it's almost certainly the case that when we advanced the money, that reflected the interest rate we were paying on our borrowings.
Right. And that will still be in our borrowings.
Yes, that's right.
And you know, if it's a little bit like if you have a fixed rate loan with a bank and you want to refinance it, there's a cost to doing that because the actual value of that loan is different if the interest rate that you're refinancing at is at a different rate.
Sure.
So that's the issue.
Okay, so you're saying that whatever you loaned at the rate that you borrowed.
Yeah.
Is that
basically
100%?
So
There's no.
So I don't know about exactly, but the general idea is that when we made loans to the states, the interest rates reflect the interest rates that were in the market at that time.
Okay.
They might not be exactly what we borrowed.
Could you take it on
notice?
notice? Let's take it on notice and we'll
Okay, and Minister, could you please have a look at what's going on here on the $100 million loan?
I've taken that on notice too, Senator, and
So either
and I shall.
a formal
I know
reply,
that,
a waiver, that would be the optimum, a waiver of the debt. If not a waiver of the debt, whether it can be refinanced.
I know that the Treasurer meets fairly regularly with his ACT counterpart, the Chief Minister, who's also the Treasurer, through the Council of Federal Financial Relations. But which I'm sure they won't have missed the opportunity to discuss. But I'll look into it and come back.
Yeah.
Senator.
Well, okay, that's good. Thank you.
Thanks, Senator Gallagher. Senator Rennick, have you got some questions for...
No, I'm fine.
You do, you're okay. Are there any other questions in terms of the fiscal group? So who's seeking the call? Senator Walsh, Senator Chisholm?
Business ones?
No.
No, not yet, I don't think.
I have some on the intergenerational report. Again, this area?
It would be.
Yeah, okay.
Probably. It depends on...
Okay, well, what's happening with what you've learned about the intergenerational report? What happens now? So it's been published.
Yep.
Sort of paints a pretty bleak picture going forward. So what
bleak are some of the previous intergenerational reports?
Depends on your perspective, Senator Gallagher.
Yeah, okay, well, I'll let my reading of it, if I was in government, I would be reading that with a fair bit of worry about where we were going as a country, but other people can have different views about that. It does... so my question is, what is the government doing with it? Is there a formal process where you kind of take the issues that are raised in this and deal with it? Do agencies have to report back against some of the areas that are identified in it? What happens? Or does it go on the shelf?
No, I mean, the intergenerational report, and I think Ms Wilkins has already spoken to it a bit today and can add if need be, because it's a snapshot in time of essentially projections out to the future. It has limitations in terms of any assumptions that underpin it, because it's sort of built largely off of those projections. It's a valuable input for governments in terms of highlighting some of the bigger trends and issues that governments need to face and be aware of in terms of their decision making. Many of those trends are ones that we have certainly been responding to over time, and as I said, it does show, relative to some previous intergenerational report scenarios, improvements in the outlook, but still challenges, and also does show that for example, in population areas, which we touched on a little bit earlier, there are some disruptions caused by COVID to some of those population trends, which are exacerbating in some parts some of the trends in terms of workforce as a proportion of the Australian population. So we're very conscious of that, and it means that as we look at, for example, migration policy settings into the future, the importance of the focus on the employment contribution that both temporary and permanent migrants will make, the value of that contribution they all become decisions that are further sharpened, I guess, by some of those projections in the IGR.
Okay, so there's no formal process that sits around this, but it's just more business as usual in addressing some of the challenges. Like an economy smaller than expected, growing slower than before, and at least 4 more decades of debt and deficit. That is one of the challenges, or a few of the challenges in the IGR. Are you saying that it just kind of sits there and the government continues just business as usual? Is that?
Well, it's each IGR for a fair period of time, in a sense, because of the length of time they're looking forward to, is something of a constant reference point for analysis of the different policy proposals that come forward. So the previous one was important in terms of informing policy over recent years, and this one will now be an important one in informing the framing of the next budget and beyond.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, okay, we could get into a long discussion, but we don't have time for it. I think when we go to productivity in particular, it says, the report says productivity has been the most important source of income growth in Australia, contributing to over 80% of growth in real gross national income per person over the past 30 years. The projections then assume labour productivity growth converges to 1.5% per year. But then goes on to say achieving this will require improvement over recent performance, where productivity growth averaged 1.2% annually over the last decade. So how are we going to get to 1.5, basically, if that's where we're heading? I think it goes to a bit, I mean, it's a plan about growth, but specifically, if productivity is going to be the thing that improves people's living standards and wages, what are the measures that the government's putting in place to improve from where we are now to where we need to be if the IGR's forecasts are going to be delivered upon?
So perhaps I'll just say at the outset, and the Secretary touched on this in his opening statement, I mean, when you think about the IGR is trying to lay out what is a likely evolution of the economy and the fiscal position using historic, lots of the projections are based on historic trends. So in the IGR, we have assumed around productivity, like we have in each of the previous 5 IGRs. We've taken the long term, the average productivity growth over the last 30 years, which has been 1.5%, and that's been what we have assumed productivity would return to. It's exactly the same approach that's been taken in previous years.
Okay, but is that overly optimistic considering what's happened in the last decade?
So the productivity growth assumption is a bit lower than, I think it's a bit lower than in the previous IGR, but do you want to come to the table? And there are, I mean, the IGR is pretty open and transparent about what some of the sort of risks and pressures are, and on productivity, the IGR articulates the fact that there have been, there is certainly evidence of a global slowing in productivity, and a number of other institutions around the world have also lowered their productivity growth assumptions. So there is something happening internationally. Yeah. The work that we've done within Treasury does just highlight the fact that you have to, when you're thinking about how to improve productivity, you have to come at it from a range of different fronts. So the work that the government's, you need to have a sort of a healthy and competitive environment, for example, in order to support productivity growth. There's work that we have done on business dynamism, which is about the importance of having businesses being able to come in and out of the marketplace, and that's one of the ways in which you support productivity growth. The specific measures around the digital economy, the specific incentives or the specific measures that governments are I don't have a list in front of me, Senator, but there's a number of different ways in which the government has been trying to improve the efficiency of the operation of the economy. All of that is to the ultimate end of improving productivity growth.
That 30-year long-term, or the 30-year trend of productivity growth at 1.5%, that would have included some of those really big gains made in, the 1990s, 2000s. So again, is it a bit optimistic to, without sufficient detail to just presume that we would go back to that in in the future? It just seems to me to be either unrealistic, or when we don't understand the government's plan to drive to that level, to get it back to that level.
So forecasting productivity growth is hard. The way most institutions around the world, what most institutions around the world do for these sorts of exercises is use an historic average. So I think what we've done is not unusual compared with what other countries have done. The IGR is also transparent in terms of, highlighting that if productivity growth didn't return to 1.5%, what would be the consequence? So the purpose of this document really is it's part of the information base. It's trying to inform people's understanding.
It's not the solution to the issues. That's delivered through the government policy or the budget.
Absolutely.
Supposedly. Okay. Well,
that's right.
So,
but just sort of coming to mind, what are the other sorts of policies? Investments in training, investments in infrastructure. All of these are the sorts of things that can improve the quality of your capital, of your labour market. You want an efficiently operating labour market. There's lots of there's no silver bullet here. There's just lots of different things that you want to be doing to try and make sure that your labour force, effectively, is as productive as possible.
But there's nothing new essentially happening in skills or in infrastructure. I mean, you've got your infrastructure program, but that's been the same for a few years now in terms of what you're able to deliver each year. It doesn't strike me that there is this, whilst they'll contribute, they won't necessarily drive an increase from 1.2 to 1.5.
Senator, there are some quite important reforms being pursued around skills, training, and recognition of qualifications across the country. The relevancy of qualifications to industry needs, the timeliness around the completion of them. They're all parts of negotiations that the Commonwealth's having with states and territories over skills funding and reform moving forward. I think in terms of the infrastructure pipeline, we have sought to make some quite significant investments in pieces of infrastructure that had been kicked down the road in terms of decision making in Australia. Projects like the second Sydney Airport, the intermodal terminals supporting the inland rail that are particularly focused on improving the efficiency of movement of goods around the country. We've pursued higher education reforms over the last year or two as well that seek to rebalance the incentives for universities in terms of enrolment of students and provide greater incentive in some of those STEM disciplines that we want to provide further activity in the economy for. So there are lots of those sorts of measures, all of which are geared towards trying to achieve those productivity outcomes. And in the discussions we've had today about the economic recovery plan from COVID and measures like full expensing, the positive dividends from that sort of measure are that businesses here and now invest more in plant, equipment, machinery, but that's the type of investment that then makes them more productive and competitive in the years to come.
When the IGR was released, the Treasurer said, if we want to maintain our living standards, generate higher wages and create more jobs, Australia must pursue economic reform, much of which is hard and contested. but it's a national imperative. Do you know what he was referring to there? What are the hard and contested economic reforms that the government is pursuing?
Some of them are reflected in the debates of the last couple of days, Senator.
Okay, so you're talking about arguing with yourself.
Be a very intelligent, reasoned, convivial engagement of ideas.
The point the Treasurer is making that it's hard sometimes,
we accept
Senator,
that was hard and contested.
That some of these things are hard and contested in terms of industry
imperative.
transformation.
No, it's a national imperative to sort the nets out. Yep, okay. So, climate policy, we'll put that down.
But other, other reforms.
Of which, sorry, Ms Wilkins, I just should say that yesterday's announcement had no new policy as part of that, so that I'm not sure it does qualify as the ones he was talking about then. Sorry, Ms Wilkinson.
We'll just take that as a comment, Senator, and I'll let Ms Wilkinson continue.
Well, I mean, it's in your brochure. I don't want to bring it back, but it said we must pursue this reform, much of which is hard and contested and is a national imperative. So
I'll just give you an example. This is not a game-changing reform, but there's been a lot of effort that the Council of Federal Financial Relations has put into automatic mutual recognition of occupational licences.
Yeah,
right.
That's been in front of COAG since I was in COAG.
But that's a good example of something which actually would improve the efficiency of the labour market and improve the ability of people to work in different jurisdictions without having to pay additional fees.
So it's the national.
Those sorts of things are hard and contested, even though they've been around for a long time, and most people, when you talk about them, think that they sound sensible.
I can think of some of the financial sector reforms that have passed through Parliament as well, that have been hard and contested, particularly the ones touching with superannuation and trying to reduce inefficiencies in those sectors that, due to your opposition, Senator Gallagher, have been hard and contested. But then things like consumer data rights are vehicles being pursued in terms of productivity improvements too.
So I think when Ms Quinn is here this afternoon for Markets Group,
Okay, and the small business loans, is that you or Markets?
No, that's Markets Group.
Okay.
Senator Gallagher,
I was just checking, that's me.
You're done?
Yep.
Okay, excellent. Senator Bragg, you have some questions on the intergenerational report.
Thanks very much, Chair. Ms Wilkinson, can I just ask you, I did read through the IGR, not in complete detail, but I did wonder whether or not you gave any thought to the long-term cost of the super scheme. I know that there is projections about pension expenditure, and I think that there is a projection about the cost to the budget of the tax concessions. I was just wondering whether it may be possible in the future to bring together a net position on that as much as could be possible, because I think policymakers will increasingly look at that scheme with a view to is it ever going to become positive to budget over the, I'm talking well beyond the 4-year estimates. So I'm wondering if you could take on notice, and I guess the question is, to be clear, will the super scheme ever become positive to budget? And I'm hoping you may be able to draw on some of the modelling that's already been done for the IGR.
So happy to take that on notice. Again, that's a matter that Markets Group will probably be in a position to speak to later this afternoon if you wanted to. Page 117 of the IGR provides the cost of the retirement income scheme, looking at both age pension and superannuation tax concessions. And obviously the maturing of the superannuation system means that there is less being paid out in age pension payments. But happy to take that question more broadly on notice, and I'll get back to you.
Okay, thank you, Ms Wilkinson. If we're past our time for the 15-minute break, in the schedule it says we're going to break at 2:45, which seemed a bit odd to me. But if members are happy to roll on and then have a break a little bit later to.
Yeah. Seems very luxurious considering we're going.
Are you happy to roll on, or do you want to have a break?
So we've got revenue due at 3.
Make it 3:45 or something like that.
That's what I thought, to break up the next lot, if everyone's happy with that. Okay. All right, so we might change over then. Thank you to the fiscal group.
Thank you, Chair. Can I just read one thing into the record?
Absolutely. Ms.
Earlier,
Wilkinson.
just very quickly, earlier today, Senator McAllister asked if the Treasurer has asked for any analysis as to how this recent lockdown has impacted on women. Mr Power committed to getting back to the committee with a response. He has asked me to inform the committee that Treasury provides briefing to the Treasurer on labour market outcomes by gender on a regular basis, including when data is released each month.
Okay, excellent. Thank you, Ms Wilkinson, and thank you, Mr Power, for being so efficient. So we'll now move to the Revenue Group, Australian Taxation Office. If we could.
Do you want to do this start, Kate? That? Do you want to do this?
Thank you. That's fine. I'll give you permission. So we're right on time. It's good.
Yeah, it's in there.
It's just you, Minister. Do you feel exposed? Now, is Mr Hirschhorn intending to...
They haven't the last 2 or 3 times, but they have before then.
So should I ask him?
Yes, you should. We haven't received one, so it probably doesn't.
Is the ACNC next?
Hmm?
Okay, great.
They'll come in after, or towards the end of this. Yep.
Here's a list of who's
Okay.
doing our
All right. Excellent. Now, who is seeking the call? Senator Gallagher.
With agreement. It's with agreement. Is everyone in place, do you think? Or it's hard to tell.
I think everyone seems to be in place.
Except I can't see Mr Hirschhorn, or there's...
We had Mr Hirschhorn, and
Yeah, we
it
did.
looks like his video's just off.
Very nice.
Oh,
pot
right,
of
he might
tea
have just
happening.
stepped out. Treasury, ATO, and Emma. Because usually the tax commissioner or acting tax commissioner might give an opening statement. I'm not sure if that's going to happen.
Dr Gaxol told me sometimes that has happened, but last occasion it didn't.
Yeah.
I was going to ask
Well,
him.
it
I was going to ask
Commissioner
him.
Jordan, so... Mr.
Oh, there you go.
Mr.
There's the
Hirschhorn next to
commissioner.
him is,
The commissioner
Hirschhorn
is
appears to
here.
have changed offices.
Okay. Commissioner Jordan, can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you see us?
I can see you.
I can't see me, but I can see you.
Well, I can see you as well, and I can't see me either, but I can see you.
Well, maybe that's a great thing.
Probably is for both of us. Can I say we can see and hear you loud and clear? Can I ask you, do you have an opening statement?
No, I don't, nor do I have any tabled statement. I'm very happy to go straight to questions from the committee.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Commissioner. So I'm going to give the call to Senator Gallagher.
Okay, I've actually got some questions for, it'll be for Revenue Group, and just...
Oh, excellent.
I know, so don't worry, we'll come back to you, Commissioner.
Oh, come on. Well, you'll come back to Jeremy, I'm sure.
See, it's all the distance that's making it friendlier. Can I, anyway, I had some questions about the global tax avoidance and the announcement of Pillar 1 and Pillar 2 approaches. Just could, perhaps if we start, because you may answer my questions here, but if you could give me an update post the signing by a number of countries, or 139 countries, including Australia, what happens next? I don't know who that goes to. I'm looking around.
So I'm happy to talk to it.
Oh,
Sam
okay.
Reinhart, Chief Advisor, but Marianne Marakovic is actually Australia's representative on the inclusive framework, so she is in a excellent position.
I can see her tile, but not her video.
Yes, I'm sorry. I don't know if you can hear me or not.
I can. Yep, I can hear you very well.
Okay, I'm sorry. We're having some problems with the camera, but as long as you can hear me. So I might start off that Marianne Marakovic, Deputy Secretary, Revenue Group. The question, I think, was what happens next after the agreement?
Yep.
So essentially, there is a intention to try and implement the agreement by 2023. So we anticipate entering a period of quite intensive implementation phase, and there is quite a detailed implementation plan that sets out the development of what is a multilateral instrument that is designed to give effect to Pillar 1, as well as the development of model rules, which essentially provide a kind of template to countries for the development of domestic legislation that would allow for Pillar 2 to basically come into effect in jurisdictions that have signed up to the agreement.
Okay. So that all happens within the OECD framework, does it? The intensive implementation, developing the intensive implementation plan and the model rules.
That's correct. We've actually already started in the steering group, which Australia is a member of. There has been in recent months quite a lot of attention being given to detailing the implementation plan. We're very conscious that it is an ambitious timeline and there is a lot to be done in 14 months. So it has actually been under development for quite some months, and in fact there has already been quite significant progress made in terms of developing the multilateral instrument, which hopefully will be open for signature in early 2022, and as well the development of what the domestic legislation in individual countries could look like. So both are pretty well advanced, but of course we do appreciate that there is a lot of work that needs to be done, as you can imagine.
Okay, so is the intention that any legislation would have to be introduced into parliaments by at some stage in 2022?
Yes, that is our that is what we're working towards.
Okay. Have you been able to prepare? I mean, I presume as you've been negotiating at the international table, you've also been looking at the local impact of Pillar 2. So do you know what of the Australia? Do you have a list of entities in Australia that would be affected by Pillar 2 in the plan that's been announced?
Yeah, it's a challenging question. As we've been sitting at the table, you can imagine that we have had an eye to thinking about what the implications for Australia might be of both pillars, Pillar 1 and Pillar 2, obviously. I think that, look, we have tried to do quite a bit of analysis around both pillars. With respect to Pillar 2, I guess that the approach that we have taken, if you think about what Pillar 2 is designed to do, it essentially sets a global minimum tax rate of 15%. And, you know, given Australia's statutory tax rate, we have worked under the assumption that, and indeed the OECD modelling that has actually been done in this space kind of confirms that there is a transfer of revenues essentially from very low taxing jurisdictions to other countries. So we kind of anticipate in Australia that, you know, quite frankly, most companies would be beneficiaries and, you know, Australian-based companies would be beneficiaries of essentially setting a floor on global tax competition and, you know, lifting that global minimum to 15%. But we haven't. The other challenge, of course, is that you can imagine that when you actually do move to implementing this, it will probably inspire quite a lot of behavioural change in countries, because obviously there is very little to be gained by having a corporate tax rate lower than 15%. So trying to actually understand those behavioural effects and just, you know, how individual countries will respond to the agreement. We really need to do quite a bit more work on those issues. And, you know, obviously to some extent we're kind of seeing it play out now in terms of, you know, countries that are signing up to the agreement. So I think that the answer is we have a sense, obviously, given the threshold that applies as to what companies might be involved, but we have taken the view that it is probably going to be somewhat to Australia's benefit. Obviously, anything that avoids the kind of race to the bottom, given our corporate tax rates, we tend to view as likely to be a positive for us. But we haven't gotten to the stage where we can put specificity around that.
Okay, and when do you think that you would be able to? Is that prior to the legislation coming in?
I think that as part of the development of, you know, and the process of getting, you know, this becoming a budget measure, we would be looking to essentially try and put a costing in place as part of that process.
Sorry, I just missed the end of that. A costing?
That we would basically be looking to do the modelling and therefore come up with a sense of what we think, you know, our best efforts at trying to work out what the revenue implications might be of both Pillar 1 and Pillar 2 as that process of moving to implement the legislation, you know, put the legislation through Parliament.
Okay.
Yes.
So you would do some sort of impact analysis, you know, that would inform whatever comes to the Parliament. Yeah. Okay. And so is that where you see reports saying that there could be $150 billion worth of additional tax shared around participating economies every year, with 100 of that linked to Pillar 1 and 50 billion linked to Pillar 2. That is work that the OECD has done, is it, to sort of get a bit of an estimate, but now each individual country will go back and do, once you've got the implementation plan and the model rules, you'll get a better understanding of how it applies to Australia.
Yeah, so it's worth making a couple of comments in relation to this. Yep. I go back to the comments I made earlier around the fact that we still need quite a lot of the detail. I mean, this is a high-level agreement, and there is still, you know, some detail that needs to be worked out. A lot of the OECD modelling was also done on earlier versions of Pillar 1 and Pillar 2. What we call, you know, sort of the work that was done around proposals that I don't know if you recall, but in 2020, the approach that was being taken at the time was one that was kind of focused on digital companies under Pillar 1 and a bottom-up approach where it was digital companies and perhaps some other selected activities. What we found as we went through 2021 and with the new US administration coming in is that the focus changed more to globalisation and the largest companies globally, irrespective of whether there was a digital component or not. So it does capture some of those, as you can imagine, it captures some of those largest digital companies, but it actually does go broader. And the reason I mention that is because as far as I'm aware, the costings, the work that the OECD did on the modelling hasn't been updated for some of those recent changes. Okay. And it also hasn't taken into account the fact that the details in both pillars may have moved on from what was done. But the other point I'd make is that that modelling was very understandably quite high level. And so I'd agree with you that, yes, I think now, as the detail is settled, I would anticipate that we would be able to get hopefully far more robust estimates. And certainly for Australia, we will be putting our efforts now as we get the detail into being able to get better understanding of the implications for Australia.
Okay. So, so essentially, I think what you're saying to me is those figures that I read out are outdated or reflect a different proposal than the one that was agreed. Am I to understand that the one that was agreed will have less revenue generation then? Like, are those figures that I read out?
I think what I'm trying to say is that I don't know that the OECD has actually had the opportunity to do the modelling, and it probably has felt that with a lot of the detail still unknown, still sort of to be developed at that next level of detail, that it was probably not sure in terms of painting a general picture of what might be going on around global revenues. It probably felt that those numbers remained a good ballpark, if you like, or a reasonable, very high level estimate. But I guess what I'm trying to say is that I think it's been a useful exercise by the OECD. But I think that we will have to see as the detail is developed what it might imply. Just to give you one example, I'm struggling to remember, and it may be that Ms. Reinhardt or others might know, but I'm not sure that the exclusions around extractives and financial services were necessarily taken into account in the modelling that was done. That's just one example of some
financial services. The other thing around Pillar 2 so that's the global minimum tax, that's worth remembering, is from Australia's perspective, we have a relatively high corporate tax rate that puts a floor on the international corporate tax rate, which means that Australia is more competitive for investment.
Yeah,
so it's not, for us, it's not necessarily just about will it raise more revenue or not? So possibly not on that one for us, but it'll still be a really significant and important development for Australia.
Okay, so, that was going to be my questions. Do we have an understanding of the revenue impact of Pillar 1 and Pillar 2? I think Ms. Reinhardt has answered Pillar 2, saying that there may be no revenue impact, but it creates a better business environment, essentially, for a level playing or more level playing field for Australian companies.
So I think, as Ms. Marakovic said, there's a lot more detail to be settled in order to get accurate costings on Pillar 1 and Pillar 2.
Yeah. So do you have any? Like, I accept that they're not necessarily where it's going to end finally, but do we have any understanding of the impact of Pillar 1 and Pillar 2 at an Australian level?
If I can make a couple of general remarks, I think that in terms of trying to work through the analysis on this, Pillar 1, essentially the multinational enterprises that are in scope are above Euro 20 billion, and they have profitability above 10%. Margins. And the other aspect of those is that Pillar 1 essentially provides an agreement that those companies that are in scope, which is roughly around the 100 largest MNEs around the world, that essentially there'd be some proportion of that above normal, if you're above 10% profit kind of thing, that would be reallocated to market jurisdictions, basically around 25%.
Mm-hmm.
Looking at those two components together, it is the case that you would anticipate that Australia as a market jurisdiction might be a beneficiary of some of that reallocation of global MME profit, above normal profits, to market jurisdictions. So that would include Australia. The other observation to make is that you can imagine that if you're talking about the 100 largest global MNEs kind of thing, and with that euro 20 billion threshold and 10% profitability, our best assessment is that we don't really think that any Australian companies would be immediately impacted by that.
Okay. So you don't necessarily have a figure you could give the committee that would, in terms of revenue to Australia from this agreement at this point in time?
No, that's correct.
And do you know when you might be able to?
I'd simply go back to the answer that I gave earlier around we'd anticipate that obviously as we get more detail over coming months and as this progresses to the legislative stage, that we would be able to provide some kind of, certainly we would put it through, our normal kind of cost process.
Next year? Yeah.
Next year.
Sometime next year. Okay, thank you very much for that. That was really informative. Appreciate it. Can I ask some questions about the loss carryback tax?
Senator Gallagher, just before you
Am I hogging?
move on to, just before you move into a new topic, can I just ask one question?
Yeah.
Around the OECD agreement, which was reached and which you referred to in your questions. Ms Reinhardt, what role did Australia play in terms of those negotiations? I want to make sure that the terrific work of all those involved is recognised and on the record.
Again, I'm going to refer to Ms Marakovic because she is the one who has spent many, many very late nights in both the Inclusive Framework and the Steering Committee, and we were one of a very small number of countries who were pretty central to those negotiations.
And I must say, I referred to you particularly, Ms Reinhardt, so you could have that opportunity to make those nice comments about Ms Marakovic. So if I could move, are you there, Deputy Secretary? Can you hear us?
I am, and thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Ms Reinhardt, for those kind words. Look, it has been obviously an incredibly demanding exercise. For those of you who have followed the BEPS process for quite some time, Australia basically, as part of its G20 presidency as early as 2014, was actually quite instrumental in progressing BEPS 1.0. And in the immediate years after that, we moved to implement, quite a lot of the BEPS 1.0 agenda. One of the items that was left outstanding was obviously the implications for tax systems from the digitalisation of the economy. And I can say that since I started in the role in 2016, in my current role, it has actually been an issue that has grown and grown. And you can understand that it certainly reached increased interest with the application in a number of jurisdictions. About 42 countries had already announced that they intended to introduce digital services taxes. So the focus on trying to get a multilateral consensus as an alternative to these unilateral measures, has been quite intensive in the last few years. And Australia was very fortunate to be asked to join the steering group in 2020. That's been a huge privilege for us. It has, we have paid a price because during COVID it has meant that most of the meetings go from 8, 9 p.m. of an evening till about 2, 3 a.m. in the morning. And as you can imagine, the negotiations have been quite intensive, and it has not been an easy process. But it has been highly satisfying to see us reach this level of agreement, and quite frankly, implement some, or basically get a high level agreement to actually try to essentially address the challenges that were being confronted in the international corporate tax space by the race to the bottom, as it's been called, by Janet Yellen and others. So, and also addressing the fact that a number of countries have been increasingly challenged by the fact that large multinationals can be operating in their jurisdictions and displacing a lot of domestic activity without there necessarily being any transactions recorded in their jurisdictions or any, ability to tax benefit from that. So, look, it has been a great opportunity, and it's great that we have a high-level agreement. And in doing that, I also want to pay tribute to my whole team behind in Revenue Group that has been in various working parties supporting the steering group and have also put in very, very long hours.
Well, congratulations, Deputy Secretary. It's a bit like the Oscars. It sounds like there are so many people to thank.
It's getting a bit too friendly in this room.
And I think you did a great job of doing that.
And more work to come. That's the gift that keeps on giving.
That's right, Senator Gallagher. Would you like the call?
Yes, I would like the call.
Thank you.
I think these would go to the ATO, would they, or to Revenue Group? Just some questions. It's really information around the lost carryback tax offset.
Do you want to ask
Senator Gallagher.
Yeah, so it was, can you give me a figure of what the budgetary impact or the cost of the offset so far, if you've got that data?
So the estimated budget impact of the original measure was 3.1 billion in 21-22 and 2.2 billion in 22-23. With the extension, that was another 3.2 in 23-24 and a positive in 24-25. As you know, these measures kind of bring forward.
Pull forward, yeah.
Senator Marty Robinson, Acting First Assistant Secretary, Corporate International Tax Division. I might just note, in addition, as Ms Reinhardt said, the first 2 years of the original budget measure were obviously costs to revenue.
Yeah.
And there was a third in 2023-24, there was a gain to revenue of $540 million.
Okay. And have we got any update on, so what has happened today? How
so I've got
has it actually done what you wanted it to do?
So I've got figures as of 31 August.
Okay.
The ATO may have more updated figures.
Okay.
And I would, first of all, put a lot of cautions around those because most of those taxpayers don't actually lodge until before January next year.
Okay.
So there's quite a bit of
So
a
these are the
delay
early
on
birds that have put
these
their
some of the early
paperwork in.
birds. So 2,300 taxpayers have made loss carryback claims at 230 million in losses.
Okay. And that's the 31st of the 8th?
Yeah.
Mr Hirshhorn, did you have anything additional to that or
No,
more updated?
So Senator, unfortunately in front of me, I do not have any fresher numbers than those numbers. As Ms Reinhardt said, these are very early numbers. We expect it to become much clearer in January when the June year-end companies start lodging their tax returns.
Yeah, okay. And are you able to tell me what the largest amounts under this program have been? Are you able to do that? If there's been 230 million, do you...
Sorry, Senator, I don't have a distribution of the claims with me.
Okay.
Just to clarify,
could you
we'll try and get that, before we finish up, we can.
Okay.
Because it is new. We haven't got any particular funding to do this. It's a little bit difficult, but we'll try to find out.
Is that a lobby on funding from a distance? They're
Look,
Commissioner Jordan.
why not? Take every opportunity one can. We are absorbing many and more so matters.
I feel like you're talking to the finance minister at the moment.
Well, Cormann was not very receptive, so I'm hoping, Senator Birmingham might listen a little bit, and we can do these things so much better if we have the money to do it. But I just never let an opportunity pass, Senator.
Gratitude, Commissioner, for the work that you do, and know, of course, that you have a relentless focus on efficiency in the ATO.
Yeah, right.
I think that's a no. I think that's a no, Commissioner Jordan.
Yeah, I know. We've tried.
Okay. So, well, if you could find out what would be, even if you can give me what the top 5, who have used what the top 5 losses are or something like that. Whatever you can manage, that would be interesting to know. And how are you monitoring this program? Is there an inbuilt review into the lost carryback tax offset?
So, Senator, from the tax office side, we obviously have a compliance program around the lost carryback rules. At this stage, it's mostly around high-risk refunds, so to identify potential fraudulent applications.
Okay.
Over time, that will evolve into a more, as tax returns start coming in, we'll have a more typical compliance program.
Okay, so how do you identify a high-risk refund?
So, Senator, we have various, it's very hard to talk specifically, but we have various tests to see if a claim is plausible for a company against our record. So obviously, one of the conditions of the lost carryback is that there were prior year tax payments and also that there are franking credits still on hand. Okay. Obviously, that's one threshold test that we will use before we do a refund. We'll look more at large refunds, obviously, and particularly where the size of a refund versus the size of a firm is something that we'll look at.
Okay.
So it's probably also worth noting, lost carryback is an extension of existing programs. So lost carry forward.
Yeah, but it's a much bigger one, isn't it?
I don't know that it is much bigger. It's based on the same sort of principle as lost carry forward. So it's some of the same compliance programs that the ATO uses for lost carry forward, they can apply to lost carry back. So how is the loss generated? Is it a genuine loss? Is there income against which it could be deducted? And, many of the things that Mr. Hirshhorn's talked about as well.
But it was brought forward, like the size of the deductions, the timing of the deductions, and the fact that you've sort of tried to concentrate it in 2 years.
It's the intersection there in part, as you're saying, Senator, between the full expensing measures, which is the bring forward of what can be deducted and claimed, with the lost carryback, and the two do work together in that sense that lost carryback, as Ms. Reinhardt was saying, is applying existing principles. Full expensing, in a sense, is applying existing principles as well. It's just that rather than them operating in ways where the deductions occur over a longer period of time and losses can only be brought forward under rules and processes, there's now greater flexibility in a sense to elevate that activity in the economy by encouraging businesses to do more right now, to bring those decisions forward of businesses, to have that full expensing and to have the flexibility of carrying back any losses they incur as part of that full expensing.
So, not a review from Treasury's point of view, but a compliance audit essentially from the tax office. Correct? Okay. And then Mr. Hirshhorn or Commissioner Jordan, you'll see what you can provide us during the hearing, will you, with information about that?
Yeah.
Or,
Yes, Senator.
Or take it on notice if you can't.
I will see what we can provide.
Okay,
provide.
thank you. Thank you, Chair.
And Senator, maybe,
yeah.
sorry, Senator, before we move on, I just wanted to, I have some fresher data from a question you asked during the fiscal group
Oh, yeah.
around voluntary repayments of JobKeeper.
Yep.
So as at the 27th of October,
Yep.
102 businesses have now approached us to voluntarily repay.
Yep.
86 have paid us, and that is a total of 267 million.
Okay. So that's quite a... So I think, what did you give me before? 200 and something? I'm trying to find it.
I gave you before 203 million. That was actually a September number.
Okay.
So that, yes, indeed, Senator, there has been a significant movement over the last 2 months.
Okay. So businesses are sort of getting back in and seeing what they can manage and... Still.
Thank you,
Okay.
Senator Gallagher. Commissioner Jordan, I've got a few questions for you, if I could. And if I could introduce the questions by saying I read your address to the Tax Institute's Tax Summit 2021. You there, Commissioner Jordan? Yes?
I am.
Yes? Excellent.
Yep.
Excellent.
He was just waiting for you to say how fine an address it was.
Well, Minister Birmingham.
I mean, you know, it was well received, I think.
Well received, and I think there were a few things which stuck out to me, Commissioner, from your address, and the first was the scale of the administration that the ATO had to undertake in order to deliver the stimulus payments during this time of the COVID-19 pandemic. Can you just provide some commentary just in relation to the scale of the task that the ATO had to undertake, and any reflections you might have in hindsight as to how that went?
I mean, it really was quite extraordinary. I mean, we had to build a payment system through our EST group, Enterprise Systems and Technology, to deliver the capability to do that within a matter of weeks. We transferred 3,000 or 5,000, 3,000 people. We were able to actually transfer 3,000 people to work on this project. At the same time, we were dealing with 15,000 people working from home. Right? So this was an extraordinarily unheard of, never before situation. We were unsure, like, to be frank, how this would all work out, but given some of the technology changes that we'd made with STP, given the technology with GovID that tax agents and businesses could remotely access our systems rather than the old AUSKey that was linked, strangely, to the desktop computer that you actually registered it for. Thankfully, I mean, we didn't plan for a pandemic, but thankfully we'd put that in place the year before so people could work from home, businesses could work from home, everyone could keep working through the system to keep tax affairs running. We very much encourage tax agents to keep their clients engaged. So even if they couldn't pay, please lodge, so that we could get a picture. And also for the tax agents, you know, they didn't want to sort of sit there and have nothing to do and then, you know, 6 months later have a tsunami hit them of people. It was like, you know, get on to your clients. We know they can't pay. Lodge the bad statements, lodge the returns. We'll do payment plans. We're not going to, we suspended debt collection. We suspended audit connections, audit activities. So it really was, you know, quite an enormous change that I think the reinvention program that we started a number of years before and the cultural change within the staff, and I've got to say our staff, who sometimes get quite criticised, did a wonderful job. I mean, I cannot emphasise how well our people took to a task that they love to be able to help, you know, our community. And so when you put all those things together, we delivered on this project on time and really, in a way, surprisingly, in the short time. And when applications were made, we could deliver payments within 3 or 4 days. Tax agents were pleased that we were promoting the lodgement as well, because we wanted to have a picture of where we're at. There's no doubt in the world our debt book has gone up because we, you know, suspended debt activity. There's no doubt that because we didn't do a lot of compliance activities except in the worst scenarios, people had, you know, more cash, and as long as they lodged, at least we knew where they were coming from.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Commissioner, and congratulations to all of the staff at the ATO, how they've performed magnificently during this difficult time. I'm going to give the call to Senator Abetz, who has a number of questions. Senator Abetz.
Thank you, Chair, and welcome to the ATO. Commissioner, I've got some documents here that I'll have great difficulty in providing to you, but I have 3 sets, one for the Minister and possibly others at the table. But I would refer you to a statement you made to Senate estimates on the 30th of May 2018 in response to the Mongrel Bunch of Bastards Four Corners program, where you said that the allegation that the ATO slowly boil people until they are roasted to death is ludicrous and absurd. Do you recall saying that?
Yes.
Yep, right. Because I have a document which regrettably I can't give to you from Minta Ellison, and it's an interview with Ross Burns, and in that we are told on page 8, and I quote from it, RB, Ross Burns, 29th August 27 meeting on what was agreed, lots of SES there, including Graham Tanner, Assistant Commissioner in charge of in-house legal. One time we had 4 Deputy Commissioners, and they agreed this strategy of piling on pressure should be continued. One of them used the expression, burn them. And I would prefer a roast meal to a burnt meal. And so whilst there was some slightly different language being employed, can I ask, were you aware of that comment? And now, having been made aware of that comment, if you weren't so aware, what is your view of that which you told the Senate some 2-3 years ago?
I'm not aware of that comment. It would be highly unusual. I'm astounded that you are raising this in this situation. It is a one-off individual taxpayer situation. You've got to realise there are people who have a pathological desire not to pay tax. So they will go to all sorts of lengths to pursue their issue. You are raising a one-off issue that is quite outrageous, frankly, about burning and boiling or whatever. I mean, if you have an issue that you want to share with us, we will take that on board. We will look at that issue and we will respond to you and to the Senate. I have no idea what you're talking about, and I think it's just so misleading to raise extreme examples that do not reflect the millions and millions of lodgements, transactions that happen with absolutely no complaints, no issue. We've modernised our systems. People don't even touch us. It's all through their software. I talk to small businesses. They go, I don't know what's going on. I just do it all and it all happens.
Mr. Jordan.
So, no, listen to me, right? So if you want to raise something about Minter Ellison, which we can follow up, or provide us with that information, I'm very happy to do so. But I mean, really,
Senator Abetz, I'm just going to get some, if you can give me some indulgence, I'm just going to get some advice from the Secretary to the committee with respect to the tabling process of a document of this nature.
Right.
If I could, if you give me that indulgence. Oh, sorry, can we just suspend for a few moments? I just want to get some advice on the...
Yeah, of course. I was just happy to have it supplied.
Well, so you're not proposing to table the document?
Not at this stage. It was just to provide the witnesses with the source documents from which I was seeking to quote.
It's just that we need to provide them so that
it's the point's been made to me that in the usual course we'd need to provide the document to the witnesses so
yes.
they could actually...
And that is why I had copies ready to go, not realising Mr Jordan would be coming in remote.
No, I understand.
And that clearly puts him at a disadvantage, which I'm willing to accept.
Okay, thank you, Senator Abetz.
But it is really so inappropriate to raise individual tax matters that I have no knowledge, no background to, and cannot comment in any way in this forum. And you clearly have that detail. I do not.
Thank you, Commissioner Jordan. The Minister would like to say something, please.
So sorry, I still haven't seen the documents. Can I just ask, because I've heard you quote the law firm whose documents they are, Senator Abetz. It's not clear to me from what you've said to date as to whether the documents identify the particulars of the tax matter that I assume they pertain to, and the individuals in relation to that tax matter. Obviously, if they do, then there are a number of points that I imagine the Chair would want to clarify in terms of whether it's accepted as a tabled document or if you are proposing that it is simply best for Commissioner Jordan and the ATO to be able to see it, then it may be best by and large for us to transmit that out of the estimate session to Commissioner Jordan and facilitate you being able to have that discussion with the Commissioner or his deputies as appropriate to work through the issues. Say, Senator Abetz.
Yeah, look, Minister, very reasonable approach, if I might suggest. It's a pity Mr Jordan's not here, and that's no criticism at all. But the Commissioner did say on the public record that any such assertion as roasted to death was ludicrous and absurd. In other words, a flat-out denial. And we now have documentation which talks about burning them, and I accept Mr Jordan's approach, if it needs to be taken for the record, that the vast bulk of people in the ATO, I'm sure, do a fantastic job, such as in the police force. But every now and then we do get a bad egg, and we cannot overcome the bad egg by referring to the 99% good people in the police force. Similarly with the ATO, and the concern I have, Commissioner, is that your response, quite an agitated response to this, nearly suggests that you are not willing to accept that there might be an issue where you do need to deal with this sort of a culture, or not even culture, but behaviour by certain individuals. And I would have hoped the reaction would be, I'm horrified by this, tell me the details and we will weed it out. Unfortunately...
Well, I think I did say that, Senator. I have no idea of who you're talking about. If you want to, or the taxpayer wants to send the information to me, I will undertake to investigate that matter, because it doesn't sound right. That is not part of the culture. I don't know how long ago was this supposed to be, and I don't know what the surrounding circumstances of the taxpayers.
7th of August 2019.
Taxpayers are good at putting one side of the story to people like yourself, and we know a different story. So if you are authorised to act on behalf of this taxpayer, please send that to me. If you are not, please ask the taxpayer to send that information and I will deal with it.
Okay.
I will undertake to investigate and to see what that actually is.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Look,
Senator Abetz.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Look, thank you for that. But what you're doing with this answer, and I accept that this is one case that I have, but some time ago on the public record you described this sort of terminology as ludicrous and I have it here somewhere.
Well, it is. It's ludicrous.
Ludicrous and absurd. Yet there is now a document suggesting that instead of saying roasting, burn them. So that instead of saying it's ludicrous, with great respect, shouldn't the answer be, this is very concerning?
I just said that. You send
Well,
it to
in that
me.
case, if it's very
I will
concerning, it's not
investigate
ludicrous, is it?
I
You can't have it
cannot
both ways, Mr.
understand.
Jordan.
I will investigate that. If you are authorised to send that to me, we will look at that. That is unacceptable.
Thank you.
Absolutely unacceptable.
Thank
and I
you.
want to know whether it's true.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. That is what I wanted to hear at the very outset, that this is unacceptable, rather than terminology such as ludicrous, absurd, etc. So thank you for that, and you might think that I might have some authorisation, given that I've got the document in front of me and was willing to make it available to you, but I will make it available to you through other channels, and thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Senator Abetz, and thank you, Commissioner. I understand you didn't have the documents in front of you, so you're at a disadvantage, so thank you.
And for complete clarity, Senator Abetz simply quoted from those documents. They've not actually been tabled for the committee, and he will transmit them to the ATO for this and other means.
That's an important confirmation for Hansard. The documents have not been tabled. Senator Cox, I understand you've got some questions.
Yes, for the NTO. At the last estimates, Mr Hirschborn enlightened us that many gas projects liable under PRRT, there are carried forward tax credits that are trapped and will never be recouped. Could you explain to us again why this is the case?
Yes, Senator. So PRRT carry forward expenditure is worked out on a project-by-project basis. There are some projects which have very significant carry forward expenditure, and the projected revenue from those projects will never be sufficient to utilise that carry forward expenditure. And in a sense, the difference is what I described as trapped carry forward expenditure.
Okay. So
what it's saying is that some projects will never use up that carry forward expenditure.
Okay. So I know that Senator McKim has previously asked this question on notice, and that you're not able to quantify precisely how many tax credits were trapped, but is there a ballpark figure of 20%, 40%, 60%? Is there any understanding of the scale of that?
So, Senator, I think it's there's an old saying that it's very hard to make predictions, especially about the future. The challenge is that there are so many variables in relation to gas prices, future levels of gas export. I would not want to hazard a guess other than to say I think a significant proportion of the $282 billion in carry forward expenditure will likely be on trapped projects. And unfortunately, I don't think I can give you anything more precise than that.
So basically that we don't expect any significant tax collections to come from those gas projects, even in future years, say in 2030?
Indeed, Senator, in terms of projections of PRRT collections from gas projects, If I can firstly refer you to the Callaghan Review, which modelled various scenarios for various across the industry, and that was down to a project-by-project level. I think that analysis remains the best analysis of potential PRRT collections from gas resources. I think we've given previous testimony or from the Callaghan Review, and indeed the idea of trapped expenditure is that some projects will never pay PRRT. I think that indeed, and I might pass to my Treasury colleagues, was part of the tranche 2 PRRT reforms, was that for those projects which will never pay PRRT, they may be able to, the Commissioner may be able to designate them as such and take them out of the PRRT system.
Okay. Just quoting Deputy Commissioner Rebecca Saint, she describes the oil and gas companies as systemic non-payers of tax. What is it about this industry that's led the Deputy Commissioner to describe the behaviour like this?
So, Senator, I have Deputy Commissioner Saint with me, and I'll just previously she has been a little bit, some of her comments have been slightly misquoted or taken out of context, so she may have specific comments on that comment. I'll throw to Deputy Commissioner Saint, but it's very important to recognise that a lot of money was spent on these gas resources, and companies get deductions for that expenditure, either upfront or over time. And in many cases, those gas resources, either the volumes or the prices, have not been as predicted when they initially made the decision to invest. But I will throw to Deputy Commissioner Saint.
Deputy Commissioner Rebecca Saint, thank you. The quote that you referred to was a comment that was made back in 2019 following the release of the corporate tax transparency data. I didn't actually say that oil and gas companies were systemic non-payers of tax. What we were talking about at that time was that there were 102 companies within the corporate tax transparency data set who had not paid tax either in that year or in any year that we'd been publishing that data. They were also not part of an economic group that had paid tax. So what I did say was that there were 102 companies that were systemic non-payers of tax, and that I think the quote that I have here actually says that it covers all sectors of the economy and industry sectors. There were some notable sectors in that population though, and those sectors, one of those sectors that I pointed to was the oil and gas sector. The reason why it was called out as being notable, obviously it was very topical at the time and there is a great deal of interest in the oil and gas sector, but it's also notable because it does generate a significant amount of revenue, that sector, given that some of the projects were coming online. So hopefully that gives you a bit of context around what those comments were. I did then go on to explain as part of that process that it was to be expected, given the life cycle of an oil and gas project, that they had not yet paid tax. As Mr. Hirshhorn has just stepped you through, there is a significant capital investment. And whilst the projects have started to come online and the gas has started to be extracted and sold, it takes them a considerable number of years to actually recoup their losses and start to become in a profitable state. So that is to be expected through the process, and that has also been called out as part of the context of the data that we released that year.
Great, thank you. Is there any way that you could provide an updated list across those 102 companies of a breakdown of the tax gap across each sector?
So what we could pwe did publish data last year, obviously, for the 2019 year. We were quoted, I think, as part of that as to how many economic groups that had not paid tax either at entity or economic group level, as being around 80 economic groups. That is certainly something that's already part of the public record, I'd have to take on notice. I can confirm in this session, though, how many of that 80 were in fact part of the oil and gas sector.
Yeah, that'd be
I'll
great.
try and find that out for you in this session.
Great. Thank you very much for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Cox. We'll go to Senator Walsh. If are you seeking the call?
I am seeking the call. Thank you
Excellent.
very much,
I'm
Chair.
quite pleased to go to you, Senator Walsh.
Sure. Yes, questions for the ATO. I've got a few questions about your approach to unpaid super, which affects some millions of workers every year in amounts of some billions of dollars. What activity does the ATO undertake to increase public visibility of its compliance activity in relation to unpaid super?
Thank you, Senator. So the short answer is we do a lot of work in relation to unpaid super. I might talk about a couple of specific things and then throw to Deputy Commissioner Rosenzweig, who is the Deputy Commissioner in charge of our Super and Employment Obligations Group.
Sorry, Mr. Hirschhorn, can I just interrupt you there? So the question was more about increasing public visibility of the work that you do. So I know that you pursue compliance and that there are different penalties and so on, and I just wouldn't want you to go down that track. It was about increasing public visibility of the compliance activities.
Yes, so Senator, the first thing is one big thing that we have done recently is that now People's Super is visible through the ATO systems, so people can log in and see their super. We do certainly have a lot of messaging to people, including through our website, about being aware of their super and the fact that we can follow up if people have concerns around unpaid super, that they should contact us. We do have a compliance program where we chase up every notification. So every time an employee says, I don't think I've been paid my super, we look into every one of those situations. I might pass over to Deputy Commissioner Rosenzweig at that point. And Emma, you might be on mute. I'm not sure.
Is that better?
Yeah, yes.
Oh, sorry. Emma Rosenzweig, Deputy Commissioner for Superannuation and Employer Obligations. So, Senator, we do a range of things as well as having information available clearly on our website. We have a lot of social media activity and we respond to lots of media queries about superannuation. We obviously can't talk about individual cases, so we obviously can't promote the penalties we've applied to individual employers and those sorts of things. But we certainly respond to queries more generally about our approaches. We also work very closely with the tax profession, so accountants and bookkeepers. We have a number of stewardship groups and really close relationships with that part of the industry to make sure they're very aware of what goes on. And we also work closely with the superannuation industry. We have a stewardship group with representatives from a range of players in the superannuation industry that we also work with on these issues.
Thank you. Just for my general benefit, why is it that if an employer were to attract, the maximum penalty and it was a significant case of unpaid super, why is it again, for my benefit in terms of what your rules are and how you operate, why is it that you can't name that employer as opposed to, for example, the Fair Work Ombudsman, which regularly publishes the details of employers who underpay wages?
So, Senator, the difference is they are, for our actions in relation to an employer, are covered by the taxation secrecy rules. So unless we actually end up prosecuting an employer and it ends up in the court system, those audit and penalty activities are covered by our secrecy provisions. So I can't really speak for the difference with the Fair Work Ombudsman. Often they do end up in a more public forum like the Commission, in which case they're able to talk more publicly about them.
Okay, so you could publish information, for example, about de-identified information about the number of maximum compliance penalties that you have pursued and achieved, for example. Do you, I guess, A, publish that, and B, publicise that?
Senator, we don't specifically publish the breakup of penalties in something like our annual report, but we certainly can provide de-identified numbers of cases that we've done. So, for example, in the last financial year, we did over 19,000 reviews of unpaid super. And we raised over $880 million in liabilities for those activities in the last financial year. So we definitely can give information like that.
I guess I'm wondering why you don't sort of actively put that information out there with employers, in the form of media releases and announcements and so on. Would you think that it would have a deterrent effect if you did proactively publish that information in a de-identified way?
So, Senator, one of the things we do try to do with employers is to work firstly to make sure they really understand their obligations and that we can support them to meet those obligations. So I guess our focus on our communications with employers in relation to unpaid super is primarily about helping them to get it right, and making sure they can meet those obligations, and ensuring that they are prepared to come and talk to us if they are having trouble meeting those obligations, so that we can get them to lodge a charge statement and then work with them to enter a payment plan if they need that to get those amounts paid. So I guess our focus really is more on helping them get it right and supporting them where they are struggling with payment.
And Senator, I just to build on
Yep.
Deputy Commissioner's comments there, I think we would view that the main driver of unpaid superannuation in the system is not malice, but lack of knowledge and perhaps lack of sophistication of business proprietors, which drives towards a strategy of trying to get people to be aware of their obligations, not necessarily a deterrence strategy.
So what's the purpose of the penalties? So you're trying to get the money back into the hands of people who should have been paid it. But what's the purpose of applying penalties to employers?
Yes, so Senator, I would say obviously there are some. Look, so I would say the broader challenge, as I said, is one of education and just awareness of obligations. Obviously, in specific cases, there needs to be a deterrence, and so we have the range of penalties are, it goes up to 200% penalty, which is a very extreme penalty in the tax system. We do not levy many at 200%, but we have a framework which goes towards the factors underpinning the behaviour. If one end, somebody's made an honest mistake and they voluntarily rectify the unpaid super. At the other end, where somebody's a repeat offender deliberately evading their obligations to pay super. And so the penalty structure is designed around encouraging people to pay their superannuation on behalf of their employees.
And if I could just jump in and say also that part of the problem here is that, very often with small, medium businesses, their cash flow is not going that well. So GST they collect, maybe not remitting. The pay-as-you-go that you get taken out of your salary, like I do, that's remitted, doesn't get remitted. And the superannuation is the third element of that. They just don't have the money. They're starting to sort of not go well in their business, and they're using that. And that's where we have to be, because the government stands behind, like the pay-as-you-go, GST is lost, but non-payment of super is a real loss to the individual, the employer. Right? That doesn't. No one fills that back up, and that's why we have a very strong focus. We are trying. We've moved significant resources back into this area to get down the stock of cases on hand, because clearly the longer they take to get to them, the less likely they are to have the money. And STP, Single Touch Payroll, is such a good thing for this, because it at least provides us with the promise to pay every fortnight, provides us with how much pay as you go has been withheld and what the promise to pay super is. But the promise to pay super might be a quarter later. Right? But at least we can keep track of that. So we're getting better, and we're reducing the stock of employee complaints, because frankly, the executive of the ATO thought it was unacceptable to have such a thing. But it was a resource issue, and we've now committed the resource to bring down that stock of complaints. It is a really difficult thing, and that's why there's this directors' penalty notices. They are personally liable, directors, for superannuation, because that's someone's money that they were committed to. Sorry, was
thank
that
you.
Be quiet.
The Chair was just seeking to understand how many more questions I had. Thank you, Commissioner Jordan. I guess I would just...
I won't do a wink, okay?
That would be appreciated. I guess I would just say, based on the information that you've given me, that I'm genuinely surprised, and I guess I'm seeking your comment, Commissioner Jordan. I'm genuinely surprised that the ATO would say that the reason that super is often underpaid or sometimes underpaid is either lack of education or business challenges, as opposed to something deliberate. And I'm just wondering how you know that and why it's relevant. Because in the case of wages, people need to pay the minimum. So why don't people need to pay and make themselves aware of what the superannuation guarantee is? How is it okay for a company to say, I just didn't know what my superannuation obligations were, or I've got some business challenges so I couldn't pay my staff? You could not say that about wages, so why can you say it about superannuation?
As I said, they have to pay wages because people won't turn up. They have to pay their overdraft or whatever to the bank, because the bank will foreclose. They have to pay suppliers, because they will only supply cash on delivery. So when businesses are not going as well, or the cash flow is not as good as they like, there are the three things that tend to accumulate together. Not repatriating the pay-as-you-go, not repatriating the GST they collected on sales, and not paying the GST. Often they will put it on their BAS statement. That's why we have so much undisputed debt. They're admitting that they're liable for the pay-as-you-go and the GST. Right? They can't not admit that, and the GST and the superannuation. So what we need to do is have systems that allow us to get to them quicker, because absolutely evident, the longer we leave it, the less opportunity there is to collect that money. We are sort of seen as the last cash resort. They need suppliers, they need employees, they need banks. The other area is Phoenix activities, where it's a very purposeful, particularly in the construction industry. We've seen some classic examples recently in Queensland, Western Australia, where people consistently build up, a debt, they pay the wages because they need to do it. and then they'll leave their subcontractors, which is another problem for a few months, and then they'll collapse the company, move on to another one, and the money disappears. So we need to be better. We are getting better. We are, with the Phoenix Task Force, with all of the tax avoidance task force, we are so much better, but we still probably need to, be quicker at chasing the super element.
So Senator Walsh, I don't think in any way you should interpret Commissioner Jordan as saying that behaviour is okay. It is demonstrably not okay, and as he's indicated, the priority the ATO puts on continuously improving the systems to be able to identify those problems faster and to engage with businesses to address them faster where they are simply businesses in trouble. Obviously, phoenixing activities are more deliberate activities that governments across the country have sought to put in place different provisions to try to tackle that and to ensure that there are penalties for those who may act in such a deliberate way. What he was explaining there pretty clearly is the realities of what the tax office sees in terms of certain businesses as they get into trouble or face pressure points, how they behave and where they will make payments slip. And as he sort of logically explained, the things that are most visible to their staff and their suppliers that they can't get away with, of course they have to maintain. The things that are less visible are where slippage can occur, and that's, as I say, certainly not acceptable. It's why the government has certainly put in place measures along the way that have sought to support the tax office in their efforts and make clear that Australians need greater transparency around their superannuation and to back in penalties for those who deliberately don't make those sorts of payments. But I just wanted to, given the nature of your supplementary question to the Commissioner, just to sort of put that context around it.
Yeah, I did want to then just get some clarification from you, Minister, about the government's view about employers' obligations to pay super. There's been words to the effect this afternoon that employers pay wages because they have to, but they may not pay superannuation because they can get away with it. What is
it's
the
a
government?
pragmatic.
What is
it's just recognising the pragmatic nature of a business who makes choices to survive. We focus very strongly on that superannuation bit because that is a loss.
So it's a business. It's a business model for survival is to not pay super. That's what I'm hearing.
Senator
So
Walsh.
I am asking for the.
So sorry, officials, just pause 1 second. Senator Walsh,
I'd tidy that up too, Senator Birmingham, if I were you.
It is
disgraceful.
it is a legal obligation of employers in Australia to ensure that all entitlements are paid and accounted for. And failure to do so is a breach of those legal obligations, whether that relates to direct salary, to accumulated entitlements, or to superannuation provisions. And in all of those cases, businesses need to comply. We have in relation to direct wages, the work of the Fair Work Ombudsman, where we have identified in certain sectors at certain times higher risk activities of underpayment, and Fair Work Ombudsman has been empowered with greater resources, greater powers to pursue wrongdoing by any employers in that sort of space. In relation to failure to meet other legal entitlements, particularly in relation to superannuation, Commissioner Jordan, I think, was highlighting the fact that from his perspective, from an ATO perspective, he doesn't need to worry about people not paying the wages of their employees. That's partly because that's not his legal responsibility, but it's also the fact that there are other mechanisms and accountabilities, not least of which the fact that everybody sees that in their bank account on a weekly, fortnightly or monthly basis. It hits home straight away. What the ATO needs to do and does do is help support the identification of where businesses are failing to meet those other legal obligations. And it's unacceptable when they don't meet them, and we do need those levers of government to intervene at the earliest opportunity in relation to making sure those entitlements are met. And whilst I don't pretend to come with the full legal expertise to offer all of this analysis, it's important to note that when the Commissioner talks about if a business is failing and has not met those three things he spoke of, withholding, BAS payments or superannuation, if we reach the point of failure, it's the employee's superannuation that is first in the queue in that regard, and the government and those tax obligations come later in terms of what is there, and there are of course legal penalties that employers will face if they have failed to dutifully provide those superannuation payments. But officials might want to
I might be able to. Yes. I might be able to provide some figures that give a sense of scale as well.
Sorry, sorry to interrupt. Could you just give your name and position, please, just for the benefit of Hansard, please?
Sure. Emma Rosenzweig, Deputy Commissioner for Superannuation and Employer Obligation. So we have just released our latest measurement of the super guarantee gap, Senator, and that has been declining. We've seen a really good trend of it declining over the last 4 years that we've been measuring it. We're now estimating that gap to be 3.8%. So in the context of there are more than $62 billion that is contributed to super every year, that's around $2.45 billion in gap that we are estimating. And just in terms of, I mentioned before, we did over 19,000 compliance cases on unpaid super in the last financial year. Of those, we only applied the full penalty of 200% to 40 of those cases. And as Mr Hirschhorn said, our decision on remitting penalties is based on the behaviour of the employer and their engagement with us through the compliance process, and so we can remit those down. So only 40 of those 19,000 cases had the most serious full amount of penalties applied to them. So I hope that also provides you some scale of the seriousness of the problem we're talking about.
Thank you for that. Senator Walsh, are you?
I have found this evidence really genuinely extraordinary, that we know that lack of payment of superannuation is, in the hundreds of millions or billions of dollars annually. The ATO today has said that it assumes that the reason for this is a lack of education, or that businesses may make decisions to not pay super as part of a business survival model, and that is to be understood, and that you don't seek to publish the compliance penalties that you administer because you don't think that it has any kind of deterrent effect on this behaviour, which is costing people hundreds of millions or billions of dollars. I find all of this testimony absolutely extraordinary, and so my question for the Minister is, are you satisfied, Minister, that the ATO is appropriately handling the pursuit of Australians' unpaid super?
I think, Senator, as you just heard in some of that data that was provided, the ATO is quite actively pursuing on quite a regular basis underpayment of superannuation, as the government expects them to do, and that they seek to provide rectification in that regard as quickly as possible. Our expectation is first and foremost that in those activities the ATO helps to recover any unpaid superannuation for Australian employees, and to make sure that it hits their superannuation accounts as quickly as possible, and that they are left no worse off as a result of that, and the many thousands of cases that or instances that are identified are evidence of the fact that the ATO is doing that. The application of penalties, just as it is the case in terms of failure to pay tax or otherwise, the ATO applies those application of penalties, obviously mindful of the different circumstances, and where it is deliberate and willful withholding of superannuation payments, then we would fully expect the full weight of penalties to be applied. But obviously there are a range of other circumstances and factors that the ATO has to consider, as they do, and they're best placed to describe how they weigh those different factors.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Walsh, are you... so we're nearly at a point where I can give the call to Senator Small, who's been waiting here. Yep. Senator Small, please.
Thanks, Chair. And good afternoon, folks. I'm aware of the ATO's practice statements on alternative dispute resolution. Have there been any situations where the ATO has refused to participate in ADR with a taxpayer, even where the taxpayer has requested ADR? And I'm anticipating you'll cite, obviously, taxpayer privacy. So can you give me the exact parameters where the ATO could refuse ADR and still be compliant with its own practice statements?
Senator Small, it's Kirsten Fish, Chief Law Officer. Thank you very much for that question. I don't have that practice statement in front of me, so I would have to go back and revisit it. In terms of your question, though, in general terms, ADR is one of the mechanisms that we have available to engage with taxpayers who are willing to engage with us through that process to resolve their matters amicably and in a way that's satisfactory to both parties. It is something that we are very active in promoting. Our review and dispute resolution area within law, design and practice really has a focus on resolving disputes early and preventing disputes by feeding back insights up into the client engagement group when they're doing their work. So our alternative dispute resolution is a real focus of our RDR area. I don't have the terms of the practice statement in front of me, but we really are focused on ensuring that taxpayers who are engaged with us, we will engage with to resolve the matters as amicably as we can.
And I might say, Senator, that, not every case is necessarily suitable for ADR.
So, Commissioner, that's exactly what I'm asking for, is for you to articulate where those circumstances apply.
Okay, well,
so if you can give me absolute clarity,
not...
Commissioner, if you can give me absolute clarity on where ADR would not be appropriate, that would be very helpful.
Well, one example is where there is entrenched evasion or obstruction of tax investigations and, complex, long-standing, difficult situations with people that dispute everything and don't pay tax when it's due and take legal proceedings against every point. There's not much point going through an ADR. So if you have a particular taxpayer that you are making representations on, we would again be happy or glad to hear that and to provide back to you our view, if we did not do ADR, why that was. But typically it's the high end of evasion, it's the obstruction of investigations and highly litigious at every point. So why would you do an ADR with someone like that?
Indeed. And so I guess just for absolute clarity then, where you form a view about a particular taxpayer, what you're effectively saying to me is that then would preclude ADR from being pursued by that taxpayer. Because, that's effectively what your evidence just then reflects to me.
No. If that view is formed over a 10-year plus period of consistent evasion, avoidance, obstruction and legal points all the time, we have ADR for all sorts of people that may be a bit confused or a bit uncertain. If you've got entrenched avoiders, ADR won't help.
And so we're a
And
taxpayer.
if you're willing to provide the taxpayer that you're...
So we're a taxpayer in that particular circumstance, approach the ATO with a view to engaging in good faith ADR to de-escalate for both parties. Are you saying that would not be appropriate?
No, I'm not saying that at all, but I'm saying the history of matters, the attitude of taxpayers and the history of non-payment and non-compliance will go to whether an ADR facility is appropriate or worthwhile, or whether a legal, more legalistic, which is generally the way they tend to go, will be more appropriate. But if you want to provide the details to the taxpayer, we'll certainly have a look at that.
Okay,
and
thank you.
Kirsten may wish to add to that.
No, thank you, Commissioner. That's very helpful. Can I ask, with respect to the matters before the High Court, effectively, I just need to understand the policy implications of the case, of course referring to Commissioner of Taxation versus Carter. Because trusts, discretionary trusts, are used by so many people in Australia, small business people, family businesses, farmers, you name it. I asked some questions last estimates and frankly the answers didn't really give me a lot of clarity around what the effect would be. So is the effect of success at the High Court for the ATO such that a distribution made to an unknowing and non-consenting beneficiary, not disclaimable post June 30, notwithstanding that that particular beneficiary didn't receive any actual money?
Senator Small, I know that you raised these questions last time. As I talked about last time we met, the issue in the High Court is not about the legal effectiveness of the disclaimer. The issue in the High Court is about the tax consequences of a legally valid disclaimer. What the Commissioner is seeking through the High Court proceedings is clarity and certainty about how the tax law operates in those circumstances. We see late disclaimers of trust entitlements are increasingly prevalent in high wealth family groups. This represents a risk to the Commissioner recovering tax that is properly payable, where disclaimers happen very late after review periods are finished. Bringing this case will provide certainty and clarity both for the community and for the Commissioner as to how the tax law operates when there is a legally valid disclaimer.
Right, and I also asked some questions around that exact point whether consultation with Treasury, etc. occurred, because I guess my question is, could we have achieved an equivalent outcome for the ATO without going to the High Court on a particular matter and in fact sought to legislate for certainty for all Australian taxpayers?
Senator, a change to the law or a change to policy really is a question for Treasury. What we do from the tax officer's perspective is interpret and apply the law and seek clarity from the courts where we need that clarity as to how the current law operates.
But that's a bit inconsistent with, we're seeing that this is a risk to tax revenue, that they're not necessarily consistent statements, if I could put that to you.
Well, Senator, whether or not the law is changed is a matter for Treasury. Whether it requires to be changed depends on the current interpretation of the law as it exists, and that is what we're testing in these proceedings.
Okay, thank you.
Also, what we need to ensure is that income derived through business activities, whether it passed through one or multiple trusts, ultimately should be taxed at either the trustee or the beneficiary, right? It's profit. And in opposing mini trusts, disclaiming present entitlement, all sorts of things happen to try to divert us from our attention to ensure that everyone, for the benefit of the community, pays the right amount of tax. And again, if you would like to name the people, either now or privately, that you're concerned about, we will take that on board.
Yeah, and look, I guess the point on this, Commissioner, is it's actually not about a particular taxpayer, it's about the tax implications for literally millions of Australians that use this. Because if I set up a discretionary trust and make a distribution to you that you don't know about, and I'm talking about you in your personal capacity here, if I make a distribution to you for tax purposes and you can't disclaim that post-30 when you discover it, notwithstanding that you haven't received any money, I would suggest that poses a very serious problem in our tax system.
That's not the facts of the case you're talking about.
So, Ms Fish, can I guess, on notice, I would really like to fully understand, and if you don't want to do it on notice, want to give me a briefing, I'm happy with that. But I guess what I am gravely concerned about is the implications of success in this case for every user of a discretionary discretionary trust structure within the Australian tax landscape.
Well, I'm disinclined to take it on notice because it relates to one case that's in the judiciary system, and let that run.
But millions of taxpayers use discretionary trusts, as you would know better than I,
And they don't
Commissioner.
disclaim their entitlements in the way that has been done.
So Chief Law Officer just said that it is increasingly used within the tax system. So I'm getting very conflicting pictures here.
There are many family trusts that run many businesses, farms, everything. And they work as natural and as they're supposed to do. The trustee distributes the money, the beneficiary puts it in their account. It's extraordinarily unusual for a beneficiary to get money from someone that they didn't know about. Would you do that?
We're talking about the distribution of a tax.
No, you wouldn't. I wouldn't
Sorry.
either, right? So it's a very, very unusual situation. It's before the court, and let's leave it at that. And we can do something with you separately, but we're not going to take it on notice.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Okay, thank you very much, Senator Small. Now, I just want to, we haven't had an afternoon break, and that was my judgment. But I think we only have 2 more sessions of questions for the ATO, as I understand it. One session from, if I can use that term, Senator Patrick, and then I've been advised by the Deputy Chair that there's another 5 minutes of questions for the ATO, and I think we're then done with the ATO and we'll be able to release the Commissioner and his team. So on that optimistic note, I'll give the call. Sorry, Senator McAllister?
That is all correct, but to confirm also that I do have 1 block of questions, or perhaps 2 for the Charities Commissioner, so we would not be seeking to release.
No, absolutely. We will not be seeking to release, if I can just make that clear for all the officers waiting, we are not seeking to release the Charities Commission nor the Revenue Group. We'll just be seeking to release the ATO and then going to a 15-minute break. Okay? Okay, Senator Patrick, you have the call.
Thank you, and I'm just trying to manage the call in a couple of committees, so I might do what I can, and if I don't get, I might come back. That's just my warning.
Right, well, we'll try and avoid that if we can.
And if I don't get back, it doesn't matter.
Okay, thank you, Senator Patrick. Senator Patrick, you have the call.
Mr. Hirschhorn's not there. You didn't get rid of him, did you, Mr. Jordan? He is? Just after our last session at Estimates, when I said I liked him, the Commissioner was going to get rid of him, I thought. Is he there?
Would I do that to you, Senator?
Okay, thank you.
I mean...
okay, I just want to get an update on the Lend-Lease tax ruling.
So, Senator, I might talk about, obviously, this is very sensitive territory, talking about individual taxpayers. I'll first talk about what has been disclosed by the company. So the company has disclosed in their most recent financial statements that they are under audit on this issue around the sale of their retirement village, or the partial sale of their retirement village. There is a separate related draft taxation determination.
So can I just ask,
over,
did they put a contingency in the report as to a potential cost to the company?
Senator, I might take that, ask for one of the team, maybe Deputy Commissioner Saint, I can see is furiously going through the annual report right now to see if we can see if we can find something. In the meantime, I might pass over to Chief Law Officer Kirsten Fish to talk about the status of a draft taxation determination which relates to deductible amounts and cost base.
I understand, and that's not generic to, that's not specific to Lend-Lease, that's a generic ruling. Yes, thank you.
Yes.
That's correct, Senator. All of our tax determinations and tax rulings are of general application. They don't relate to any one particular taxpayer or even any group, particularly of taxpayers. The draft TD that you refer to was issued in draft. The tax office has still been working on it. We stand very firm by the principle that we don't accept that an amount could be both deductible and included in cost base. We are looking to finalise what we do with that tax determination with an understanding of the interrelated issues and in particular what assumed liabilities in fact do go into cost base. So we're really looking at things that are quite fact dependent in that scenario. So we stand by the principle that you don't get both cost base and a deduction. We're working through the related issues that have been raised through the consultation process. I met with the team, in fact, just last week, and I expressed to them the need to bring this matter to finalisation, and we hope to do so in the near future.
Okay, so I've heard regularly that this has been brought to finalisation. So, is there some sense of finalisation? I mean, it's been going on for a long time. And I'm sure it doesn't help shareholders of companies that might be subjected to this particular ruling when it's made.
Yes, Senator, so what I can say on that is that the ruling has been issued in draft. It represents our current preliminary view, so that is out there unless and until it is withdrawn or changed.
Okay, so when does the final expected to be released?
I can't give you an exact time frame on that, but we are actively working on finalising
before next estimates?
Middle of the day. Come on.
Before next estimates?
We will have a resolution before next estimates, yes.
Thank you. I'll hold you to that. Thank you very much. Just want to go to something that Senator Walsh was talking about in terms of unpaid super. So I understand a person who's believes they haven't been paid their super properly, they can go to the tax office and seek some remedy. How many people have done that and have had a favourable outcome from the tax office but are still awaiting payment?
So, Senator, I might pass over to Deputy Commissioner Rosenzweig. You're absolutely right. So but in terms of the process, we get about, I think last year we got 19,000 or so employee notifications, that is of people who feel that they were not paid their super. Some of those actually are paid their super, just to be clear,
Sure.
so they're not all. And we then go to collect on, we seek to follow that up with employers. And
So how many?
So there's an element of course, the main aim is to get the money.
Sure.
If money's, our challenge is often we say, yes, there was super payable, but if the company has since gone bankrupt, there may be no way of accessing that super. Obviously, if the company is still in existence, we seek to pursue the super. I will pass at this stage to Deputy Commissioner Rosenzweig.
Thank you, Senator. So, as Mr. Herschel has just said, we did over 19,000 reviews last year. We raised over 880 million in super guaranteed charge, but I do not have the figure for the remaining outstanding debt on hand, so I might need to take that on notice unless...
Yeah, so if you can take it on notice, how many people of those 19,000 came to you and then said, I want to have an understanding of how many people were found by the tax office to have been owed superannuation? Then I'd like to know how many of those have been paid and the length of time it takes to get paid. So I'm just trying to explore, what happens in terms of people seeking a remedy, and I want to do that by way of just having an understanding of the numbers. And included in that, I'd like to have an understanding of how many people are waiting for the ATO to make a determination, and can you give me the stats on how long they wait? So minimum time, maximum time, and in fact medium time as well.
Yes, so Senator, we can take that on notice, but I would just say at the moment we have we've got less than 5,000 on hand.
Okay.
We have service standards which say that we want to action a certain number within certain time periods.
So can you provide those KPIs with those actual numbers?
We'll provide the KPIs. As the Commissioner alluded to earlier, Senator, you may not have been in the room, but this last year with COVID, there has been some disruption. But we have, under Deputy Commissioner Rosenzweig's leadership, we have now driven down the outstanding notifications to less than 5,000, and actually going really driving through even to historically low levels of stock on hand.
And this is a very important issue for us, Senator, as an executive, because of what I said before. It's lost money, right?
Sure.
The government doesn't credit you in your return or whatever.
Sure.
We are really focused. We've shifted extra resource in there now, and this is absolutely oversighted by our executive.
I'm sure that will come through in the figures. Thank you very much, Commissioner, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Patrick. Who's seeking the call? I think we just got 5. Senator Chisholm.
Thanks, Chair. I just had some questions about the implementation of your super stapling changes. A recent survey of 8,355 individual super members and 1,155 employers reported on in Money Magazine revealed that more than half of employers are not aware of the upcoming stapling changes. Has the ATO undertaken any of its own research on the awareness of the upcoming stapling changes among its employers or employees?
So, Senator, again, I might just make an initial comment that we are actively engaging with all employers to make sure that they are aware of the Your Future, Your Super measures, and indeed, most importantly, the stapling measures which are coming into force very shortly. In terms of advertising campaigns and research, I will pass over to Deputy Commissioner Rosenzweig.
Thank you, Senator. So we, depending on when that choice research was undertaken, we have last month really increased the activity we've done to make employers aware of these changes. So we've held a number of webinars ourselves, but also participated as guests in a number of webinars by people like the Payroll Association and other industry bodies to get out to their members. And there is also an advertising campaign that I believe the Government and Treasury is about to run in relation to these measures as well. So I probably can't speak to that. And I believe that's actually being run out of Markets Group. So they're on later. Ask them about that campaign.
Okay. Are you concerned about the level of awareness in the community at this stage about the changes commencing?
I would say we are doing what we can. It is a measure we are actively engaging with to inform people about now. and we will make sure that it begins on 1 November, so over the weekend we'll make sure that we continue to work with employers to make sure they're aware of it.
You mentioned the government's advertising, which I think you said was contained within the markets group. Were you consulted on the government advertising campaign?
I would have to take that on notice, Senator. We've certainly been aware of it. I'd have to take on notice the level of involvement we had, but as I said, it's being led by Markets Group.
Okay, so you're not aware if you provided any advice to the markets group about the content of its marketing campaign?
I will have to take that on notice, sorry, Senator.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Senator Chisholm. So can I thank all members of the ATO for attending today, and Commissioner Jordan, as I said, congratulations to your senior leadership team and all the staff at the ATO for the tremendous job they performed during this time of the COVID-19 pandemic. It's just been an extraordinary effort, and I pass on my hearty congratulations to you and your team. If you could convey that, I'd deeply appreciate it. Thank you very much. Yeah. We will now suspend for 15 minutes for a short break, and then at, let's say, 5:05, we'll come back with the Revenue Group and the Australian Charities and Not-for-Profits Commission, please, at 5:05. Thank you, everyone. Resume then. So welcome back to the Revenue Group, and welcome, Mr. Johns. Can you hear me?
I can, Senator. Thank you.
Excellent. Now, do you have an opening statement, Mr. Johns?
I do. I'll keep it brief, of course.
Thank you very much.
Good. Look, could I commend the ACNC annual report to senators? And I note that the sector continues to grow. In 2018, there were 55,000 charities on the register. Today, there are nearly 60,000. Several years, there were about 4,000 applications for registration each year, and in the last 2 years, these have risen to 6,000 applications each year, partly driven by deductible gift recipient reforms and men's sheds reforms. We have approximately the same number of staff to service 60,000 charities, and a number of applications, all our other work, and yet registered more charities than last year, about 2,500. You would appreciate that my staff, 100 officers, reside in Melbourne and been in lockdown for nearly 12 months. Despite this, as I've shown, they've performed extremely well. However, we've not been able to achieve all our service standards, but we decided to hold on to the standards, assuming that next year we'll be able to achieve them. And just to give senators a final picture of the growth of our work, our main way of informing the public sector...
So, Senator, sorry, Mr. Johns, you're just fading in and out at times, so I'm not sure if you're going to be...
There's a lot of noise in the background, yeah.
So...
I'll keep going.
Yeah, keep going. We'll do our best.
Thanks indeed. Our main way of informing the public of the work of the sector and helping charities through advice and education is our website. In 2018, we had 1 million searches of the register. In the last 12 months, we've had 5 million searches of the register. In 2018, we had 5 million hits on the website. In the last 12 months, we had 11 million hits on the website. So we're servicing more charities, reaching out to much more public than has ever been the case, and we've done this in trying circumstances. Next month, we'll be very proud to launch the Charity Marketplace, which will allow the public to search for a charity program by using common descriptive terms without knowing the name of a charity. This will be a significant tool to increase the visibility of the work of the sector and will no doubt drive increased traffic to the website. Thank you, senators.
Thank you, Commissioner. And also, if you could forward to us, and maybe you've already done this, just forward to us an electronic copy of that statement if it's available, so we could formally table it.
I certainly will.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated. And who's seeking the call? Senator McAllister.
Thanks very much. Good afternoon, Mr Johns. The last time you were here, I know that you had an exchange with Senator Chisholm about the regulations which change the scope and responsibilities for you in terms of unlawful activity or potentially unlawful activity within a charity. And I just wanted to go back to a couple of the comments you provided in that exchange, because they were quite striking. You said, I would need to know that a particular criminal act has taken place. We're not a police force, we're not a court of law. You similarly said, if someone is by law found to be guilty of something, that obviously means the police are involved and then a court of law. I don't undertake those activities. And finally, you went on to say, the way we have always thought about these things is to rely on police and courts of law to find wrongdoing. It's very difficult for us to know about that sort of thing. We're simply not set up to do that. I just wanted to ask you this. When you took on the role as Commissioner, did you ever imagine that you'd need to clarify that the ACNC would not operate as a police force or a court?
Well, that's a difficult one to answer, but the fact is we're not a law enforcement agency, so there it is.
Sorry, I just couldn't quite hear that last thing. But the law enforcement agencies...
We are not a law enforcement agency, so my previous comments reflect that.
Thank you. The proposed regulations, nonetheless, do provide scope for a commissioner to effectively step into a role of police or court, do they not?
Well, just to clarify, I presume we're discussing Standard 3, as which are in the Senate now. So, of course, while there's no new policy, I can't discuss policy. But I can help you out to the extent of saying, sort of repeat, I guess, what I said last time, that we can't reach too far. We need to know from other agencies. Look, sorry about this. There's a lot of noise in the background. Is that an issue that can be fixed?
I'm not sure if we can...
I mean, I'll carry on. It's as if
I think we're just going to have to struggle on as best as we can. It's a bit like that. Sometimes if in particular postures, you're coming across more loudly and clearly than in others. So it's a bit like the TV antenna in the lounge room, wandering around the lounge room trying to get the right signal. So see how we go.
Thank you.
Chair, can I also suggest that the other people online will check that they're also on mute? That sometimes affects the sound quality.
Oh. Yeah, and actually, if everyone could check they're on mute, everyone except the Commissioner, of course, could check they're on mute. And also, my helpful secretary has suggested that we check that you don't have the TV on as well, Commissioner. You don't have anything else on that's maybe... No? Okay, all right. Okay, well, let's try again, Commissioner. Can you hear me?
Thank you.
Okay.
I can, and thank you. Best we take the question again.
Senator McAllister, could you ask the question again? Is that possible?
Yes. I was asking you, Commissioner, that notwithstanding your view about the capacities and powers of the ACNC at the moment, the proposed regulation would provide for a commissioner to effectively step into the role of police or court.
What I can say with some certainty, and I can't comment on Governance Standard 3 because it's before the Senate, is that my powers or my discretions won't change as a result of the governance standards.
However, your obligations will. Is that not right?
Well, there'll be one extra element of law breaking that I would have the discretion to take into account. The nature of the discretion and the way we operate will not change.
Right, so your intention is not to change the way that you operate. A future commissioner might choose to do so, might they not, given the expanded scope of activity that's contemplated under the regulation?
Well, of course I can't answer for the future, but I can say this, that the discretion has never been used, and that's over 8 years, and I've certainly never used it. The issue is a practical one here. First of all, as I said last time, we have to know about any law breaking, and that has to be done by other agencies. And then, when and if it comes to our attention, we have to link any behaviour back to the charity. Now, that's not an easy or obvious thing to do.
Right. So I suppose the concern that is being publicly articulated is that the regulations will enable a future commissioner, perhaps not you, to commence a compliance activity against a charity merely on the anticipation that they might in future be linked to a summary offence before the police and the courts have concluded their work. Is that your understanding of the scope of what is proposed?
Again, I can't really comment on changes to Governance Standards 3. What I can reflect on is what we do now. We never have, and I can only speak for me, never would sort of try to look into or foresee something. I would only operate on the basis of the facts before us, and we would proceed as we always proceed. We would approach a charity with concerns and we start a conversation, because you always want to settle on the facts first before you begin any, say, compliance activity.
Mr. Johns, I appreciate that you don't seek to provide comment on the policy settings embedded in the regulation, but I am inviting you to provide an explanation about the policy settings embedded in the regulation. It's correct, isn't it, that it would allow a commissioner to investigate charities on the grounds of an unlawful activity ahead of any findings of the police and the court?
I can only say the way we approach things now, and as I understand it, my powers or discretion rather wouldn't change under these provisions, new provisions, is that I wouldn't take any action ahead of the facts. It just doesn't work that way, and it would simply, frankly, soak up resources that I could apply elsewhere.
Yes, I understand you're talking about your own practices, intentions, and administrative approach. We don't normally rely on the individual preferences of appointees to govern these kinds of questions. I guess I'm asking for your understanding of the scope of the arrangements in the regulation as they would practically apply to you and any future commissioner.
Yeah, as I understand it, the discretion of the commissioner does not change. So the way we would approach those matters would not change.
Since you last spoke with Senator Chisholm about this question, obviously the Senate Select Committee for the Scrutiny of Delegated Instruments determined that the minister responsible for these regulations had been unable to reassure them that the proposed changes would not, and I quote, impermissibly limit the freedom of political communication. they're concerned about free speech. Have you read the Scrutiny Committee's report and recommendations?
I have.
Have you sought a legal opinion on the constitutionality of what the government's amendments would require the Commissioner to do and the impact on free speech that might have?
No.
Perhaps you might explain your reasoning. I'm genuinely interested as to how you would approach that question.
That's fine. It's a policy matter. Obviously, I like to keep up to date on these things and see how the discussion's going, because I may be asked for the matters which I've already referred to, which is how I would approach the application of any changes. We haven't been asked for that recently, to my knowledge. I don't enter the policy discussion, and I certainly don't seek legal advice on those matters. It really is a matter for the government and, of course, senators.
If these changes were to impermissibly limit the freedom of political communication, where does that leave you as an office holder applying them?
I don't know that they will or they will not. I simply can't answer you.
Is it not the case that you might want some legal advice on that question before you begin implementing these arrangements?
After and if these governance standards get through the Parliament, I might then think about those matters or seek advice. But before that, it's simply not legislation that I'm to administer. It's a discussion at large, which I can't enter into publicly.
The Scrutiny Committee also noted that the Minister has been unable to justify the scope of the powers that the regulation gave to a Commissioner, specifically the powers to investigate charities without first giving the sector clear guidelines on what they could be investigated for. Would you agree that a frame of conduct which could lead to a charity being investigated but which doesn't tell a charity beforehand exactly what activities might trigger that investigation is a poor mechanism?
I won't comment on the Minister's views, of course, but we will, if there's a change, publish advice on how we would proceed, and we would attempt to make it as clear as possible to charities how we proceed, to give them surety about the law. Once it becomes...
Yes. Are you comfortable that the regulations as tabled clearly demarcate what would and would not be reasonable grounds for you to investigate a charity under the amended governance standard?
Well, as I say, I understand that my discretion won't change.
What's the basis on which you? What's the basis on which you draw that conclusion? Because it appears to be different to the conclusion that's been drawn by stakeholders and indeed by the committee.
Well, that's my reading of it. But again, I can't enter into a substantive debate on that question.
I'm interested in the cost impacts, and certainly these are matters that are being raised by the sector. Charities, it's estimated, will spend something in the order of $100 million setting up their risk and accountability frameworks for this change. Can you explain to them where the line is, what exactly they would face investigation for under this change governance standard?
No, I can't, because we're not there yet. I don't have the words which I would need to interpret. Others in the sector are free to interpret and to seek advice on costs and so on, but I'm not.
Can I ask you about a different matter? The ACNC, I understand, has said that you will not appeal the AAT's decision that the ACNC was wrong to reject Global Citizens' application to be a PBI. So does that mean that you will be granting the Global Citizens PBI status?
That's correct.
Right, okay. So in the AAT case, you argued that there is no evidence of a causal link between the activities of Global Citizens and the provision of benevolent relief. But the court disagreed and said that there is no requirement for a PBI's activities to be demonstrated to provide relief to people in need, nor in any way to prove effectiveness. So the law doesn't require proof of effect. And in the eyes of the AAT, there was in any case evidence and third-party validation that Global Citizens' activities did have an impact on poverty. Does that mean you now will accept that advocacy is a way to provide material relief?
The case as a tribunal did not, and look, we'll clarify this fairly soon. So the case had little to do with advocacy. What it was a concern about, if you like, the total mixture of activities undertaken by a charity, in this case Global Citizen, which was a charity seeking public benevolent institution status. And the discussion has been around the, if you like, the web of other charities with which it was engaged, because the notion of benevolence is benevolent relief. It talks about direct or concrete or tangible relief, not a theoretical thing. So it was a very interesting case, a very interesting discussion, and I might say that the AAT had a great deal more factual material than was ever put before us. So we accept, of course, the tribunal's decision, but you'll find that it's pretty well confined to its facts. I don't believe there's been a change to the law, but we'll make a statement about that more formally very soon.
Now that the AAT has set this precedent that advocacy can materially achieve a purpose, such as the relief of poverty, will you be reviewing previous rejections you've made where organisations have applied for PBI status on similar grounds to Global Citizens?
The devil is the word similar. If we had a same fact situation, we would follow the tribunal and award public benevolent institution status. If it's not, we'd have to consider the matter.
Can I ask a procedural question, which is separate to the substance that you've just answered? There are a number of organisations that have previously applied for PBI status that have been rejected. They've been rejected on the same grounds that Global Citizens were rejected, and the AAT has said that your reasoning was faulty in that case. Are you going to proactively initiate a review of the previous rejections you've made in similar cases?
No. Again, the issue is similar. We have to satisfy ourselves of the facts of each case. Facts, which will be for the AAT, obviously satisfy the AAT, not just on the question of advocacy, but the mixed activities, if you like, and the relationship between that charity and others in the general element of relief of poverty. We accept that. We see no reason to revisit other decisions, but we will, of course, keep firmly in mind Global Citizen in new applications for PBI that come before us.
Right, so the burden of the administrative burden of reopening their application, reinitiating contact with your organisation will fall on the charities rather than on you. It's a fair statement?
Yes, we don't, yes, it's quite correct. We don't see that there's been a change to the law such that would have us reopen questions. People, of course, are more than welcome to apply for a change of status or PBI status.
These organisations, Mr Johns, exist for a public benefit. You may not always like the public benefit, and you've made it very clear publicly that you don't endorse or appreciate many of the activities of Australian charities. But is it reasonable, really, for this administrative burden to fall on citizens, many of whom are working in a voluntary capacity? Your organisation is supposed to be helping, fostering and nurturing the charitable sector, not wrapping them up in red tape that makes it impossible for them to do their jobs. Surely this knockback of your position by the AET might prompt a rethinking of the way you're approaching these kinds of applications.
We apply the law. The tribunal made a decision not changing the law, but applying facts, many of which were not before us, to the law, and found that Global Citizen could be a PBI, and I accept that. Any other cases that come before us, we will apply the law as we understand it.
When the AAT provided their judgment on the Global Citizens case, they noted in closing, they said this: "Finally, the tribunal wishes to acknowledge that the representatives of Global Citizens acted in a pro bono capacity in this case. The tribunal acknowledges that such actions allow important matters to be litigated." So they did think this was important, and they made the point, they made the very obvious point that it's an expensive process. Global Citizens only had the capacity to pursue that claim because of pro bono support, and the outcome was that the courts provided a kind of illuminating precedent that the sector's been calling for. Are you concerned that the ACNC's approach of requiring charities who appeal your decisions to pay for your legal costs if they lose may be keeping legitimate cases out of the courts?
No, keep in mind that this is taxpayers' money, and that I've been asked on many occasions to fund charities to go to court using taxpayers' money. I can't do that. I can make decisions, and then if someone disagrees with our decision and they take me to a tribunal or a court, then I have to fund those decisions out of the taxpayer's pocket. I might say that this is the only decision which has reversed the decision of the Commission. We accept it, but I don't think there's much precedent value in it. Keep in mind too that the AAT is a no-cost jurisdiction, so although people have provided their work pro bono, and that's excellent, there's no penalty applied there, so it tends to be a risk-free jurisdiction.
I'll leave it there, Commissioner.
Thank you, Senator McAllister. Just one follow-up question from Senator McAllister's line of questioning, and I just want to be clear, or give you an opportunity to be clear on this, Commissioner, and that is when the AAT reviews a decision, they have the ability to consider evidence and material afresh, and that could include new material and new evidence which you, as the original decision maker, may not have had the benefit of having before you. Is that correct?
That's correct. I understand the lawyers call it de novo, so they look at all of the facts put before them, and they may not have been before.
Thank you, Commissioner. I didn't want to use the Latin term. I try and keep everything on an English basis in this committee at the moment, but I will now go to Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Commissioner, and others for attending. First question: in what circumstances under the regulations prior to recent changes may the Commissioner investigate complaints, and what are the existing options?
Well, I presume we're not talking about the discretionary areas. Basically, if we find that we have reasonable grounds, if you like, that someone has breached one of our 5, now 6 governance standards, typically these will be that we believe there's money at risk, fraud, private benefit, perhaps some harm to beneficiaries. These are the sorts of topics that we typically investigate.
Thank you. In these circumstances, could the Commissioner or the Commission take further action in relation to offences such as trespass and theft of property?
Well, I don't have that discretion now. It'd be interesting, though, if in investigating a charity now under present government standards, that if we came upon that sort of thing, that it may well enliven one of our governance standards.
What are the limitations that hinder the Commissioner, if any, from taking action when a complaint about the behaviour of a charity or not-for-profit organisation is made?
The main constraint, to tell you the truth, is information. It's whether we know something's gone on, and then, of course, we can commence compliance or investigation. So that, to me, is the main practical constraint in what we're doing. As I say, and you may well be referring to this governance standards debate, there is another discretion there where if someone has broken the law at a particular level, then I can use that basis on which to investigate a charity.
Thank you. Prior to recent changes in regulations, how many complaints have been investigated by the Commission with a view to taking further action?
Typically, well, let's say in the last year, we had 2,000 complaints within what we call within jurisdiction. In other words, they're matters that we deal with. We can investigate only 70 or 80. It's just impossible to do a greater number than that. But what we do in addition to that, is to have what we call a self-audit or a self-evaluation process. Self-audits are for those investigations or matters we will not get to. So we write to the charity and say, look, we think there's something happening here, we want you to self-audit. If they come back to us and say refuse, that's a pretty strong indication that we should knock on their door. If they come back to us and begin to go through the process of self-audit, they may satisfy us that nothing is wrong, or they may in fact open up. I think we've got a case of this we have in our annual report, De-Identify, which gives you a good illustration of how it operates.
How reliable is the use of a self-audit?
Well, we think it's going well. It's pretty new, but I think the figure is, I think we've done 50 self-audits, and that's produced a number of cases where we believe we go on to investigate further, but others we're quite satisfied that the self-audit is valid, and I think one or two others have in fact stimulated a charity to take themselves off the register.
So a self-audit relies upon two things, I suppose. One is that the senior executives of the charity are not involved and that it's not systemic throughout the organisation. It's just some abuse in certain areas of the charity.
Well, I can't prejudge that in a sense, but put it this way, it gives us further insight into the charity, and it either goes up the list of concern or down the list. And if it goes up the list, we may well get to it in terms of our investigations. If it goes down the list, we probably won't get to it.
How many organisations have been stripped of their tax-free status and or deregistered in the last 3 years?
Gosh, I should have that. I'll take it on notice. It'll be sitting there, Senator, in my notes, but I'm happy to take it on notice and furnish it to you.
Thank you. If the recent amendments to the regulations are confirmed, what difference will that have for the jurisdiction of the Commission to investigate and respond?
Now well, I can answer that. Let's say there is an extra element over which of wrongdoing that I can apply my discretion. The fact that we've never applied the discretion might give you an indication that I don't imagine there'll be a lot of extra work there. But I really can't predict it because I haven't seen the, it's not law yet.
Will the Commission be then able to investigate and take action more broadly than before? In other words, will it make a difference?
It may well. The issue will be whether someone having, say, broken the law is in fact doing so, let's say, at the direction of a charity. I investigate charities, not individuals. So the fact that someone might cross the road is neither here nor there, illegally, is neither here nor there to me. I have to look at the actions and activities and decisions of responsible persons. That's my window, my prism through which I must understand these things.
Well, that's my understanding too, that it's about the whole, whether or not a charity directs someone to break the law, one of their officers to break the law.
I would have to relate a particular event back to the charity. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. Not just to an individual. Next question is, does the Commission have the resources to investigate and take further action as required?
Well, we do well, but of course, if there are extra cases that might come our way, of course you'd need extra resources. We're pretty full up at the moment, I can tell you.
Sorry, Commissioner, could you just repeat that? I just didn't hear that. That's a gratuitous invitation for you to repeat that.
Thank you very much. We've got plenty on our hands. If more cases were to come our way, we would require extra resources.
Right. Senator Roberts?
But hopefully fewer cases might come your way because there'd be a deterrent there.
Well, that, as I understand it, is the object presently. Let's not talk about any changes to GS3. It's meant to send a signal to the sector that you should not consciously be involved in matters that lead to breaking the law. That to me is the key.
What is the complaint process and how's it dealt with?
Well, typically a complaint can come from anywhere or anyone. I can tell you that it mainly comes from charities themselves. And then we have to assess that complaint and the importance of it against every other complaint. So we put a lot of effort into deciding whether this one is really important. Is there a lot of money at risk? Is there harm to beneficiaries? Someone taking a private benefit? And we have to line those up literally against other complaints. We can only get to the most important ones, and that's why we introduce these other two tiers, the self-audit and the self-evaluation. So at least we get some insight into every complaint, but we can really honestly only get to the top, 70, 80, 90.
Will complainants who claim to have evidence supporting their complaints be entitled to an interview and opportunity to put their case and produce their evidence? I guess it just depends on the circumstances.
It does. Did you say complainant?
Yes.
Yeah, sorry. Yeah, we always need to verify information that comes to us. Now, it can be
I missed that, Commissioner. Could you repeat that, please?
Sorry, Commissioner Johns. We were doing so well in terms of being able to hear you, and then you just faded out momentarily again. So if you could just repeat that answer. But I might just ask Senator Roberts, how much longer do you think you might need, Senator
Two more
Roberts?
after this.
Two more questions after this one, Commissioner.
Okay.
Thank you.
Comes through clearly. Okay, so someone makes a complaint. May come in the form of a telephone call, typically a letter or email. We of course have to go back to that person to verify, to clarify what it is they're saying. And if we think it's credible and important enough, then we would start the process.
Is there potential for both police charges and the Commission to act on the same set of offensive behaviour?
That's an interesting one. We have any number of cases where, for instance, let's say a police force typically the Federal Police, or another agency, it could be Department of Health, Education or whatever, have had an issue drawn to their attention, we always cooperate with those other agencies because you don't like to waste resources. So we will sit down with other agencies and look at whether we have complaints in common, whether we have powers that are different, and frankly, whether we have sufficient skin in the game. If someone's sending $1 billion to a school system, they'll be very interested in making sure the money's well spent, whereas ours would be a lesser interest in that case.
So just to clarify my understanding of what you said, if the police were involved and they were prosecuting someone, they decided to prosecute, would you drop that?
We wouldn't drop it. We may wait. We'd almost certainly wait until things are clear. Then we might proceed. Depends. If it was a person who was a responsible person on the charity board, executive, or whatever, of course we'd have to take it into account. But we would wait until those processes had proceeded, unless we thought there was, some immediate risk that we would step in. But I can't remember a case where that's happened.
So just to clarify my understanding again, if an individual was prosecuted and found guilty by the police, then you wouldn't double punish him or her. But at the same time, if you found that was systemic in the organisation, then you would penalise the charity for the systemic nature of the breach.
Yes, and the emphasis on systemic. I mean, if it's an individual who, say, gets into trouble and then steps down from the board, and then we're satisfied the charity can carry on without that person, then we would always opt for helping the charity carry on.
Thank you. Last question. Is there any need for concern by mainstream religious charitable organisations that their charitable status may be put at risk by the recent changes to the regulations?
Well, I think you're talking about prospective changes to the regulation, which I can't comment on, as you know.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. That was most helpful. So thank you, Commissioner Johns. We got through that after a unpromising start in terms of technology, but things worked out as best as they could be expected. Thank you very much. And thank you to all the witnesses from the revenue stream. So thank you, Ms Reinhardt, and we'll now move on to the markets group, if we could.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Will I go to you, Senator Walsh, first? Or? Consult with your colleagues. Now, Senator Roberts, do you have any questions you want to ask in this stream, the markets?
I'm leaving, thank you.
Oh, you're leaving?
Yeah,
okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Senator McKim does.
I'm never quite sure who's coming in person or who's going to appear on the screen. What if they don't come? But I know, just simply for my own.
Hello, Senator Waters, can you hear me? Excellent.
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
I can indeed, thank you.
Right. Can you put me on the list for markets, please? I probably need about 15 minutes.
Okay, well, I might, we're going to start with Senator Walsh and then I'll go straight to you if I could.
Thanks very much.
Thank you. Okay, welcome, Ms Quinn. So we'll now start the markets stream and I'll give the call to Senator Walsh.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you all for joining us. I've got a few questions about where we're at with Your Future, Your Super. The bill contained the performance measurement requirement for the default super funds, and 13 funds failed the performance benchmark, and that's all public information. There's been some analysis recently that people may be leaving those funds and going to other funds in the media broadly. Does Treasury have any information about what has happened to the members of those funds in the recent period in terms of staying or going?
Thank you, Senator. So Megan Quinn, Deputy Secretary, Marcus Group. As you mentioned, the annual performance tests were released on the 31st of August, and 13 MySuper products did fail the performance test. That equates to around 1.1 million accounts and around $56 billion in savings. And trustees of those failed products were required to inform their members of those results and direct those members to a comparison tool in order for members to look at other opportunities for products. So it is expected that some members will look at that information and change their superannuation arrangements. That is the intent of the policy, in order for members to get better outcomes over time. We don't have detailed numbers on the shift at this point, given the relative newness of the arrangements, but we will be monitoring it over time as the usual statistics come through the super system that are collected largely by APRA and the ATO.
Yep. Okay. And you've just said that the statistics are collected by other groups, but
by the regulators, yes.
Yeah. Can you give any indication of your understanding of sort of timelines for finding out what's happened with the first sort of tranche of people in those funds?
So, I mean, there's a range of statistics that come through monthly and quarterly. I'm not entirely sure how soon we'll get the detailed numbers. I'll just pass to my colleague who's on video, Lynn Kelly, to see whether she's got anything she'd like to add.
Lynn Kelly, First Assistant Secretary, and Bias Income, Retirement Bias Investment Division. In terms of the numbers, we expect APRA will be an update in terms of timing. There's nothing further I'd like to add to Ms. Quinn's comment.
Okay, thank you. Just want to go back to the regulations for your super, your future, your super, and I think it's generally known that the regulations were changed in relation to administration fees. So the regulations were released in April and included an assessment of fund performance and administration fees going back 8 years. And then on the 5th of August, the regulations were changed to mean that only the most recently charged administration fee would be considered for the purposes of the test. Is that first of all, is that broadly correct?
Yes, it is, Senator.
Did Treasury conduct any analysis of the consequence of that change in the treatment of administration fees? So, for example, the numbers or names of funds which would now pass and which would now fail?
So we did provide advice on that question, and we would have worked with APRA to provide that advice to the government. It is the case that the sort of two broad reasons for considering changes in those arrangements were around comparability over time and the accuracy of comparability, which is important when comparing products. And the second is to put additional downward pressure on fees going forward, because it would put pressure on the fees that are being charged contemporaneously. In terms of the sort of detailed analysis of funds in and out, etc., I'll pass to my colleague again, Lynn Kelly.
Sorry, in relation to the detailed analysis, the work that we undertook was based in relation to data available 30 June 2020. So it was only really indicative around the performance test. The data that I practically used was basically data 30.
Ms. Kelly, we're just having trouble hearing you. So if I'm not sure there's anything you can do at your end, but maybe if you just have another go, we'll see how we go.
Is that better?
At the moment, yep.
When we
Okay, it's coming in and out. We'll see how we go.
When we undertook our analysis around the impact of the change in performance, it was based on data at 30 June 2020. The actual data that APRA to undertake the test 30 June 2021. So any analysis that we would have done would be indicative, preliminary in terms of how it would look across.
Okay, I'll just try and understand what has come through there. So Treasury did conduct analysis of the consequence of the change in regulation for APRA. And
with APRA.
With APRA.
We did most of the quantitative analysis drawing on the data that APRA holds and working with them. And as Ms Kelly said, we had data up to June 2020, but the formal assessment that APRA undertook once the regulations were finalised and based on all the latest information they had from superannuation funds as of June 2021. So there were some differences at the margin, so in short, we did do analysis on the change in the assessment. We did provide advice more generally around the implications for changing administration fees, as we provided advice about other elements of the regulations as required.
And are we able to? Is that advice published? Are we able to have that advice?
So it hasn't been published.
And are we able to, on notice, have that advice?
Happy to take it on notice and check with the ministers.
Take it on notice as to whether it can be taken on notice?
No, we can take it on notice and check.
Okay, yep. I am a little bit confused, partly the link, but could also, I'm well prepared to say that it's my mind as well. So there was also further advice that Ms Kelly spoke to, and I'm just a bit confused about sort of June 2020 and June 2021, but what I'm really interested in is whether there was a piece of advice about whether there was a piece of advice that was produced which said which funds may pass or fail as a result of the change in regulations.
Can I step in?
Sure, of course.
Can I just clarify that at no point in time did my office ever ask for the names of the funds that would pass or fail? We didn't want to know that. We just wanted to know the number that would pass or fail under different models.
Okay. So therefore that advice was not created?
Not to my office.
And Ms Quinn, was that advice created?
So in terms of doing the analysis, we would have had to know what the individual funds were in order to be able to count the number of people that pass it. But as the Minister said, in terms of the provision of advice, there was a protection on the names of the funds.
Okay. Thank you. So your evidence is you needed to have the names in order to do the stats, to do the numbers, but you didn't provide the names to the Minister.
That's my understanding, yes. Just check. Maybe, Lynn, you can just nod or shake your head. I can interpret.
I believe that's correct, but I will confirm that their names weren't provided to Minister.
Okay, so the advice that you created with APRA is going to be provided on notice, and you're also going to provide on notice whether or not advice containing the names of the companies that might pass or fail was provided to the Minister?
Yes.
Okay.
Although the Minister has said explicitly that she was not provided.
We specifically intentionally did not ask for that and explicitly said that we do not want to see that.
Okay. So there's only one piece of advice in existence, and it's the one that you're going to
I would have
provide
to
us?
check, Minister, because the definition of advice is broad, and there were lots of discussions between various ministers' offices and ourselves on finalising the regulations relating across the board. And so it's unlikely there was one single piece of information provided. We're happy to take it on notice to clarify this matter.
Okay. Minister, we know that AMP made a submission on the regulations saying that they would like this change to the regulations, limiting the number of years of administration fees that would be considered to 1 year. Did you meet with AMP about that?
I met with almost all super funds and almost all industry bodies. So while I can't tell you the date or the day, I'm almost certain that I would have at some point. What I can tell you though, Senator Walsh, and I think that there's a bit of the puzzle that's missing here, is that when we announced the Your Future, Your Super changes in last year's budget, admin fees were not included at all in the underperformance measure. And after consultation, we then had draft regulations out that then included the administration fees, and then after further consultation, the administration fees, rather than being for the year, for each individual year, were just current admin fees. The decision was made because that would put more competitive tension into that performance test, and it would allow funds to make an immediate change that would improve their performance and give them a better chance of getting over the line. And in fact, the good news is since October 2020, when we announced this policy, 37 out of the 81 MySuper products have already cut their fees. So it's actually working.
You just said, thank you, Minister, you just said that the change in regulation was made with the goal of getting more of the super funds over the line.
No, that's not what I said at all.
What
we
was
wanted
it that
to
you
make
said
it
in
the most
relation to
efficient
getting them over the line?
No, we wanted to make the most efficient underperformance test that actually had the effect that we wanted, which was to create more competition, but also increase transparency so that people could genuinely know if they were stuck in an underperforming fund.
I appreciate, Minister, that you would, in your role, meet with financial services providers, superannuation funds, from time to time, as you have said, I'm sure a lot, as is appropriate to your role. Did you meet with AMP in relation to the issue of the administration fees?
I'm almost certain that I did. I would also have met with ISA, Australian Super, certainly Host Plus, AIST, the FSC. I mean, I could go on. There were so many.
Yeah, and and
on the same issue.
Yes, and so AMP would have put their position to you in that meeting that the regulation should be for 1 year.
AMP were actively lobbying, and I know that they were actively lobbying because they were walking around with Stephen Jones's staff that week.
And you mentioned sort of industry super as well. What were they seeking in relation to?
Well, they actually were originally
the
wanted the administration fees included in the underperformance test, which I know is an issue that came up at the last estimates. I know Senator McAllister raised it with me then. So, I mean, this is a problem. It's the most fractured sector, isn't it? And everybody wants something slightly different. Of course, the role of government is to make a decision as to what's the best way forward, not necessarily for the industry, but for the member.
So sometime between April, when the regulations were produced, that included 8 years of administration fees, and the 5th of August, when the 8 years was reduced to 1 year, you met with AMP, who asked you for that change, and you made that change.
I would imagine that that is the case. We did not make it for a particular fund. We made it because it put competitive tensions into the market, and it meant that superannuation funds felt that if they changed their fees, they could then potentially reach a performance benchmark that would allow them to not have to write to their members to tell them that they have underperformed, which was the point of the underperformance test.
You didn't want them to have to write to their
No,
members?
they obviously don't want to. No super fund wants to have to write to their members and say what was written on the box wasn't what we delivered. But 13 of them did. And they were from all parts of the industry. There was industry funds, there was retail funds, there were corporate funds. So
But
the
AMP
underperformance
didn't have
test
to
had
write
its
to
desired
their
effect.
AMP didn't have to write to their 800,000 members.
And do you know what?
because
I
they
did
passed
not
the
know
test.
whether they were going to have to or whether they weren't going to have to until the very day that the list came out, because I had no idea who was going to be on that list.
So was the decision to reduce the number of years of administration fees to be considered in the test, was that made in the best financial interest of members of superannuation funds, or
Absolutely,
was it made
because
in
it
the,
meant- that's
or was
right.
it made in the interests of those funds that lobbied for
I mean, I
the
think you're
change?
arguing for a sector here, Senator Walsh, which is really disappointing, because there is no one other than the government that is fighting from the corner of the member in this ridiculous superannuation war.
What a ridiculous.
You're arguing for a particular sector of the super industry, and that's what's so frustrating about working in this space, is that the entire conversation is about what's good for the industry rather than what's good for the member.
Sorry, Senator Walsh, you have another question?
Yeah, I'm processing all of the information that I'm getting, and I guess the information that I'm getting is that you were lobbied by funds which wouldn't have passed the test, and the regulations were changed to allow those funds to pass
Senator,
the test. And
can I
my
tell you that
question
we
is,
were
was that
lobbied by
decision made in the
every
best
sector
interest of the members,
we
or
were
of those
lobbied
of
by
those
every
companies?
sector and every fund to get an outcome here, and every industry body. It's quite extraordinary, the amount of lobbying that goes on in this sector. It's probably because the stakes are so high, with $30 billion worth of fees going to the superannuation sector every year. And as you know, because we keep saying it, $30 billion is more than Australians pay in their energy bills, electricity and water combined. So there's an awful lot at stake here. There's an awful lot at stake, which is why the lobbying is so intense. But everything that
And
the government
successful.
did was in the best interest of the members. And we can see that because the funds that are in the My Super Suite have lowered their fees. 37 out of 81 of them have.
I'll just ask a couple more questions and then share the
No, well, sure. So, Senator Walsh, we'll finish with your extra few questions, and then just for everyone's knowledge, I'll be going to Senator Waters, and Senator McKim's on the phone and has let the Secretary know that he's only got 5 minutes of questions, so we might deal with Senator Waters and Senator McKim in that block, if that's okay. But Senator Walsh, you have the call for a few final questions.
Right. I just want to put one on notice, and then I just want to talk to my colleagues about how we're going to do some of the other questions here. But
Are you happy if I go to Senator Waters after you put that question on notice?
Yes,
Thank
yes,
you.
yes. So the government has made, as the Minister has said, a number of changes to superannuation legislation over the past 8 years. And I would just like to know on notice how many bills have been passed amending superannuation legislation over that period, how many new regulations have been set out, and related to that, has there been any modelling of the collective impact of those changes on the administration costs that we've been talking about for funds?
So happy to take that on notice. I just note that quite a few of the regulatory changes in more recent times have related to the Royal Commission, as well as other reform agendas of government. And for all of the bills and regulations that are done, there's a regulatory impact statement that looks at the compliance cost on the economy, which includes costs on funds, but also regulatory costs on the members and the regulators, etc. So happy to take that on notice. As I said, all of the compliance costs would have been calculated up over time in relation to all changes in regulation and legislation.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Senator Walsh. Over to you, Senator Waters, from our beautiful home state of Queensland.
Thanks very much, Chair, and hopefully the audio is okay. Had some troubles today.
It's perfect. Perfect.
Oh, that's good news. That's good news. All right, thanks everyone for joining us today. I've got a couple of topics to address. Hopefully I won't need too long. First one is the 450 superannuation contributions, which I understand the government has today introduced a bill to remove that threshold as per the earlier budget commitment. I note also that the recent childcare subsidy increases, which were also flagged in the budget, have been commenced early because of faster than expected technical changes across government departments. My question is whether there's any reason why the removal of the $450 super contribution threshold could not also be brought forward.
So as you've noted, Senator, the legislation that looks at the 450 per month threshold has been introduced in Parliament and is currently scheduled to be abolished by the 1st of July 2020. And the gap between the passage...
I think you meant 2022.
Yes, sorry, 2022.
Yeah.
Thanks for the correction. So there are two sets of administration steps once the legislation has passed and been enacted that need to occur, both on the tax office side and on the employer side. And so there is a need for time for this to be implemented by the industry. For awareness campaigns and the like. And so it depends a bit on when the legislation gets passed and how fast the tax office and employers can adopt the new legislation. It would be quite speedy for this to happen by 2022, given the breadth of the changes in the system.
Okay, so what do you think there's noting that it would be quite speedy to meet the existing time frame? What is a reasonable time for which the ATO and employers need to make any sort of technical adjustments to their system to abolish the threshold?
Yeah, partly it goes to how many other changes are happening in the system. As just mentioned by Senator Walsh, there are other changes coming through, such as stapling of superannuation and the like. So there's also a digestion issue for the industry. And so it's about making sure that it's reasonable for industry to be able to adjust to changes over time. I'm happy to take on notice further kind of technical issues that need to be resolved in the implementation, we could try again to throw to my colleague in Sydney, Lynn Cowley, if she wants to add anything.
Hi, we're dialing in from phone. Does it sound better now?
That sounds so much better from my end anyway.
Oh, great. There's nothing further though to add to Ms. Clinton's comments. It really is around the employer preparedness and the staging of the different changes in the system.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Well,
you are right. So sorry, just to add, Senator, you are right that the introduction of the single touch payroll and the use of technology by small businesses to be able to do their business operations has made it possible to implement various changes in the system more quickly at lower cost. But there's still a digestion issue and an awareness issue, and given just how broad this change would be on top of other changes, that's really the issue.
Okay, thank you. So given that this was a budget measure, had this legislation that's been introduced today been introduced, say, immediately after the budget, what sort of, could this have been in place now? Could it have been commenced early? Is there any sort of technical barrier to the lag that we're now seeing?
It goes to the time needed to put the legislation together, the time needed to let employers know. Clearly, if you start it's from when you start the announcement and the work and the decision making. This is a relatively speedy implementation timetable. It's not a slow one, especially given the other changes in the superannuation system that are occurring.
Okay. Had we seen the bill earlier, would these changes have been in place for the current financial year?
So the current financial year is starting in 2021. It's incredibly unlikely that if the legislation had have been put to Parliament at budget time, that it would have been able to implement it from 2021. It's highly unlikely.
Does it run by financial year, or is that not a constraint that applies here?
So it could start outside the financial year, but the reality is that most people look at their systems as part of the financial year, as does the tax system. So there's a logic and an efficiency in doing things on the financial year basis.
Okay, look, thank you. Can I move now to paying superannuation on paid parental leave? Note that Industry Super Australia's recent report does some modelling, and it estimates that having a super payment on government PPL would make a mother of two kids $14,000 better off at retirement. And if it was just the one child, the mum would be $7,000 better off. And the report describes it as a concrete measure to address the gender pay gap. Prior to the budget, the government had discussed putting super onto PPL. I'm interested in whether Treasury has done any modelling of the cost of doing that and the benefits that that would then provide. And if you have, is that consistent with the modelling that we've seen from Industry Super Australia?
We have looked at a variety of different options around paid parental leave across the department, both changes to the policy design, which would have been done by our fiscal groups, but also its interaction with the superannuation system. In terms of the precise details, I am not personally aware of the report that you quoted, so I'll just ask Lynn if she would like to add anything.
I'd also like to add that Treasury has utilised the analysis undertaken in the retirement income review on the paid parental leave and what that would mean. Beyond that, we routinely provide advice in relation to matters around superannuation, including that are in the media. In terms of the industry super modelling, I couldn't really comment on that. We haven't seen the underlying data, and just would note that it's really highly sensitive to the assumptions that they've made, and we haven't seen those. We haven't seen any of the modelling or the assumptions.
Okay, thank you. My technology seems to be beeping at me ferociously, so I hope that you can still hear me, and I caught most of that. Apology. Then. Okay, well, look, perhaps if you could take on notice, if I could be so bold as to ask you to have a look at the industry super modelling that underpins their conclusions and provide on notice to me, please, whether or not it's consistent with the modelling that Treasury has itself conducted and scrutinised.
Yeah, there was analysis in the retirement income review, so we could draw that out for you as well.
Okay, yes, thank you very much. Very helpful. Yes. Are there any timeframes on when we might expect to see further developments on PPL?
So it's a matter for government policy, Minister. I don't know if you want to say anything.
Not particularly.
I just thought I'd try. All right, thank you. And my last line of questioning is about the early release of super. The AIFS review found that most of the people that accessed their super had already taken other financial measures like cutting down on essential and non-essential spending. So it's pretty clear that those people were in dire need. Has Treasury undertaken any assessment of whether the folk that accessed their super were eligible for other supports like JobKeeper or JobSeeker with the COVID supplement?
So I don't believe we have, partly for data availability purposes, and so we are aware of the analysis where people were asked through the Australian Bureau of Statistics about what they did and the reasons why they accessed the early release, but we haven't. I'm not aware of any kind of data matching to be able to match between the early release and the other components of the government support package.
Okay, thank you. Is that something that you have the capacity to do, or is it beyond the technical capability?
I would have to check because it depends on the privacy. There are restrictions on what analysis we can do on the data sets held, and also just the technical capability to be able to do it. So I'm happy to take it on notice and check the technical issues.
All right, thank you very much. It relates to my final question, which is whether or not you'll be monitoring the extent to which superannuation accounts are replenished by those who made an early drawdown.
So it's difficult to do the individual replenishment analysis because that would require, once again, the analysis of individual accounts. Certainly, and it's quite complicated because people have multiple accounts, and there's other reasons why accounts are draw down and move because people close them and reopen accounts elsewhere. So it's very difficult to do the netting out on accounts to make sure that what's the purpose of someone taking down their super. It could be early release, it could be because they're merging their accounts or changing providers. So it's a difficult piece of analysis. There are opportunities for people, of course, to replenish their superannuation going forward if their circumstances are changed by using the arrangements for advanced contributions through the concessional, and the bill that you talked about earlier makes it easier for individuals to add some of their super back over time.
All right. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you, Chair. That's all I have.
Thank you, Senator Waters. Senator McKim, have you been patiently standing by? Are you there?
I am here, Chair. Can you hear me okay there?
I can hear you perfectly, so you now have the call.
Thanks, I appreciate that, and good evening, folks. I wanted to ask about the response by the Treasurer to the release of the Pandora Papers recently, when the Treasurer said, and I'll just quote from his public statement, that the government's modernising business register program will enable the development of a beneficial ownership register. So is there someone there who can just talk to me a little bit about the modernising business register program?
Yes, Senator. I'll just give a brief introduction and then ask my colleague with more information to provide details. But it is the case. It is the case that the register is about improving the IT capability to analyse and understand quite a lot of aspects of the corporation's reporting regime. So companies have to report information, and a lot of these registers previously were managed and run by ASIC, and there's a program within government to modernise all the IT architecture underneath those registers to bring them into the modern IT world. And so there is sort of a necessary condition that the IT infrastructure is there to be able to look through and provide information, and that is expected to progress between sort of now and over to 2024. Once that IT platform is available, then it would be more easily implementable to look at the beneficial ownership information. But I'll just throw to my colleague, Mr. Tom Dixon, for any additional insights.
Thank you. Tom Dixon, Assistant Secretary, Corporations Branch. So in terms of what's happening with the Modernising Business Register program, just as Megan Quinn has outlined, it's a very necessary step to take. Currently, the IT platforms wouldn't be capable of producing a beneficial ownership register, and so the government had taken a step as a separate program to modernise the ASIC company register. And it's a program that would be taking place over around 4 years, so from 2001 to around 2004-5, and 2021 to 2024-5. And once that technology platform has been modernised, it would leave the government in a position to consider whether or not it wanted to expand on that technology to incorporate beneficial ownership capability.
Okay, thank you. So can I just ask for some clarity, and maybe Ms Quinn, that's a question to you or possibly even to the Minister, I'm not sure, but has the government asked Treasury to ensure that the IT platforms are able to support a beneficial ownership register, or has the government asked Treasury to, or has the government informed Treasury that in fact the establishment of a beneficial ownership register is actually government policy?
So it's Tom Dixon here, and I can answer that when the government procured the technology for this new platform, part of the consideration in there was its future ability to incorporate a future beneficial ownership capability. So the procurement exercise, I think, demonstrates that once the technology is in place, it's a platform that can be leveraged for that kind of capability in the future.
Thank you very much. And Minister, can I ask you please, is the establishment of a beneficial ownership register government policy?
It's not current government policy, Senator McKim.
Did you say it's not?
Yes.
Okay, so Minister, the G20 has agreed that financial transparency, in particular the transparency of beneficial ownership of legal persons and arrangements, is a high priority. Would you agree with that statement?
I haven't got that report in front of me, but I will take your word for it, Senator McKim.
Would you agree with the statement, Minister?
Well, you're asking me to agree with a statement that's in a report that I haven't seen, so I agree that it's in the report.
Senator McKim, can you be a bit more precise, perhaps?
That's okay. I'll move on, Chair, because I did say that I only had a very short tranche of questions, so I appreciate that. Minister, would you agree with the proposition from Ms Serena Lillywhite, who's the CEO of the Australian arm of Transparency International, that you need to show more proof of identity to collect a parcel from the post office than you need to show to register a company in Australia?
I don't know that is to be true, Senator McKim. My post office knows who I am, so I never have to show ID.
And if I could add to that, Tom Dixon from Corporations Branch.
Thank you.
The government is in the process of actually introducing director identification, and there's a time frame that's been released for that, and there's an expected commencement for rolling out director identification from next month.
Thank you. I appreciate that clarity. Thank you. Minister, has the release of the Pandora Papers, which basically showed, yet again that the world's rich and powerful elites are laundering money and evading tax by the billions, has the release of those papers prompted any reconsideration of government policy in the context of a beneficial ownership register?
Senator, that's an extraordinarily loaded question, but I am absolutely certain that the release of the Pandora Papers gives all levels of government pause to reflect on what may be in them.
So has the government conducted any kind of analysis of what was in the Pandora Papers or asked Treasury to do that work?
I'm not aware of any such request, Senator.
Can I ask Ms Quinn whether government has asked Treasury to do that work?
So I'm not aware of any additional information on the transparency side, but there were elements of the papers that went to taxation, and that would have sparked the interest of the tax office and our revenue colleagues. So I'm content to take that on notice for them to provide further information. Certainly from an enforcement perspective, previous release of certain papers have sparked enforcement action in Australia.
All right, thanks, Ms Quinn. I appreciate that, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator McKim. Senator Green, do you have any questions in relation to this section? Or?
I do.
Oh, you do? Okay.
I do.
Well,
I was going to patiently wait, but
well, we seek
be
to.
One of those people just come
we
in
seek to please in this committee.
To
so
seek the call.
We seek to please.
Thank you.
Senator Green.
I've just got some questions about the Northern Australia reinsurance pool, and thanks. I'll get the officers at the table. My questions relate to, I guess, the progress towards delivering this promise. Assistant Treasurer Michael Soukas said recently that Treasury have landed on a model for the Northern Australia reinsurance pool. What is the model?
So we are working through the design features of the model in order to provide advice to the government and for government to consider it. The government's not yet released that information, and so it's in that status. We're still working with the government for them to make their decisions.
So have you landed on a model?
So it's not for Treasury to land on a model, Senator. It's the government's decision on the design features of the reinsurance pool, and the government is working through those decisions.
That's a strange thing for the Assistant Treasurer to have said then.
So we've been working very closely with industry colleagues and local communities to look at the different design features, but the government hasn't yet made a decision.
Will the model provide the promised 10% price reductions to all consumers in Northern Australia?
So we had some of these questions last time, and the government's desire very much is to reduce insurance premiums for those that are subject to cyclone and flood related damage, and we are working towards a design that matches the government's desire to reduce fees, and we think that is certainly possible. The precise number is going to depend on the precise design parameters that have not been settled.
You say desire, but in press conferences, ministers and the Prime Minister have said that it will reduce prices by 10%.
It's clearly their intention.
10% at least.
Correct.
Is that still a commitment from the government, Minister?
Senator, what I can say is that the reinsurance pool is expected to reduce insurance premiums across Northern Australia by over $1.5 billion for households, strata properties and small businesses.
But the 10% figure, because that's a big number, but I think most people in Northern Australia are concerned about what will happen to their premium. The Prime Minister in his announcement press conference said that it would be 10% at least.
And just to be clear, it's 10% on average, because not every property is the same, and some will be more and some will be less because of their particular circumstances and particular risks that they embody. So the government's intention is to reduce premiums, and they have stated their intention of at least 10% on average.
And so when will we find out if the government's intention becomes a reality for people living in Northern Australia?
So the intention is for the reinsurance pool to be in place by the 1st of July 2020, 2022. Yes. And that's the second mistake, sorry. I get my dates right. And it will be clear ahead of that what the analysis is to support the design parameters and the expected reductions. The precise reductions, as we discussed at last estimates, will depend on when people change their...
Sure, but since then you've landed on a model according to the Assistant Treasurer, so I was expecting to get some updated information about the less intentions, more realities of the pool. In terms of prices going down, for consumers, the reinsurance pool will need to provide savings for insurers that they can then pass on to their customers, because you're not providing a product directly to consumers. What savings for insurance providers will be achieved through the insurance pool?
So the expectation is that the savings, that the at least 10% is the savings from the reinsurance, which will be passed through to customers.
And will there be... when you say will be passed, are we anticipating a mechanism to make sure that they're passed on?
So that's part of the design work in terms of, and part of the consultation discussions with parties about how to make sure there's transparency and make sure that the improvements in the cost structure for insurance companies is passed through to customers. That's absolutely part of the design features.
So are you looking at a guarantee that insurers pass on the savings?
So there's a range of options that are being explored.
Okay. In terms of the submissions to the, I think stakeholders made submissions to the task force on the pool. they're not available on the website, I don't think.
So I don't think so. I'll just pass to my colleague.
James Kelly, First Assistant Secretary, Financial System Division, not as yet. Senator, there'll be a decision for the Minister as to when they get released.
Those submissions were made 4 months ago. Why haven't they been made public yet?
It's standard practice that submissions get released at the time that the government releases its decisions. That's usually the case. Individuals are at liberty to release their submissions as they like, but usually as part of the policy making process, the submissions are released as a whole after the government has made a decision.
Did you consult organisations outside of those submissions?
We certainly have done quite a lot of consultation, and it's in addition to submissions, we've had technical expert advisory input and input with bilateral discussions with all sorts of different parties. So there's been quite a lot of engagement with both the industry and other interested stakeholders.
Okay. And we won't have the submissions available until the Minister releases the model, is that? I didn't understand that, Mr. Kelly.
So usually the submissions that are provided to government as part of its policy considerations are released around the time or shortly after the government makes an announcement, but they're submissions to the government, and the government decides when those submissions are released.
Okay. Well, Minister, will the government release those submissions, or are you going to keep them secret?
I'll just take that on notice.
When will we see legislation for this pool?
So the intention is for it to be in place by the 1st of July 2022. So the legislation will need to be passed well in advance of that. So sometime between now and then, subject to the other priorities of government and legislative timetables. We don't have a timetable for next year, so it's difficult to know exactly.
We don't have a timetable, but what we do have is, some pretty good. Well, we know there has to be an election by May. We know that there could be an election in the next 33 days. But we anticipate, sometime in the middle of the first quarter of next year, an election being called. There's not a lot of sitting days left to get this legislation not only just published, but through the Parliament. Is it going to be legislated before the election, Minister?
Well, I think we would hope so. It would be terrible to do all of this work and to have made commitments to the people of Northern Queensland without getting it through. So we would hope that when the legislation is presented to the opposition, that rather than running scare campaigns, it would be fantastic. It would be terrific.
Senator Green, if you could just let Senator
rather than running scare campaigns, it would be terrific if the opposition would assist us to pass that legislation before the election. Yes.
Minister, with respect, I don't understand where your comment comes from.
Just an anticipation.
What I'm actually asking is, where is the legislation?
We are hoping to pass that legislation in this term of Parliament.
Well, can you, without any idea what the model is, any piece of legislation, people in North Queensland are losing hope that you are actually going to deliver on this promise. Will it be legislated before the election?
That depends entirely on the opposition.
No, it depends on the government. You manage the Houses of Parliament, you manage the program, you manage the sitting calendar. That's a rubbish answer. It matters if the government produces the legislation and is able to get it through Parliament. It is absolutely up to you. And everyone in North Queensland knows that. Everyone in North Queensland knows that.
An awful lot of work has gone into this legislation, Senator, and we would hope that the people of Queensland will be very pleased with the outcome, and that's why we'd like the opposition's support.
Well, we'll see. We haven't seen it.
You've got to support something that hasn't been presented.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator Green. Speaking of the people of Queensland, Senator McDonald.
Thanks, Senator Scarr. I want to follow up on this issue. So as you would be aware, Minister, the issue of insurance in North Queensland is probably the most pressing for the development of the Northern Australia agenda. And I just want to ask, the work that Warren Entsch did to ensure that there is that this is recognised and the government put in place a reinsurance pool, Do you think this is the biggest government reinsurance announcement that we've seen, certainly in Australia? What about, and are you aware of any other government doing such a program anywhere else?
I can't think of one off the top of my head, Senator.
So the full announcement's $10 billion over 10 years, is that right?
Yes, I might confirm that, considering that's not necessarily my portfolio, but yes, sounds right.
And so the North Queensland population, I think, is around about 500,000 people, and that the reduction in insurance premiums in North Queensland, how much does the government project that will reduce premiums by?
I think it's 10%, but I might confirm that with, on average, 10%, but I'll confirm that with my colleagues.
Over 10 years, the reinsurance pool, early analysis we had, which we're refining through a detailed design process at the moment, was that the insurance premiums would be reduced by about $1.5 billion for household, strata properties and small business. And that number is being refined as we refine the details.
That's terrific. And so the Assistant or Minister Sukkar is taking a proposal to Cabinet, and we think that should be, the program will start by the 1st of July 2022, is that right?
That's the government's intention, yes.
That's a remarkably short turnaround for such an enormous program, I would have thought, and I want to congratulate the department for moving so quickly on what is probably the most critical issue for North Queensland. It's the one that I most commonly hear, and I congratulate you. I congratulate Warren Entsch, and I'm really looking forward to the government bringing forward legislation on that in the near future. I think that's going to be a terrific step forward for the North. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator McDonald. Now, I understand we've got more questions for markets, and I just make that comment for your benefit, Senator O'Neill, because I know you're waiting for the next session, but if I can just...
We won't get that before dinner.
Oh, okay.
Okay, feel free to bring some takeaway for us. So who's seeking the call, please? Senator Chisholm.
I just had some follow-up questions I asked from last estimates about Greensill Capital, which I think were to you, Ms Quinn. Have you had, or has Treasury had any contact with Greensill Capital since our last estimates meeting?
No.
Okay.
Can I just add, I mean, my understanding is no. I mean, we have had contact in the context of FOI release. I think that was all completed before the last estimates we had.
Okay. During this year's budget estimates, Ms Quinn, you said you were approached by Julie Bishop on behalf of Greensill Capital to set up a meeting in April 2020. Did Treasury officials understand Ms Bishop to be lobbying on behalf of Greensill at the time?
No.
Okay. In what capacity did Ms Bishop approach Treasury officials?
She, as her official role with the Greensill enterprise. I can't remember the exact title, but it was Asia chair. So she presented and was contacting us in relation to her official duties in the Greensill organisation.
Okay. So you didn't feel it necessary to check to see if Ms Bishop was registered as a lobbyist before agreeing to the meeting?
So, Senator, just for clarity, I've been asked this question as part of an investigation by the Attorney General's Department and provided answers to them in relation to my actions as an official and whether my duties were discharged under the specific applications of the Code. And I believe they are satisfied with my answers, which is that Ms Bishop presented as in her role as an official connected to the Greensill Capital, not as a lobbyist, and that as my duties were discharged appropriately.
Okay. So does that depend on the definition of her contract or whatever her relationship was with Greensill?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay. So, but you never, when Ms Bishop contacted you, you never sought to clarify her position with Greensill?
I did clarify her position with Greensill in the sense of there were other members of Greensill on that call when the discussion was happened. Everybody declared who they were as part of that discussion that I was involved in. And I just draw your attention to the Attorney General's Department has released under FOI their discussion and exploration of this issue as well. And they also found that she was a special advisor to the company, and that was the activities that she was undertaking at the time. So she was Greensill's Capital Asia Pacific Chair.
Okay. Just leaving aside Ms Bishop, just for my information about how you would normally judge whether you would check if someone's on the lobbyist register, like is there a guideline that you follow in that regard? Because I imagine it's not always black or white.
That's right. So obligations of public servants are to ascertain who is talking and on what behalf they're talking, and that's part of the process we go through whenever we get contacted. Typically, given the arrangements, there's also obligations on the side of lobbyists. They're very straightforward and it's very upfront when they are contacting you in a lobbying role. That is my experience in all circumstances, that it's been very transparent since the introduction of the code. I personally haven't had any kind of confusion about people's roles.
Just for the government, what action has the government taken to check the financial strength of companies and people buying Australian assets following the collapse of Greensill Capital? So I suppose that collapse showed the downside of dealing with companies that were obtaining finance through unregulated supply chain schemes. Has the government had a cause to reflect on how they deal with companies in similar circumstances?
I assume that's directed to me.
Yes. Yeah.
I would have to take that question on notice. I think that everybody's had pause to reflect with the stories coming out about Greensill Finance.
Okay. So you're not aware of any action the government has taken?
Not specific action, but I can take it on notice.
Okay. What about the department? Has anything changed in terms of the way the department operates, given what's happened with Greensill?
So the Minister's taken policy considerations on notice. We don't have, we advise government on policy. The evaluation and enforcement of that policy is done by our corporate regulators and our prudential regulator. So APRA and ASIC would be taking note of the circumstances of any company collapse in the finance system and looking at what the implications that might have for other companies that have similar models. So it's part of the regulatory environment. When something happens, everybody reviews and reflects.
Okay. Given that regulators in the UK and Germany are investigating Greensill Capital's collapse for potential fraud, why hasn't the government taken further action and conducted an inquiry into what's gone on with the collapse of Greensill Capital and its impact in Australia?
So just, I might just separate out the enforcement action is done by regulators rather than governments. And so you could put questions to our corporate regulator in relation to Greensill, but it is the obligation of our enforcement regulators across the tax system, financial prudential concerns, and in terms of transparency and conduct concerns, ASIC. So the regulators would have looked at this, and you can put specific questions to them when they appear.
And Minister, do you think it's something the government should consider?
Well, I think it's something that regulators should consider, certainly.
Sorry, I missed that.
I think it's something that regulators should certainly consider.
So as far as government's concerned, it's sort of...
If they've operated outside of the law or they've operated fraudulently, certainly it's something that regulators should consider. That's what regulators are there for.
Thanks, Chair.
Are there any other questions? Oh, Senator McAllister.
I do. I wanted to ask some questions about scams and fraud, particularly online, Ms Quinn. Is Treasury aware of an increase in the rate of scams and fraud over the last 2 years?
Yes, we are. This is something that the ACCC tracks, as does ASIC in different respective fields, and those reports do come through to the department and are raised with us in our regular liaison with the regulators.
Right, okay. So the Australian Cybersecurity Centre says scams and cybercrime cost the Australian economy $33 billion in the last year. Is that in the ballpark? I appreciate you have different sources of advice, but that sounds about right.
I don't have the numbers before me, Senator, so I don't know the precise numbers, but I would certainly back the experts that you quoted.
Does Treasury do any of its own modelling or analysis about the cost of scams to the economy?
No, we don't. This is an activity for the regulators to monitor and to consider, and so we draw on the regulators' input on this.
I do appreciate that, but I've asked Treasury before about the interaction between yourselves and the regulators in other contexts. Obviously, the regulators don't make policy. They're always very clear about that when they appear before us. Who in Treasury is responsible for consumer protection policy?
So it's within Markets Group, it's within the Market Contacts Division. We have a branch that looks at consumer and competition policy.
Right, and so the consumer and competition policy within your team, or within your division, I'm sorry, is responsible for scams and fraud?
For policy related to it, yes.
Yes, of course. I feel certain that they are not personally responsible for scams and fraud, and that's probably an important clarification.
Or enforcement of the existing policies either. So we do look at the policy frameworks.
Right, and so how many people are in that team?
So I'll pass to the division head to provide that answer.
Thank you. Robert Jeremenko, First Assistant Secretary, Market Conduct Division.
Hello.
In the Consumer and Competition branch, I will take on notice the exact number, but we have in the order of 30 or 40 people, but they are not all dealing with consumer issues. As I say, that branch covers competition as well. So in terms of the exact number of people in the consumer teams, I would have to take that on notice.
And you use the plural there. There's more than one consumer team, Mr. Jeremenko?
So we have, in terms of the structure in divisions in Treasury, we have branches, and then under that we have units. There are units concerning consumer safety, general consumer policy issues, but a big part of the work that is done by the team is liaising with the states and the ACCC, because the states play a key role here as well in the consumer law.
Okay, in terms of scams and fraud online, which of those units is responsible for the policy settings?
In terms of the units, we operate very fluidly between the teams because it's the one branch. So it's the consumer policy units within my division.
How many of them are there?
2.
There are 2, one general and one consumer safety.
Yes.
So can I assume that consumer safety doesn't deal with scams and fraud online, or is that incorrect?
It would be incorrect because we don't, as issues arise, as priorities need to change, we have, given a relatively small resourcing, we need to move people as is required amongst the teams. So there's broad experience within those units, and I don't see there as a hard wall between them. So
I see. So across those units, how many staff?
I've taken that on notice.
Oh, I'm sorry. I hadn't quite understood that was the question you were taking on notice. Has that staff, that team across those 2 units expanded over the past 2 years?
Again, I'd have to take that on notice because I've only been running the division since January this year.
I see. Have they been doing any work at all on policy associated with scams and consumer fraud?
I'm sure they have been. It's an area that is regularly discussed with the states, and ACCC, as Ms Quinn has mentioned, is the key federal body in terms of its involvement in that area.
evidence presented last year to the COVID-19 Senate inquiry indicated that there was a substantially increased risk of scams during the pandemic and that the ACCC's resources were stretched very thin. That was their evidence. Was the ACCC provided with any additional resources to help combat scams in 2020 or 2021?
Again, because it was before my time, I'll have to take that on notice, Senator, unless anyone else...
Surely someone can tell me.
So I'm happy to take it on notice, obviously, but the ACCC did get a significant step up in resources, interdepartmental resources, as part of a sort of 2-year review of their needs. I'm just trying to remember off the top of my head when that was. I think it was prior to the pandemic, but there was significant resources added to their consumer protection area.
Yes, but nothing to respond, as far as any of you can tell me, to the very significant increase in the rates of scams and fraud during the pandemic.
So I don't believe they've been given additional external resources from government, but the ACCC is able to move resources within their institution to respond to demands placed on them. And I know that they did do some moving of resources, as did all institutions during the pandemic. So those are questions you could put to the ACCC.
Has Mr Sukkar asked for a briefing about this, Mr Jaramanko?
He hasn't asked me personally. I'm not aware whether that is the case, so I can check.
Ms Quinn, has Mr Sukkar sought a briefing about scams and consumer fraud?
Happy to take it on notice. I'm not aware of a request, but I may well not know.
Are there any reforms being recommended to you by stakeholders in the area of scams and consumer fraud?
Not that I am privy to, Senator, but I can check and take that on notice.
I'm wondering if one of our officials up the back is in a position to give us a bit more information.
So just ask my colleague, David Pearl.
Senator, no. Again, I'll have to take it on notice, but since my time in this role, with responsibility for consumer affairs, stakeholders have not been raising directly with us scams and fraud.
Could I just ask you to give your name and position? Sorry, that's okay.
David Pearl, Assistant Secretary, Competition and Consumer Policy, Treasury.
Thank you.
Mr Hurl or Burl?
Pearl, as in oyster.
Oh, Mr Pearl.
Yep.
A third option. Welcome.
Is that a natural oyster or a... Sorry. No.
So, Mr Pearl, you head the branch.
That's right, Senator, that deals with competition and consumer policy.
Right, okay. Can you tell me whether you've prepared any briefings for Minister Sukkar?
Specifically on scams and frauds? Fraud, not to my knowledge. Again, I'll have to check that. I've been in the role since the beginning of the year. We've sent up a lot of briefings, but I'm happy to take that on notice, Senator.
Right, okay. And no engagement with stakeholders about policy reforms?
No, as Ms Quinn and Mr Jaramanko indicated, we work very closely with the ACCC, the regulator. If the policy framework governing consumer protection in this area is appropriate, the regulator can then go ahead with its enforcement activity. In this and other areas, if the regulator feels that the policy framework is inadequate, then the normal course of events would be that they would raise that with us. We have a lot of contact with the ACCC in this area.
And are the ACCC suggesting that there are reforms required?
No, not in the discussions I've had with them, but again, I can't speak for all of my staff, Senator, so I'm happy to take that on notice.
Understood. Chair, I'm at the end of the questions that I need to ask on this matter. I'm conscious we've got just a couple of minutes before we conclude.
Do we have any more questions on markets?
I do, and they're quite quick.
Oh, are they? I'd be...
Oh, actually, no, they're not. No, they're not, because I have some quick ones, but Senator Chisholm has some that will go for some time longer.
Okay, well, look, I might just take the opportunity, if I can, Ms Quinn, to put one question on notice for you, and then we'll suspend for dinner break. So my question is, and I've drafted this, so let's see if it makes sense. Don't laugh too loudly, Senator McAllister. Since the announcement of the performance test in the Your Future, Your Super package, how has the superannuation industry responded in terms of A, removing duplicate accounts, B, lowering fees, C, initiating the merger of funds, including the merger of a fund with a better performing fund, and D, other actions of financial benefit to members.
So very happy to take that on notice. There has been a great deal of action in the super industry in terms of not just the Your Future, Your Super, but also the double accounts, the insurance arrangements, the lost super discussions, the transparency tools, etc. So we have statistics on the improvement in the superannuation system as a result of those reforms, and very happy to provide that to the Senate.
And I do appreciate it's going to be a long answer because so much positive outcomes have flowed from the changes. So I do appreciate you taking that on notice, Ms Quinn.
So
and with that, we'll suspend for...
Yeah, sorry, I can give you a précis, for example, which is the insurance changes that were done resulted in accounts below 6,000 moving from 3 million to 1.5, which is a halving of the low balance accounts in the system.
Can you just repeat that figure?
So for accounts below 6,000 with insurance have gone from 3 million to 1.5 million over the period. So these are not directly related to the Your Future, Your Super regulations, but previous regulation changes of government, where the government is, as a result of the changes, the super industry has halved the number of funds that have got low balance insurance.
Was that positive outcome greater than expected? I mean, it seems an extraordinarily positive outcome.
So I have to go back on terms of our expectations, but it's obviously clearly very welcome that there's 1.5 million less accounts being charged insurance for which there was no purpose.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, Ms Quinn. We'll suspend then till 8 o'clock. Thank you. All right, I hope everyone enjoyed their dinner as much as I did. So we'll now continue with the markets group, and I give the call to Senator McAllister.
Thanks very much. I wanted to ask a question about the team that looks after the financial sector. Has Treasury done any work on how climate change might impact the insurance market for homeowners?
We have looked at elements of climate change that impact on the financial system, particularly around disclosures and what's happening in funding markets and things like that. And we are part of international programs as well, looking at different regulations around financial market regulations in relation to different aspects. And so we are doing work on that, as you would expect, as part of the stewardship we have for the financial system.
Yes, so it sounds like that is more in the realm of market stability and system stability. Is that a correct understanding of the objectives of your work?
So there's different elements of it. One element is around financial stability and what does it mean for prudentially regulated entities, of which insurance is part of that sector.
Yep.
The other element is around disclosure and what is it that companies are required to disclose in order for transparency in the marketplace. That would affect insurance in relation to their equity and debt raisings, for example. What disclosures do they make to market? Another element is just around transparency of products that issuers put into the market and what claims they make around those product disclosures. And then the sort of other elements are around what's appropriate for decision makers to have before them as part of the decision making within companies. So they're the different regulatory kind of layers that people are looking at, both here and overseas. Insurance, in addition, the insurance companies always have to look at their risk and how much risk they're carrying on their balance sheet and what appropriate mechanisms do they have for assessing risks and disclosing those risks in terms of their capital adequacy. And that's something that the prudential regulator, APRA, has been engaging with the insurance industry on.
Is Treasury considering at all how those, additional obligations or risks or costs of finance might flow through to consumers? in terms of the pricing for insurance products?
Not in the detail, in a sense of modelling of this is what it would do and this is what the risk premiums would be and this would what would mean for premiums. We have been monitoring what's happening in the financial markets around different products and whether there's risk premiums or not attached to different products. There are a set of not just climate change but broader environmental sustainability goal metrics that capital markets are applying, and there are particular funds that have mandates that invest in particular products. So it's all a feature of what's happening in the capital market in response to the broader ESG and climate change considerations.
I'm thinking most particularly about the physical risks that climate change present in terms of increased natural disasters, and the way that those extreme weather events might impact on the cost of insurance, particularly for homes. Is Treasury monitoring those issues?
Not in specific detail. I mean, we are aware, obviously, that as environmental impacts would occur, and there is a great deal of analysis that's going on in the insurance industry more broadly around the distribution of cyclones, for example. If cyclones were to move location in terms of their impact zones in countries, what does that mean for insurance products and the like? So that is something that we're monitoring, but not in that's in a general sense, not in terms of specific implications for specific insurance products.
Yeah. In general, do we think insurance is going to get more or less expensive as extreme weather events increase?
So it will depend on the distribution of risks and what other mitigations people can take and the implications. If there was to be a change in the location of significant weather events such as cyclones, that of course would have an implication for insurance in different parts of the country. So it's another reason why we're looking at the reinsurance pool for Northern Australia.
It's not just the geographic distribution of those events, but the frequency and intensity of them, of course.
That's right.
What about the impact on mortgage rates? Is Treasury looking at how climate change might affect lending behaviour by banks? And I'm thinking again of the physical risks that a changing climate might present.
So the physical risks for banks is a little harder to. Most insurance is backed by most mortgages are backed by insurance products, and most lending is backed by some sort of insurance. So most of the cost implications for financing products from the impact of climate change would come through the insurance channel into the financing side of activity.
Right. Any concerns or any analysis from Treasury about the availability of lending, say in flood-prone areas, or?
So we're not aware of any direct concerns related to assessments of that nature. Like I said, it would depend on the availability of insurance, because that is the requirement for most lending, that the securitized assets have got insurance backing.
So a change in availability in terms of insurance, or perhaps affordable products, could flow through into home lending decisions.
Yes, in theory. If individuals can't get insurance, then banks are unlikely to lend against unsecured property.
Does Treasury have a line of sight on how many Australian banks or lenders have themselves committed to a net zero emissions target?
So we have been monitoring public statements of finance companies in relation to their investment decisions or their lending decisions. So we are aware of statements that different parts of the financial markets have made, both here and overseas.
I mean, I'm obviously interested in how the finance sector is responding to all of these issues. Senator Canavan has publicly said that Australians should tell banks to bugger off if they accept net zero. Do you think that's likely to be an option for Australian consumers?
So I draw your attention to the speech that the Treasurer gave, highlighting the implications for Australia the financial markets' views around government action and company action. It is the case that large international financial companies and markets as a result of those individual companies have in recent times been increasingly focused on implications of climate change and pricing those considerations into their investment books. And it is the case that Australia is a net importer of capital on average over time needs to consider what's happening in international capital markets as part of our regulatory landscape. We do import capital, and so the pricing of capital from offshore directly flows into our financial system and then through the system to consumers.
And that pricing reflects both regulatory risk and physical risk associated with climate change. That's correct.
Correct. So one of the best articulations I've seen around the risks in the financial markets is by Mark Carney, the former governor of the Bank of England, who is at the moment leading a organisation looking at the financial market implications and actions for climate change as part of the UN COP-C process. And he gave a speech a little while ago about 3 different types of risks: the physical risk, the transition risk, and the kind of mitigation risk.
So, sorry to interrupt, Ms Quinn, where would we find that, or his work? I'd be interested to have a look at that.
I just Googled Mark Carney climate change finance
and
it popped up.
I'm a bit embarrassed I asked now, so I'll go back to Senator McAllister.
Do you know Senator Scarr? It's okay.
He did give he gave a series, I can't remember the name of the series, but he gave a series of lectures after he left the Bank of England around the implications, what capital markets roles were in the financial markets. And it was broadcast on the BBC, so
Excellent. Thank you, Ms Quinn. We'll go back to Senator McAllister.
Well, in fact, Chair, that's okay, because I in fact concluded my questions. That's very helpful. Thanks, Ms Quinn. Senator Chisholm does have additional questions.
Okay. Senator Chisholm.
Thanks for that. So I had some questions around least cost routing. So can you tell us what the government announcement in relation to least cost routing was?
So the government hasn't formally made an announcement around least cost routing. The Reserve Bank of Australia has been consulting on possible changes to the payments regulations that they monitor and enforce, and they've had a public consultation process looking at various elements of the payments system regulation. And in that context, least cost routing has been an issue of consideration, and they released their final analysis and the policy views of the Payment System Board, which is the regulator body relating to the payment system in Australia. And they made indicated some changes in the regulations around least cost routing.
Okay. So can you give me a bit of detail about what that actually means?
When a customer enters a business and makes a transaction, it's quite a complicated chain of events, but the customer uses a card or increasingly a digital wallet on a device, and that goes through the system that the business has. And then the business has a relationship with a bank, and depending on what mechanism someone uses to make the payment, there's also potentially a relationship with a card scheme. And in that chain, there are different regulations attached at different levels. And one of the questions is around choice. And when consumers use their card, often most consumers at the moment, if they've got a card, have got different options in terms of what payment rails they use. Do they use EFTPOS, for example, which is one option, or do they use MasterCard or Visa, which are 2 schemes? And the question is, what's the default decision and who sets that default decision as part of that payment transaction? So if I walk into a shop and I have a card or on my wallet, do I choose as a customer? Does the small business choose as a customer? Is it the bank that the small business deals with that chooses? So that's the policy question. And there are some proponents that would like the automatic least cost routing for the customer or the firm, the business. It's quite complicated though, because each business can have very different arrangements in terms of their relationship with a bank or a scheme provider. And as a consumer, I may well have tagged a more costly mechanism for someone else because I get a benefit from that choice. So the policy question is who gets to choose, and is there a default that works for the whole of the payment system and the whole of the net benefit?
So in terms of the government announcement, is there sort of government policy on this now, or is that to come, or is it basically saying this is something that the Reserve Bank has to deal with and we're supportive of them?
So the rulemaking is vested in the Payment System Board, which is appointed by members who are appointed by government, but the actual rulemaking powers rest with them. The Treasurer has written to them, and that letter's publicly known, expressing his desire for the Payment System Board to consider this matter very seriously. They have considered the matter very seriously, and they have suggested some changes to improve the use of least cost routing. As a result of those discussions, we've also seen movement in the system from some of our largest banks, for example, which have changed the offering that they provide to small businesses in particular that allow for the functionality of least cost routing. So there has been movement towards least cost routing within the system, but it is very important that we have lower cost payments in Australia. It is the case that Australian payments are much lower than other OECD countries, and they have been trending down with technology. So we are looking quite good in comparative terms to other countries, but obviously it's always important to reduce the costs for the system as much as possible, and that is a focus for the bank. But as I said, it's not as easy as mandating. The way one way to think about it is effective choice for consumers and then effective choice for small businesses, because small businesses can make a complicated choice as well about the offering they get from the payment providers, whether it's a bank or a scheme. And so it's quite complicated in that sense, but the overall intent of the Payment System Board is to reduce the costs of the payment system for everybody, perhaps other than the scheme providers.
Did the department provide any advice to the Reserve Bank of Australia before their announcement?
So we haven't been engaging with the Reserve Bank all the way through, partly because while they were doing a review of the existing regulation, there was also a review of the overall architecture of the payment system in terms of what regulators do and how the system works. And we have had quite a lot of policy discussions within the Council of Financial Regulators and bilaterally with the payment system area of the Reserve Bank.
So the announcement was that there wouldn't be any change until mid-22, is that?
So they had a whole series of changes, so I'm not sure which one you're referring to. They had timetables attached. Some require modifications to processes. For example, they were talking about requiring large providers that cover most of the payment system, payment cards that people use to ensure they have dual payment capability, so that there is an ability to have more than one payment rails as part of a card, for example. So they've had a desire that people have that. They're moving to mandating it for certain segments of the community of the card provision that covers the majority, I think up to 80% or so of cards in the system. But there are other more complicated mechanisms. For example, not all digital wallets that people use allow for choice. And so the Payment System Board is going to be engaging with some of those technology providers to see what can be done in terms of technology to enable more choice through digital wallets. And then they had some other arrangements. James, do you want to add?
Senator, I think the date I remember from the RBA conclusion on its consultations was an end 2022 date in respect of online payments, or kind of card not present payments. A lot of the debate about these cost routing to date has been about when people present a card or their phone in a store. In some ways, the kind of future debate is about those kind of the kind of more the online card not present payments. And it was kind of setting expectations, so there's a set of expectations about that kind of card present space that least cost routing would be kind of available for merchants, and then setting a marker of end of 2022 around offering and promoting least cost routing in that environment.
Thanks for that. I just wanted to ask about the Australian Business Growth Fund. So legislation for the Australian Business Growth Fund was introduced in 2019. Can you explain to me why it's taken 3 years for the fund to announce its first investment?
Well, with so the legislation was required to set the fund up. Then there needed to be the legal arrangements with the investors in the fund to create the legal architecture for the fund operation. Then there's required to be appointment of staff and a building of capability, and then an assessment of options, and then that we've had the first investment made.
Are you concerned that the fund will be undersubscribed based on the current performance?
We've no information to suggest it would be the case. I mean, there's always a start-up in any fund operation to make sure everything is appropriately set up for good governance and good operation. We would expect them to meet their remit from this point forward.
Okay. Do you think that, would you need to consider changes to make it easier to access?
I mean, at some stage there will be a review of the operation of the fund, just as there is a review of other government initiatives. It's likely too early to make that call at this point, given where it is in its development phase.
I mean, the only additional thing I'd add, Senator, I mean, there's a review of the Act. The fund itself is a private company, so it's a commercial operation of which the Commonwealth is a minority shareholder. So in that sense, it's a commercial operation that will be continuously, and the kind of one of the roles of the board is to continually be looking at how to improve its operations.
Okay. As the area of Treasury responsible for small business, have you briefed the Minister on the growing value of collectible small business debt held by the Tax Office? It's currently at $24.3 billion.
So the briefing on that matter would come through our revenue group colleagues who look after the portfolio arrangements with the Tax Office. I do know that there has been briefing on the regular transparency and briefing on the Tax Office's book, and it is something that we have discussions with them about, partly as part of the response to the COVID pandemic. We also had the ATO provide sort of facilitative compliance on its debt collections. And so there's been quite a lot of discussion about the appropriateness of them shifting their regulatory stance as the economy recovers. And so it is something that's regularly monitored and reviewed by both the department, the ATO, the department and ministers. Okay.
And do you engage with the Tax Office on it?
Not our area directly. We work with our revenue colleagues. There may well be there have been discussions. We look after insolvency. And often the Tax Office is one of the key parts of the insolvency system, because they invoke bankruptcy obligations in order to recover the debt. So we certainly have had conversations with them around the insolvency arrangements. That is something that sits in Markets Group.
Okay. Just on insurance, are you familiar with the Small Business Ombudsman report, The Show Must Go On?
So I am aware of it, and other members of my team are closer to it, yes.
Okay. Has the Minister ever asked you for advice on options to address the prohibitive cost of insurance for the amusement and recreation sector?
So we have provided advice on business insurance in general and on that sector in particular. It is something that we're monitoring, and I discussed this last estimates. It is certainly the Ombudsman is working with the industry on their proposal for a discretionary mutual fund, and we await the outcome of that review.
Okay. And do you have any estimate of the potential number of amusement devices that would be removed if the government fails to act to find an insurance solution for this sector?
So I don't believe Treasury does, but I think it is known to others.
I'm pretty sure we don't, Senator.
Yeah.
Okay. Just given the significance of rural shows to local economies, it is a significant issue. I think particularly a lot of them were cancelled last year. something like this could really hold those local communities back.
Yes, Senator, it is an important part of rural communities to have the annual show. As someone who grew up in a very small country town, it was the highlight of the year.
Which country town?
A very small country town, 400 kilometres northeast of Perth, called Perenjori.
Lovely.
Which is probably the first time it's ever been mentioned in Hansard.
Well, there you are. There you are. Sorry, Senator Chisholm, I couldn't resist.
I'm sure the Nats have pork barreled something there.
Oh, Senator Chisholm, that was such a beautiful moment at this committee. So anyway, off to you, Senator Chisholm.
So I just wanted to talk about the SME loan recovery scheme. Can you please tell me how much was originally provisioned in the budget for the SME loan recovery scheme and how many businesses you're expecting to access the scheme?
So at the time of the scheme's conception, we were at the height of the pandemic. There was a great deal of uncertainty and it wasn't clear how much the scheme would be called upon. The original provision was very conservative and at 40...
So the scheme allowed for up to $40 billion of loans to be guaranteed, which in effect meant that it was a $20 billion appropriation sitting in the bill that gave effect to the scheme. But as Ms Quinn said, it was early on in COVID. It was also before a lot of the major government initiatives relating to support small business such as JobKeeper rolled out. So it was kind of designed in an environment before those major interventions.
And there's it was never intended to be a target or a measure of success that amount of money was used in this scheme. And it has been the case that the significant support through other mechanisms, both Commonwealth and state, has meant that it's reached quite a large number with $6.9 billion of lending through the various versions of the scheme. There's been different phases and different adjustments over time. But in normal times, we'd be talking about a very significant program with $6.9 billion of taxpayers' money being used to support small business. It's just a sign of the times that it doesn't rate as much of a mention next to something like JobKeeper.
Okay. Do you know how much has been lent to date under the scheme?
$6.9 billion across all the different schemes. So we've had phase one of the small and medium enterprise guarantee scheme, phase one, phase two, and we've had SME recovery loan scheme. That's as of the 30th of September. And since the 1st of October, we've had a change to the recovery loan scheme that has made it more generous, but we have not yet got data on lending under that because we don't get official data through. It's still within the first month.
Okay. Can you tell us how many businesses accessing the scheme were sole traders or employed between 1, 4 or between 5 and 19 employees?
So that's not information that we collect as part of the scheme. I can tell you the total number of loans that have been made, but which is in the order of 78,000. But it's not the case that we then know the company's sizes and how many employees they have. It's not part of the collection statistics. This is a scheme that was designed to be implemented very quickly and very streamlined, and it supports the banks and other non-bank financial institutions to provide loans to businesses. We did not want to add extra compliance cost on that process to restrict the flow of credit in the middle of the pandemic.
There's been a few different versions of the scheme though, hasn't there?
There has been, yes.
How many?
So there were 2 phases under the Small and Medium Enterprise Guarantee Scheme and now 2 phases under the Small and Medium Enterprise Recovery Loan Scheme. So
Okay.
4 very like schemes. It's like different scheme rules and obligations as time has adjusted that we have learnt and adjusted to feedback to change the circumstances of those loans.
So the purpose of changing the scheme hasn't been to sort of attract more people, it's more been responsive to the economic conditions at the time?
So yeah, that's correct, Senator. So initially it was very much focused on unsecured working capital in order to keep the lights on, so to speak, and to allow for people to bridge the gap was the language at the time. As the economy was picking up last year before Delta variant arrived, the focus shifted to recovery, which allowed people to have longer term loans and to and be able to secure against property. And so those longer term loans, and it was more of an investment focus rather than a working capital focus.
The RBA said that many businesses have less appetite for taking on additional debt and taking out additional loans. Is there strong policy merit in keeping the loan scheme open?
So the loan scheme is scheduled to end at the end of this year, is the current timing. It is the case that many small businesses have got large balances on their balance sheet as a result of the government support. So it is the case that obviously they'll run down their balance sheets before they borrow from a bank. So that's one of the features at the Reserve Bank. And the Productivity Commission also did an internal research review of lending and options for credit for small business, and they found the same thing.
Okay. The latest changes to the scheme remove requirements for businesses accessing the scheme to have been on JobKeeper or to have been flood affected. The changes also mean loans can be secured or unsecured. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. What is the value of loans and the number of businesses you expect will access the scheme after these changes?
So there was a sequence of changes. So the government guarantee stepped up from 50% to 80%. And the interest rate cap was lowered. Borrowers were permitted to refinance existing debt, which was a significant change. It also allowed lenders to offer repayment holidays of up to 24 months, increased the maximum size of the loan up to $5 million from previous $1 million, and increased the maximum loan term up to 10 years from 5 years, and also increased the turnover threshold to $250 million, up from $50 million. So all of those increase the likely scope of firms that will be able to access the scheme. It's a demand-driven scheme. And we await the outcome from the financial system. We have not made a prediction of how many firms will take it up, as many will take it up as find it desirable for their business strategy.
Okay. Just coming back to the least cost routing, I just wanted to clarify. The Treasurer told small business stakeholders that he wrote to the RBA re least cost routing. Is that correct?
He wrote to the Payment System Board,
Right.
which is part of, supported by the Reserve Bank, but the board itself has got members of the Reserve Bank on it, but also has members appointed separately by government to the board.
Okay. I don't think we've got anything else.
I do.
Oh, sorry.
Just a couple of extras.
Couple more still to go. Sorry.
A couple more, Senator McAllister.
Thank
Okay.
you, Chair.
It's not my fault, Senator O'Neill. Senator McAllister, you got the call?
Earlier this evening, I was asking you, Mr. Jeremenko, and you, Ms. Quinn, about frauds and scams. And you may wish to correct me, but I understood from your evidence that no stakeholders have been in touch with Treasury to suggest particular policy reforms or ideas.
So that, I believe, was the evidence of David Pearl, but he can speak for himself.
Well, I think Mr. Jeremenko also told me that.
No, I said that I haven't been. No, it was Mr. Pearl that commented on that, but I'm pretty sure he's about to say what he said. But I am sure that we need to take on notice whether any of our team have actually had this raised by stakeholders. We can't speak to every interaction our team has.
Yes, I mean, you are expected to come to the estimates process, Mr. Jeremenko, with some knowledge of what your team's been doing, because that's the purpose of the forum.
Across many issues, absolutely. And we don't want to mislead the Senate, so we want to get you an accurate answer.
Did you wish to clarify anything, Mr. Pearl?
Yes, Senator, only to reinforce what I said before, which was that I haven't been directly involved, but I would have to check and get back to you and take on notice whether other people in our team had direct representations from people on that issue.
Since I raised this with you, it's come to my attention that, in fact, one of the sort of key consumer groups has, in fact, been directly in correspondence with Treasury. Correct me, with the Treasury portfolio ministers about proposals that they have to improve consumer protection against scams and fraud. And I wonder if I might table the letter that I have, Chair.
Excellent. Have you, oh.
Thank you, Mr Secretary. I have a second copy if that facilitates.
So, Senator McAllister, who are you proposing to ask questions about this to? Just so they can have a copy of the...
Yeah, well, to the Minister, in fact.
I'll give you a chance, Minister, just to read the letter.
Minister, you were sitting there while I asked the officials whether there'd been any proposals from stakeholders for reforms to improve protections for consumers. Is there a reason that this representation wasn't raised in your answer?
I'll be 100% honest with you, Senator. This is the first time I've read this letter. It looks like it's gone to my APH address, which is not one that I monitor regularly. There will be somebody in my office that does, and they would have referred it on to Treasury, who would do a formal response. And I haven't seen that formal response yet. However, I will say that this is largely an issue for the ACCC. I personally have used the ACCC's ScamWatch site, scamwatch.gov.au, and I found it very effective and very user-friendly.
As I was discussing earlier, the ACCC enforces the law as it currently stands. The briefing note that was shared with you via this correspondence actually sets out changes to the regulatory framework that would improve protections for consumers, and that is in fact the responsibility of Treasury and indeed Treasury ministers to think about how to affect that. Can anyone in the department tell me whether this correspondence was in fact referred to them?
So we're very happy to take it on notice, but it's highly likely that it has made its way through our correspondence system to a member of the team. As we've clearly stated, it hasn't reached the level of any of us at the table here, but happy to take it on notice where it is in the system.
Doesn't seem to have made a very big impact on anybody at the table. I'm just wondering...
Well, I will add, Senator, it is only a month old, and I know that doesn't sound like a particularly long time, but we do get hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of letters with people suggesting policy ideas on a weekly basis. Now, no reflection on Consumer Action Law Centre. They are a very respectable outfit, but it would be one of hundreds of letters that we would receive with policy suggestions.
I understand that your Chief of Staff responded to the Consumer Action Law Centre, Minister Hume, and noted that this had been copied to Mr Frydenberg and Mr Sukkar. Your Chief of Staff didn't bring it to your attention?
No, he did not, but that's not unusual. Again, as I say, we get hundreds of letters, and it would probably better fall in Minister Sukkar's portfolio as he is more responsible for the ACCC than am I. But that said, it's not an unusual occurrence for us to receive hundreds of letters with policy suggestions.
There are some particular policy suggestions set out in the letter. They include ensuring confirmation for payee of the payee for any online payment, and introducing a regulatory solution like the UK Contingent Reimbursement Model Code. Are those ideas under consideration in Treasury? Anyone looking at them, analysing them?
No, not that I'm aware of, Senator.
Okay, so no work underway to have a look at best practice, for example, in the United Kingdom.
So I just make the point that there are many issues that we have to address at different times, and it depends on the kind of a triaging approach. We are doing quite a lot of work in consumer protection across the system, and it's not possible within the resources available for us to look at every letter within a month of it being arrived.
Sure. Okay, well, Minister, can I ask you to take this on notice? Can you undertake to find out whether your office did indeed refer this to Treasury for a response?
I can do exactly that.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator McAllister. So I think that's the end of our session with Markets Group.
Quick question about the least cost routing too.
Absolutely, Senator
Thank you.
O'Neill.
So in terms of small businesses, we've been doing a bit of an inquiry into this through Corporations Financial Services, and I've taken it upon myself to ask a few small businesses about how they're managing their least cost routing options. And what's alarmed me is how unaware they are that this magical thing where money moves, where you just drop the phone down and money's moving, is largely not understood, and that many businesses are not actually at all aware that there's a variation in prices that they could or are paying every time that transaction occurs. So are you doing work about that in terms of public education and understanding? That's my first question. The second one is related to it, is could you help me understand more clearly, because Senator Scarr's been on that committee with me, the relationship between the RBA and their business interest in a payments system in Australia as it currently stands?
Okay. So to the first one about awareness about small businesses of their options, I am aware this has been a policy issue with the Reserve Bank's inquiry, with the government, with the Treasurer's interest and other ministers, including small business ministers' interest in this issue. I am aware from discussions with the Australian Banking Association that the large banks have taken this particularly seriously. There have been announcements by the various banks about what they're doing with their customers to raise the awareness of this issue. The Commonwealth Bank has taken a position where they've defaulted their small businesses into a product that does provide least cost routing. Other banks have taken the opportunity to ring all their customers and put the option to their small business customers about their options for payment system providers. So there has been a significant action on the part of the banking system as a large to make sure that their customers are aware of what obligations or the choices that they've got. It is the case that small businesses make choices around their payment system in conjunction with other parts of their business strategy, and so it's open to them not to take up offers provided by the banks. The Reserve Bank does monitor the use of the payment system and what arrangements are on offer, so what are the options, who's taking up what options and all the rest of it. So there's analysis about what's happening in the system. They used all of that to come to their conclusions about what policy actions they were going to propose to change in the system. So it is clear that there's a wide variation of small business and there's a wide variation of understanding of the payment system, and it is quite complicated. But it's also the case that it might well be in a particular consumer's or a small business to go for a more complicated payments option because they get some other service that is in their interest. So it's not as straightforward as being able to just look at one aspect.
Could be called a kickback, or a benefit to the business of using a particular platform over and over. And
it might not be financial, it might be about the services they receive. So it could be about the speed of offer or the range of services or the mechanisms they get, or the customer relationship aspect they have, or where their loans sit. So there could be lots of things that people put in that decision. So it's not quite so straightforward as just that one least cost routing option. So that's why it's a bit complicated. There's a lot of behaviours in the system, and you have to be very careful about unintended consequences.
Yep.
If there was to be, one of the arguments that the Payment System Board looked at very closely is if there was to be, depending on how you think about mandating various things, some of the options involve quite significant IT cost builds in the system and could result in overriding of consumers' decisions. Okay. So if I, as a consumer, decide I want to use a particular scheme provider that might be more expensive but I get benefits for other reasons, should it be the case that that gets overwritten and I don't get my benefit because someone else in the system benefits? So it's
in control of the... Yeah.
So it's a bit complicated. So that's the first question. The second question was around the Reserve Bank.
Yep.
So there's this is something that was looked at in the review recently of the payment system regulation, the Farrell by Farrell. So the Payment System Board is the body that makes policy. They are supported by the Reserve Bank staff. You can think of them sort of as secretariat sort of support for the policy decisions of...
Like the Foreign Investment Review Board support?
Yeah, so quite often you have a board and then you have a secretariat that do the analysis and the implementation and the running of the system. The Reserve Bank the payment system is quite complicated. The Reserve Bank runs certain elements of the payment system because it's a wholesale payment system and retail payment system. So they provide IT and do various bits. In other cases, they're just actually providing the standards and the rules by which other people in the system provide payments. But they're not in competition in any way to any of the retail payment services. They are the regulator and standard setting agency.
All right, thank you. That's
Before we move on, Senator Scarr, would you just mind if I step in? I've spoken to my team and they have confirmed that within 6 days...
Sorry, Senator McAllister, you might...
Sorry, Senator McAllister, yes. So the Consumer Action Law Centre letter finished with, we have shared these suggestions with the Australian Banking Association. We'd be happy to discuss with you further. And the response from my Chief of Staff was, Dear Gerard, thank you for your letter to the Treasurer, copied into Minister Hume and Minister Sukkar regarding consumer scam losses. We will be following your developments in relation to your discussions with the Australian Banking Association with kind regards. And that was sent within a week of receiving the email. So I'm interested to know...
Minister, that a peak body with detailed expertise in the policy area writes to you and your Chief of Staff writes back and says, thanks, that's very interesting. He doesn't refer it to you, he doesn't refer it to Treasury, and that's the end of the situation. Is that what I'm to understand?
Well, no, quite the opposite. In fact, the letter was referred to Treasury for response on the 22nd of September. But he's also responded to Mr Brodie directly.
Right, so you're saying that the Treasury will develop a response and that one of these officials will be preparing a response for Mr Brodie?
I would assume so. That tends to be what happens with letters that are directed to Treasury. But I would also emphasise that we speak to the Australian Bankers Association regularly and we'd be very interested in their opinion on the suggestions of this peak body. And as I said, we speak to people with suggestions on policy all day, every day, including many peak bodies, not just Consumer Action Law Centre.
And I can confirm that Treasury did get referred the letter on the 23rd and that there are members of 2 divisions looking at the issue as we speak. Not right now, but...
We're thorough, aren't we?
Well, perhaps to round this out, when Treasury has prepared a letter that is to the Minister's satisfaction and she has signed it, perhaps you might table it later, on notice.
Yes, potentially, yes. Yes.
Well, I'm asking...
well, perhaps you can just go and speak to Mr Brodie and get it directly from him as you did with this one.
Well, I
didn't realise he copied you in. Your name isn't on this letter anyway.
I'm asking you, Minister.
I'm just interested to know how it ended up in your hands because the letter isn't copied into you.
Minister, I understand that Mr Brodie wrote to a number of...
But you had a copy of the one that was directed to me.
Minister, I understand that Mr Brodie wrote to a number of people who work in this policy area in the Parliament. And I'm just asking you...
I would suggest that if Mr Brodie would like to have his correspondence taken seriously, that he makes it very clear who he's copying in on that correspondence.
What a reaction.
It's an unusual reaction, Senator.
Okay, Senator McAllister. No more question of the Markets Group, I think.
Can I just note that the Small Business and Family Enterprise Ombudsman, who's about to come in, had a few words to say about least cost routing as well on the 25th of October.
He did, yes.
I'm sure that you've noted that, because the cost to business, as hidden as it may be, with all the mysteries of the new technologies, is still a cost that's being borne by small businesses, in particular, right across the country. Mm-hmm. And at a time where, they've been really slugged by COVID impacts, it's a very significant failure. So I'll have some questions for the Ombudsman, but I'd be interested to see what the response of the department is to.
So the policy responsibility for this policy, the policy making, rests with the Payment System Board. They have the legal authority to make this. They have carefully considered it over 12 months and and taken into account all the concerns of small business and also the complexity of the system, and navigated what they consider to be an appropriate response to keep payments low and to reduce them further over time and have competition in the system.
But there's no enforcement mechanism or body that's responsible for enforcement of
Yes, the Reserve Bank has the ability to enforce this. They have standards and rules and obligations on the system.
And have they acted on that? Have there been enforcement actions?
So my understanding is that there haven't needed to be enforcement actions because the system is moving, and we are seeing costs come down. We are seeing the banking system respond to the concerns raised by small business, and they are making available different options. There are some technology issues that need to be resolved in the online space. Some of the functionality in order to have least cost routing in the online space is not available yet. The Payment System Board has indicated their desire for that to be made available. It's not something the Payment System Board has control over. It is something that's provided by private providers, and they've made their intentions very clear. They have options to take things forward if those intentions are not met. Generally, the intentions are met over time because it's in the interests of everyone to have a payment system that provides good service to customers.
Well, maybe not everyone, because small businesses really are currently being forced to absorb the costs of those inaccessible points in their service model currently as we
So small business have the option of being able to go to some providers and get least cost routing right now. There are banks that offer that facility, and it's open to them to seek out those offers.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator O'Neill, and thank you, Ms Quinn. I found that interchange with Senator O'Neill very interesting in relation to least cost routing, so thank you. Take my best regards and sentiments for your hometown and all of its residents, past, present and future. And I think with that we can let the markets group.
With your indulgence, Chair, I'll just note that my aunt is actually on the Country Town show organising committee.
Oh.
So she would be very proud that I've remembered my Small Country Town show event. So.
A big shout out to the Show Society. They do terrific work. Biggest volunteer network in the nation.
Senators all love a good show.
That's right.
Okay, so we're going to move on then to the Australian Small Business and Family Enterprise Ombudsman. Now, Senator Roberts, I don't want to put any pressure on you. However, we are trying to work out if we've got any questions for the Productivity Commission, and I think no, you don't. No. Oh, okay. Okay, so I don't think we've got anyone with any questions.
No opening statement from Ms Black either.
Sorry?
No opening statement from the small business one.
Oh, okay. Good. So, Senator Roberts, just to be clear, you've got no questions for the Productivity Commission?
Correct, no questions.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we can excuse them. So, Productivity Commission, you're going to be excused. Welcome to the Australian Small Business and Family Enterprise Ombudsman. And I understand from Deputy Chair you have no opening statement.
Chair, thank you for that invitation. We did have one, but I'm sensing the audience isn't as enthusiastic.
Oh, don't, you break my heart, Ombudsman. You can certainly give your opening statement, and I think you've gone to the trouble of preparing one. Have you circulated it to
Yes,
electronically? You have, so maybe we'll get a copy, and over to you, Ombudsman, please.
Well, thank you, Chair, and congratulations on your appointment and for the opportunity to appear before your committee this evening, I should say, getting confused with the time. Chair, you know that the pandemic's really increased the community's understanding of how important and vital small and family businesses are to neighbourhoods right across the country and our economy. These businesses are owned and led by real people with real responsibilities who've taken on that responsibility of self-employment and creating wealth and opportunities for others. And we're starting to see some green shoots, some light at the end of the tunnel as the COVID lockdowns start coming to an end. And Chair, I would emphasise small businesses are telling me there's a pressing and ongoing need for clear, actionable information around the opening rules, what businesses can and can't expect from their staff and their customers, and what they need to do to support their community to operate safely. Never been more important than now. And that clear advice, actionable information will build confidence in the reopening and support the recovery. I urge all Australians to be kindly customers to small businesses and their staff who are driving the economy and the recovery, but also implementing health obligations imposed on them. I'd also encourage all senators and all consumers to think about their holiday season purchases, and there's two fabulous calls out there, Chair: go local and buy from the bush. So one of our roles, as you know, is to help businesses contend with disputes, and I can give an account of that if senators are interested in the detail, but we continue to see quite challenging matters coming through the agency and an increasing level of distress amongst small businesses grappling with COVID consequences and some real challenges. Our website offers some resources. I'd encourage people to consider those when they're faced with a challenge or something that they need to navigate. And none are more important than the mental health and emotional wellbeing resources on the website. The New Access to Small Business Owners Mental Health Coaching Program, that's a terrific resource. Just quickly in wrapping up, just draw out a few things. Good to see the discussion around least cost routing. We've had a bit to say about that, and I imagine senators will have questions about our thinking and our response to the Payment Systems Board's report. I heard also some discussions, Chair, around a discretionary mutual fund and the insurance challenges facing the amusement, leisure and recreation sector. And I'd also encourage people to think a little bit about what the future looks like. One thing that we're looking at is what are the opportunities to support women's entrepreneurship in this recovery phase when 2 out of 3 new businesses are being formed by women. So commend those initiatives to you, and happy to answer questions the committee may have.
Thank you, Ombudsman, and your reference to least cost routing provides me with a perfect segue to give the call to Senator O'Neill.
Thank you very much, Senator Scarr, Chair. Perhaps you were listening to the last exchanges with the department. From your point of view, and I do note your press release as of the 27th, what are the savings to a business from least cost routing, and what is the impact of the delay of the government in bringing some pressure to bear in the marketplace in the interests of small business?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. Yes, the impact is small and family businesses are paying more for payment processing through their enterprise. That can vary, and I think the earlier witnesses explained there's different charging rates, different blends, different bank service offerings. But I read recently that an expert in this field thinks of the routable transactions through debit card transactions, the savings could be as much as $60 million a month in fees and charges for the economy. And right now, small businesses and family enterprises need all the help they can get with the wind in their sails, not in their face, to play a key role during the recovery. These are needless additional costs that we think don't serve any good purpose. I welcome the Commonwealth Bank of Australia's modest initiative to make some changes in this area, which frankly took out of the equation the argument that it's technically too difficult. And our view was that there's been a lot of urgings from the Payment Systems Board, the Reserve Bank and others to do more in this space. The progress has been glacial. We thought it was well past time for more urgings, and more decisive action was needed, and that was the flavour of the statement I released after the report had been issued.
I have to agree with you, Ombudsman, that for small businesses who are so often told that they're a priority for this government, it seems to have been very, very slow in identifying this as a problem, let alone responding. And is it true now that even though the problem is now quite well described and beginning to be understood more broadly, that there will be no action till mid-22? So that's another, 8-9 months?
Yeah, the recommendations, or the conclusions, I should say, from the Payment Systems Boards lack the urgency we think that is warranted. We know and we've heard, because we've been exposed to people's points of view as well, that some banks are doing things. They're doing things for new customers. I think you were sharing an experience that you've been familiar with, and we've certainly tested small businesses to know, A, what their knowledge is of the current fee arrangements, B, whether there'd been any proactive effort to, through their financial service provider, to put them on a more cost-effective set of terms and conditions, and C, trying to make use of the moving parts that are there. Some of the digital wallet technology already has dual network capability. It's a matter of turning it on. You know, there's things, it's just a decisiveness that was needed because we were concerned that the history around this topic has seen the Reserve Bank and the Payment Systems Board urging, encouraging, calling for, sending letters. We just thought there was more needed because the proactivity around offering small and family businesses the best payment model for their transactions has been slow, and in some cases when people have sought to have their circumstances changed, there's a bit of a bit of fog around what the mix of costs and services are for banking fees, and they've seen an improvement in one spot and more cost in others. So we just thought it was time to get past that glacial pace. The report is a nice backswing. I suppose we were looking for the follow-through, Senator.
Great. And so can I go to that? You've indicated that $60 million, did you say, per month in fees and charges could be reduced if the government was quicker to act. So every month that passes, we're talking about that. How many businesses have we got? If we were sort of to have a look at the savings to businesses averaged out even across a resolution of this matter, what would that be?
Yeah, that's really hard to say, Senator, because the blend of transaction values differs. The type of payments that are received differs. We were relying upon some of the technical experts in the field, CMSPI Asia Pacific, who understand the dark arts of all these payment fee arrangements, interchange arrangements, and they were calling out that of the multiple transactions, they felt that was the value of the fees that were being charged that need not be charged if a default of least cost routing was factored into the system. Now, that might mean in some cases, Senator, one certain card platform, debit card platform might be cheaper for lower cost transactions, but as the transaction value increases, then another version might be cheaper. There's not a single size fits all, but clearly going by the CBA's initiative, it's not beyond the wit of the financial service provider to look after their merchants, to make sure if there's no choice made by the consumer, and if a choice is made, that's fine. The merchant's got options about how they deal with that with their pricing. But if the consumer's indifferent, surely the most cost-effective model is the one that should be activated by default, and that's what we've been calling for.
So you talked about, the big swing. We haven't got much of a ding yet, though. So who's going to absolutely, implement this? Who's going to police it, enforce it, make sure that it advances? And what do you see your role in the middle of all of this?
Well, we're leaning in just to gauge reactions to what the Payments System Board has concluded. There were a number of things that they concluded in their report. Some of them were quite helpful. I mean, I draw the committee's attention to the prohibition around not charging fees for buy now, pay later. Even in that respect, the Payment Systems Board recognised there was a public interest in removing the no surcharge rule. But again, we're wondering, well, what's going to happen, Payment Systems Board, to give effect to your observation? I mean, there's some issues around debit cards having all forms, whether it be wallets or other devices, having dual network capability and some windows around that. There's, I think, about 8 of the top financial institutions that offer debit cards are caught within this urging and expectation to introduce least cost routing. We just think there needs to be more decisive action there. So we're engaging with small business community stakeholders. We are talking to the banks to try and understand what the hesitation is, because they tell me they're interested, and at least 2 of them have said they get what we're about, and I'm no rapper, Senator, but picking up what we're putting down, if I could use that phrase, and we're just wondering what the hesitation is. There's also that public education piece where, what do we need to do to ensure that small and family business owners know there are options and can navigate those, because that information's not readily available, and we think there's some ground to be made there.
You indicate that you're in conversation with the banks, but have you been asked to provide any advice on the announcement from the Reserve Bank
No.
about the timing? No?
No, we haven't, but we're not shy. We've made our views clear. We engaged with the Reserve Bank and its staff that were supporting the Payment Systems Board early in the consultation process, made our points, made them with some vigour, Senator, because this is a conversation that's been around for a while. And we were just saying, why do you think more of the same is going to get a different outcome? And I had the feeling that recommendation and the urging, the expectations, the encouragement to promote and encourage, that's sort of been the flavour for some time, and we thought there was a need to uplift the urgency and uplift the encouragement to get on with it.
So to be clear, there's no formal process in terms of enactment or...
Not that I'm aware
For
of,
you.
but that's where my agency's leaning in to understand that navigational arrangement about who makes what call, what's been weighed that certainly is weighed differently than from our perspective and from the vast majority of small business representative organisations, and just see where we can best target our advocacy.
So perhaps if you could provide on notice an outline of what do you think can be done and what would the timeframe be to actually deal with this issue. And at the moment we're talking about least cost routing, which is really still related to cards. We've got another layer that we need to deal with our phones because we've got the containment to only one card being available within an Apple wallet, while Google might have multiple wallets that you can use in different cards, etc. So there's another whole layer. And I'm pretty sure I've been informed, and Senator Scarr might correct me on this if I'm wrong, but that there is a transaction cost of the movement of the money between the merchant and the bank, where sometimes 30% of that transaction is going to Apple on the transfer in between, and no one's actually got a statutory responsibility or a regulatory responsibility for that part of the network. Do you have that understanding too?
We understand there's many moving parts. We are reaching out for some technical expertise to complement our own analysis and our own consultation, because it was put to me that there's probably fewer technical experts than there are people actually offering default least cost routing at the moment. And so we're trying to tap into that expertise, Senator, to understand how we can best make a positive contribution, and frankly what the policy levers might be to bring about a greater urgency and drive those cost savings through to small business.
Well, small businesses have expertise in what they have expertise in, and they expect the government to make sure that their money is worth the same thing for every person who's moving their money around in the payment system. Could I just go to the issue of debt recovery? Are you concerned about the growing value of collectible small business debt, which is now estimated to be held by the tax office at $24.3 billion?
Yes.
Maybe why? And what do you see as the problems?
A couple of reasons. There was a very important report released by the Inspector General of Taxation looking at really unpicking some of those numbers, Senator. Some of those numbers are the primary assessed tax liability. Some of them relate to penalty interest, and on top of that might be other charges and interest and penalties, as I was mentioning earlier. So we've sought to have a closer look at those numbers. Some of the data sets that the Inspector General revealed were quite interesting and quite insightful. It's in most cases many small businesses with modest amounts owing, and when you think about 2.3 million small businesses, 2.4 million across the economy, more modest amounts owing by a small percentage can still amount to quite a large amount. So that's been our concern, is to really understand what makes up that number, how much of it is these punitive interest penalties as well, and whether there's a contested view about the amount of the original liability. We've also been speaking regularly, and we meet regularly with the tax office. The very capable Deputy Commissioner Deb Jenkins is our main contact, and she's got primary line of sight over small business matters. And as we come out of COVID and the tax office shifts its posture from support and assist back to a more mainstream mode of operation, I imagine how those debts will be brought to the attention of the taxpayer, and then the steps taken to recover them will escalate in terms of imposition, and we're just keen to make sure that that's done in a thoughtful way, mindful of what many small businesses have been through, and some contest over the amount involved itself.
And I'm mindful of your statement, your opening statement, where you declared there are increasing levels of distress, and you pointed small businesses towards mental health and wellbeing resources, and perhaps to any other source of support that might be available. You also indicated concerns about the quality of information that they have to enable them to trade safely going forward. In that context, have you received any complaints from businesses about the tax office seeking to collect debts in this financial year? So as of July, have they moved to that posture you described already?
No, they've indicated that's the trajectory. We do get complaints about the tax office because we run that very positive ATO concierge service where we help small businesses navigate their avenues to contest assessments. Perhaps they want to engage through the AAT process, and we help through that. But I might, if I could, Senator, ask my colleague who's responsible for this area and our General Counsel, Dr. Latham, just to elaborate on the tax-related assistance cases that we've had through the agency. Dr. Latham.
Thank you.
As part of our small business tax concierge function, as the Ombudsman said, we help taxpayers with what their issues are in dispute and what avenues there are through the Administrative Appeals Tribunal or otherwise to pursue them. The sorts of issues, and we have seen a spike during the COVID times around JobKeeper and cash flow boost, and that has really increased our numbers over the period. But more recently, it's been about some superannuation issues and the clawback of amounts there as well. But we have a steady flow of other matters as well besides that.
Perhaps you could provide a little more detail about what you're seeing at this point of time, and can I express, great concern for small businesses, because often part of the front of small business is to not look like you're at risk or under duress or under pressure, and that's a critical part of your survival. And I worry that the taxation department could become a little aggressive a little early, and we end up with more pressure on our small businesses. So I'm very keen to keep abreast of what you're doing, because it looks like you're taking the temperature almost in real time, and I think that's very important for us to keep our awareness high about here in the Parliament. Could you give us a sense of your top three things that the government could do to reduce the strain on small businesses when collecting debt in particular, and in any other key area that you think we need to be aware of right now?
Yes, thank you, Senator. In the debt area, obviously the tax debts are very prominent, and what we need to be mindful of is that for some that have been on payment plans or some deferral of payment obligations, and that sits on top of perhaps deferred finance payments that they've had and perhaps deferred tenancy leasing costs. And so that's one of the reasons why we keep reminding policymakers that just as the lockdown restrictions come down, it's not as if those challenges go away. And in fact, they can be quite confronting when people think about what the process is going forward. So in relation to the debt question, early advice, we're encouraging small and family businesses to stay engaged with the tax office. They've been very accommodating in terms of payment plans, and that appetite continues, but there's no benefit served if someone's very anxious and they just not engage with the tax office. So engaging and then finding a payment path forward, I think, is very important. Secondly, some of the insolvency reforms, we would probably encourage small and family businesses feeling some financial distress to engage earlier. It's almost like we need an earlier off-ramp off the freeway to have those conversations while there's still energy in the business, some assets, some capacity for adjustment. And I think that's something that we can all do together. And I guess the third thing, which is the message I have all the time, please turn to your trusted advisors. They're experts in these fields, can help you as a small business owner understand what your options might be. Maybe look under the hood of your business to contemplate what the future might look like in a post-COVID, post-lockdown environment, and then map a path forward so that you're shaping and more in control of that management of the debt rather than putting your head in the sand metaphorically and then having some collection effort grab you or come after you through the law and you're not prepared for it, and maybe some choices you could have exercised earlier are now no longer available.
Well, you'd understand that, when people commence a small business, they're not just investing money, they're investing themselves, and so much of their personal identity and their pride in their local community is embedded in that business. So it can be a profoundly traumatic experience when things aren't going well. So could I ask you on notice to give the committee a sense of the scale and particular areas of concern about insolvency, and any advice you think that needs to be followed in terms of helping people better access supports that they need.
Yes, ma'am.
And you mentioned in your opening statement also women's entrepreneurs, a very interesting statistic, 2/3 of new businesses formed by women, often because their work situation has changed, they create businesses at home. So I'm that probably in the micro business, I'm sure many of them would be. I'm very interested to get some more information from you on notice, because I know that we're running out of time. Yep. And I do want to ask just a few questions around franchising before I complete my questions, if I may. So generally, what impact has the pandemic had on franchises? Of course, I'm particularly interested in franchisees, given the exploitation of franchisees by too many franchisors, in my experience.
Yeah, it's been quite stark, and an increase in cases coming to our organisation, and in some cases quite a different shape to them, Senator. I mean, rather than being a particular grievance about a matter or a relationship or a decision
model
in a franchise.
Yeah.
Sorry?
A business model of a particular franchise
Yeah, well,
group.
and some people just saying, I can't see a way out of here.
Yeah.
And looking for advice about what early termination of a franchise agreement might look like. There's been some systems, particularly in CBD areas, Senator, where you can imagine a 40-storey building might have, a 40-storey building might have, 3,000 people walk past a franchise coffee business in the foyer, and you might pay very handsomely for those little footprints and the franchise opportunity. But if the foot traffic's not there, and there's some doubt about it, particularly in cities like Melbourne, where the population in the CBD has changed quite dramatically, you might not see that there's a profitable future, and you might be looking to adjust your relationship or even get out of the franchise. That we've had some concerns around a continuation around fees and the like, even though there's not been the capacity to trade, and whether franchise fees charged in that environment are fair and reasonable. We've also had some interesting new developments around the delivery services that have been such a central part of many businesses staying functioning. But if there's a delivery charge fee that's straight in and straight out of the franchisee's till, should there be a percentage of franchise fee and marketing applied to something that's not within their control and doesn't represent an uplift in profitability or actual real turnover for that business? So we've had those as well. Dr. Latham, are there others that we could characterise for the Senator that captures the more recent cases in franchising, sir?
Could I just ask you, Dr. Latham, if you can incorporate also a comment into the challenge of managing exit arrangements, because I know that has been particularly problematic in this industry for a very long period of time, and the government has not made sufficient changes, in my view, to make that an accessible and decent business transaction.
Yeah, look, I just touched very quickly on those fees on delivery. That one is one that we're having a good look at as well. But some of the normal sorts of ones are still there. So around like marketing funds, that's still there. Other disputes around exclusivity of zones and competition, especially with tighter markets and things as well. So on termination and getting out of franchising, or a franchise arrangement. Of course, the new changes to the code at least give a path where that is can be investigated by the parties and raised properly, and in ways there are ways specified in order to be able to work through those. Early days still around that, but certainly that's something that we're pressing as well, given that there is a process there now that can be followed.
Okay.
Senator, just before, if I could just add one other thing, we've seen a couple of examples where it almost looks like people are trying to create relationships to work around franchise code obligations and responsibilities. We're a bit concerned about that because for all intents and purposes, they still seem to function as a franchise. They're carrying the systems brand. They've got systems and obligations that are supported and serviced by the franchise, but some people are saying, oh, but it's not a franchise. So we've been contesting that and raising a concern around that with the ACCC as it's a bit of a new emerging theme that we're a bit troubled by.
Now, Senator O'Neill, we're running a little bit over, well, quite a bit now over time. Senator Roberts has got some questions. Senator McDonald's got one question. Are you able to
I've
come to a
got three
conclusion?
things that I wanted to ask about, and I can sense that they're going to have to go on notice. And maybe we might be able to get you before the PJC to give us a little bit of information there as well.
I'd find it very interesting.
Yeah, I'm really
PJC.
worried about the Laser Clinics Australia. I'm just wondering how aware you are about that. And my questions really go there to the franchisee-franchisor network, the model that was established and how it's operating now. Could you provide information about the marketing fund, which you've just discussed, that's being used to support and promote franchises instead of actually support the ones that are already in it? Mediation has broken down. What's the role that you can play there? How do you get people back? How common is the experience that the laser clinics are reporting to me that they're getting no service for their management fees? So I want some specifics, if I can, on the Laser Clinics Australia model. And I want to particularly understand the provisions in their franchise code of conduct that prevent franchisors, are there provisions, prevent franchisors from foisting loss-making promotions onto franchisees? Because there seem to be some very sticky bits around that. So that's laser clinics. The second topic is the current battle, despite changes that were brought on by the government following Labor's private senators bill with regard to franchising. The AADA, who represent all the car dealers across Australia, are having a very serious battle at the moment with Mercedes-Benz, who under the new regime are still operating in a way I would say would be excessively using their power, their deep pockets. And we've seen, despite the franchise improvements in some of the franchise law that echoed that private senator's bill, a push to the courts to resolve this problem. So I'm very, very concerned about what's happening with Mercedes-Benz and the signal that sends about franchising and the government's lack of action to provide sufficient cover. And the third set of questions that I want to ask, had we more time, was really around what's going on with the AMP, buyer of last resort. And I thank you for your responses to my questions. I notice they come with a comment at the end about this is the information we have to hand, but I know that there was a lot more you could probably tell me about AMP from your deep dive that you indicated you were doing last time. And yeah, many more questions than there is time to ask, but if you can give me a solid brief on those three particulars, AMP, Laser Clinics Australia and the Mercedes-Benz issue as three signature issues of great concern for the franchise sector, I'd appreciate that.
Okay.
Yes,
Thank
Senator,
you.
happy to do that.
Thank you, Senator O'Neill. Senator McDonald, you had one question.
Thank you. Mr. Bilson, I just wanted to ask, despite all the, the horrible stories we're hearing out of states that have had lockdown, in Queensland, where we've had very few lockdowns, we're having what we would call in agriculture a green drought, where there's plenty of business to be had, but no staff. The workforce shortage is so acute that I have employers ringing me in tears. They're exhausted. They can't find somebody to drive a forklift or serve in the coffee shop or change the linen on the beds. And I'm wondering how much are you seeing that people are aware of your services and they're contacting you as a point of contact? Are you seeing that out of regional Queensland in particular?
Well, Senator, thank you for the question. Awareness of our service, we always try and uplift, so there's always more work we can do there. We do have a range of networks that we tap into, and particularly amongst small business, family and farming industry associations. What you're saying is spot on. And sadly, it's not just contained to one part of the economy or one part of the country. We're seeing an inability to access required labour being a real handbrake on recovery prospects. It's a recurring theme, Senator. The people aren't there, the limitations on mobility, even backpacker holiday work, all those sorts of things. It's happening in agriculture. We're seeing it in hospitality. There's a contest on every day for talent in hospitality. And I'm familiar with some business owners that said, I don't care if you've got no skills. Please come in and we will work with you. So there's a skills shortage, a labour shortage, and there's also some supply chain choke points that are, I think, impeding the full possibilities of recovery.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ombudsman. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for appearing tonight. Hello again.
Thank you, Senator.
Ombudsman. Just a first quick comment, get your comments. Small business, we talk about many problems facing small business, but small business has many enormous advantages. They're more nimble, they're better understanding of customers, they provide better value. How do you help small business leverage these and share their wins and their traits with other small businesses?
Yeah, one of the things that we try and do, Senator, and thank you for the question, is we try and showcase business success stories, not just because they're deserving of acknowledgement in their own right, but they're often a pathfinder, an aha creator for other businesses thinking, how do I navigate this? What can I do under these circumstances? And one of the things that inspires us, Senator, if we look back at the GFC, 44% of the private sector workforce is employed in small business, yet 2 out of 3 new jobs post the GFC in that recovery phase came from small business. So small and family enterprises bat above their average in recovery terms, and that's largely attributable to those attributes that you touched upon, the agility, the nimbleness, and in many cases it's because challenge brings new problems to solve. Small businesses come up with ways of solving them, and then a business comes out of it. So that's what we try and do. Point to that story and that history, share and showcase examples, and then put out better practice guidance so that others might also benefit from the wisdom that their peers have unearthed in their business journey.
So you're collecting those stories and sharing them?
Yes, we are, and if you've got some, Senator, we'd love to hear about them, because we never get tired of sharing positive small business stories and trying to do our bit to energise enterprise.
Perhaps I'll list some questions that I'd like to put on notice, please, because I have to go to another committee right now.
Yes,
the
sir.
first one is tax reform. That would surely have to be a huge opportunity to get rid of the complexity. And at the moment we see grants for various things, and that adds more complexity, but the grants tell us that something's inefficient in the regulatory system. So I'd like your thoughts on tax reform, comprehensive tax reform, please, where you would focus on that for small business. I'd like your understanding of that's the first one. The second one, I'd like your understanding of the main challenges facing small business. I see them as energy prices, tax again, and regulation or over-regulation, but I'd like your view on that. The third one, what progress has been achieved on the idea of a small business industrial award and or award and small industrial relations simplification for small business, even if you don't have a separate award? Fourth question, now that we have had some time, are the Fair Work casual conversion guidelines fit for purpose? What's the information or complaints you're receiving telling you about the impact of small business employers and what else needs to be done? And
that's a pretty juicy list, Senator, but if we're happy to take those on notice and...
I think... Oh, that's another question I have here. I'm just trying to pick the eyes out of the questions in the time I have. Small business industry associations have really got a pretty good name for themselves. The Small Business Association of Australia, COSBOA, they do a lot of good work, both of them. What are you doing to ensure that they're supported? Because they quite often take a lot of, they provide a lot of skills, and they're good consultants and a good sharing network. So if you
that one I can do straight away. We work very collaboratively with them. We actually accommodate them in our hub, which is a visitation venue at our offices for industry associations that are coming to the capital. So we provide that support, and we adopt quite a collegiate approach with them and about 32 other small business industry associations that we collaborate with through our policy forum, sir. So, but happy to take those on notice, and we can elaborate on that.
Thank you, Ombudsman. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Roberts, and thank you, Mr Ombudsman. Your enthusiasm leaps out of the screen at us.
Thank you, Chair.
So thank you for attending so late this evening. We do appreciate it. Now we're going to move on
Good to see you, Billy.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Committee.
Thank you. We're moving on to the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission with the Australian Energy Regulator.
I was expecting you all on screen. That doesn't seem to make a difference.
Oh, bye.
Sorry? It's a long week, actually.
Okay, do we have an opening statement?
Chair, I don't believe we would, but Rod Sims, our chair, should be joining us any minute online.
Oh, okay. So just in terms of the order of questions, we're going to have Senator Betts with some questions first, and then we'll go to Senator Sheldon and take it from there. I think you do too. Oh, I saw an RS. There we are. Chair, can you hear us? I think you're on mute. Can you hear us, Chair?
I've only heard you're on mute 4,713 times in the last few months. Well, sorry about that.
It's lucky you weren't here earlier in the day. You would have heard it triple times that amount. So good to have you with us. Do you have an opening statement?
No, we're happy just to take questions, Chair. So over to you to deal with your questions.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I'm going to give the call first to Senator Betts.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Mr Sims and members of the ACCC. A very brief bracket of questions relating to the Port of Newcastle. As I understand it, last year you granted a collective bargaining authorisation for coal producers to negotiate price and access conditions at the port. You'd be aware there's been a challenge by the port to that authorisation. Can I just ask, or how often are your authorisations challenged? Is that rare?
Not very often.
Not very often?
Not very often. So.
Right. Clearly you must hold some concerns about the lack of regulatory oversight at the Port of Newcastle, and if so, are you willing to give expression to those concerns?
Oh, I have on many occasions, Senator, so I'm delighted to have another opportunity to express those concerns. Basically, the Port of Newcastle was privatised without any control over its pricing. It pushed its prices up by about 50% as soon as it got control of the port. And there's been continuing disputes over that pricing. The Port of Newcastle has put price offers to the various coal mines, but as I understand it, the view of the coal mines is those offers certainly are at much higher prices than they think are reasonable, but also they don't prevent future prices over and above what's being put to the miners now. So the miners are extremely concerned, and of course we're concerned that you've got an absolute monopoly without any price regulation.
And the coal miners, they've got a free on board contract, as I understand it, with most of their coal purchases, and therefore the cost of getting the coal over the port cannot be passed on to the customer. Is that your understanding?
Look, that's largely correct. I mean, these are international prices, so they have to be borne by the coal companies, is my understanding, Senator.
Have you been asked by government to provide any briefings in relation to this?
Look, we talked to Treasury a bit about the issue. The question is, do you, I've been making the point for some time in general terms about monopolies being privatised, and lo and behold, there's great success because the government sell them for enormous sums of money, but there's no control over the pricing they can charge. So post-privatisation, the prices go up. So we have been talking about having an adjustment to what's known as Part 3A to try and have a regulatory regime that could deal with infrastructure such as the Port of Newcastle. But those discussions are continuing with Treasury. It's quite a complex issue.
And have you suggested recommendations for a Part 3B or some alterations to the regime generally?
I've been advocating for Part 3B, but in discussions with Treasury, there's still a lot of detail to be worked out. So it's one thing to put the concept up, and I believe strongly in the concept, but there's a lot of detail to be worked through, Senator. It's not straightforward, but I think the current Part 3A, Part 3A, without getting too complicated, was brought in to deal with vertically integrated infrastructure. The classic example was when Telstra owned the copper wire, yet Optus wanted to compete with Telstra, and so an access regime was brought in from the Hilmer report. To get access to those sort of vertical integrated facilities, you've got to show a competition issue. Now, the Port of Newcastle is not vertically integrated. This is really a matter of market power and pricing, so it's a different problem to what Part 3A was designed to achieve. There's been a lot of toing and froing about this issue, so I think it's fair to say there is a good discussion going on, but it's got a fair bit of way to go. And I'm the first to admit that even though I think the idea is a good one, there's a lot of work to be done to work out exactly how it might work.
Yeah.
So we are talking to Treasury about it.
Look, understood. Thank you very much. All strength to your arm in relation to that. Can I quickly place on record, Chair, that these questions were also to be asked by Senator Fierravanti-Wells, who's in another committee, and also with the Port of Newcastle. The issue is that a lot of the coal that is going through the Port of Newcastle is going to a country that suffers under a dictatorship to the north of our country, and one of its companies is the 50% owner of that port, and as a result, if they jack up prices for putting coal across the port, it doesn't affect the price of coal in China, but the company controlled by China makes extra profits at our expense, at our miners' expense, and I think that's a real national issue as well. But thank you, Mr Sims. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Abetz. I'll give the call now to Senator Sheldon.
Good, thanks very much. Thank you, Mr Sims, and to your team for being here tonight. I just want to turn some questions regarding the ACCC versus CFMEU and Jason O'Mara, and to explore those issues there. Two of the 4 charges I understand brought against the CFMEU and Mr O'Mara related to alleged cartel conduct in the steel fixing industry. Those charges were both withdrawn very shortly after the first witness, Halififi Kavalu, gave evidence on the first and second days of the committal proceedings. The ACCC would have been aware that during evidence in the Trade Union Royal Commission, Mr Kavalu denied allegations of blackmail under oath. He subsequently pleaded guilty to criminal blackmail charges in the ACT Supreme Court. It should have been transparently clear to the ACCC that Mr Kavalu had previously lied under oath, yet he was the ACCC's star witness. Why did the ACCC frame so much of its case around the evidence of a person who had already proven himself to have broken the law and lied about it?
Oh, Senator, look, we had a range of evidence. I'm stretching my memory a bit. I don't know whether Melinda McDonald has a better immediate memory of it. Do you, Melinda, to answer that question?
It's Melinda McDonald here. I'm Executive General Manager of the Competition Division. I would like to assist the committee. I'm afraid I have an audio loop of speech feeding through to me. I'm not sure if others appearing virtually have that same audio issue. But I understand.
We can hear you clearly.
You can hear me clearly.
Yes.
If I can just...
I'm sorry, I just have an audio loop. I understand there's a question being put to us in respect of the CFMEU and O'Mara prosecution.
That's correct.
But I'm afraid it's difficult for me to make out the exact nature of the question due to the audio loop, which I'm now hearing myself in my audio.
Okay.
Sorry.
If I can just check that all of the witnesses in attendance by video conference are on mute, except for the witness who is giving evidence. And we might just ask Senator Sheldon, could you ask the question again and see how we go?
I'll give it a go. Thank you, Chair. 2 of the 4 charges brought against the CFMEU and Mr O'Mara related to alleged cartel conduct in the steel fixing industry. Those charges were both withdrawn shortly after the witness, Halifi Kavalu, gave evidence on the first and second days of the committal proceedings. The ACCC would have been aware that during evidence in the Trade Union Royal Commission, Mr Kavalu denied allegations of blackmail under oath. He subsequently pleaded guilty to criminal blackmail charges in the ACT Supreme Court. It should have been transparently clear to the ACCC that Mr Kavalu had previously lied under oath, yet he has the ACCC's star witness. And what I'm asking is, why did the ACCC frame so much of its case around the evidence of a person who had already been proven himself to have broken the law and lied about it?
Thank you. I did manage to hear that this time around. My apologies. So one point I think that I ought to make is that in respect of the conduct of criminal cartel prosecutions, the ACCC's role is quite different to that of when we undertake civil cartel proceedings. With criminal prosecutions, which is what this particular matter was, our role is to investigate the matter and refer the brief of evidence to the DPP, which then conducts the prosecution independently of the ACCC as the investigation agency. So those matters were really a matter for the DPP in the conduct of that prosecution. Our role in civil cartels is quite different, where we brief lawyers and we run that litigation.
If I remember correctly, though, Senator, in putting the brief of evidence together, we had quite a wide range of evidence. It didn't just hang off one individual in terms of the evidence we put to the CDPP, but I am stretching my memory a bit. We could take it on notice, if you like, and come back to you in a more full way.
That would be helpful, Mr Sims. And thank you, Ms McDonald, for the outline. persevere, I think there's some things here that you should be able to give me some advice on or give me some answers to. Did the ACCC agree to any arrangement with Mr Kavalu, or you're aware of any arrangement that he would avoid prosecution or receive any other benefit in exchange for giving evidence against Mr O'Mara or the CFMMEU?
That's a question I would need to take on notice. As I say, that the prosecution was a matter for the DPP. I would have to take that question on notice. I'm afraid the conduct of the prosecution was before my time in this particular role.
But certainly the ACCC didn't do any deals, Senator.
Thank you. Did the ACCC find any evidence of price fixing by any of the witnesses? And if so, did the ACCC agree to any arrangements under which charges would not be brought for price fixing or any other offences in exchange for people involved giving evidence against Mr O'Mara or the CFMMEU?
Senator, my memory, and I am stretching memory, we might need to take some of these on notice because it's a complicated case some time ago when we put our brief of evidence together. As Melinda said, we then pass it over to the CDPP, so our brief of evidence is put together sometime. But we focused on where we thought the main wrongdoing was, and we felt that resided with Mr O'Mara, which is why we put the brief of evidence to the CDPP.
Thank you, Mr Sims. Were any notices issued under Section 155 of the Competition and Consumer Act to compel witnesses to provide information, documents or to give evidence? And if so, were any of the people who were the subject of those notices given assurances that evidence was being sought only in relation to certain individuals or organisations?
My memory is that notices were used and that no such assurances were given, but we'll take that on notice as well. That would be most unusual. Senator, we conducted this investigation in a very professional way and we had great concerns about the conduct we were investigating.
Thank you, Mr Sims. During the committal proceedings, reference was made to an investigation plan, in inverted commas, for Operation Hees, the name of the investigation jointly conducted by the ACCC and the Joint Police following the Trade Union Royal Commission. The reference was made to a mission statement which read in part, "The mission is to gather evidence to successfully prosecute the CFMMEU." Can you produce a copy of this document?
I have no idea, Senator. We'll take it on notice. I mean, we often have investigation plans. The wording you're citing is a little strange, but we'll take that on notice.
Is it true that the investigation was solely focused on the CFMMEU and the ACCC didn't expand beyond that investigation?
Well, usually we narrow investigations down, Senator. Again, I'm going off memory now, and as Melinda's said, this investigation was before her time in the role. But my understanding was that this was in relation to particular activity on building sites, and there was a concern that there was alleged price fixing coordinated by Mr O'Mara. That was the allegation that we were pursuing.
Thank you for that. Look, after the charges relating to still fixing were withdrawn, the committal proceedings continued in relationship to two charges relating to the scaffolding industry. It became apparent rather quickly on the third day of the committal proceedings that the ACCC failed to produce either the CDPP or the union, Mr O'Mara, a number of documents that were required to be produced under a subpoena returnable in June 2020, some 6 months prior to the committal hearing. Can you tell me who signed off on that from the ACCC and saying that it met its requirements when it responded to the subpoenas issued in June 2020?
Oh, look, I'd have to take that on notice, Senator. I just don't have that knowledge to hand. What I do know is, as Melinda pointed out, the proceedings were run by the CDPP, but we'll have to take your question on notice.
Thank you, Mr Sims. Failure to comply with the subpoena without a reasonable excuse is an offence under the Act, the Act Criminal Code. punishable with a maximum penalty of $8,000 or 6 months imprisonment. What is the ACCC's reasonable excuse for failing to comply? Are you aware of that, Mr Sims?
I'm not aware of anything you're talking about right now, Senator, either the failure to comply or the reason for it. So we'll have to get back to you.
Is anyone in your team aware? Ms McDonald?
I think this was well before Melinda's time. I don't know whether Mr Gregson has any memory.
I was just going to add that it is before my time, Mr Sims, so I don't have direct knowledge, I'm afraid. And otherwise, just to repeat that the conduct of the prosecution is the responsibility of the CDPP. Our role is quite different in respect of prosecution.
So they really take over we provide the brief of evidence, they take over the prosecution, Senator.
Thank you. If you can take that on notice as well. During the committal proceedings, evidence was given by Jeffrey Williams, who was until recently a director of the ACCC and its cartels branch of the Specialised Enforcement and Advocacy Division. Mr Williams gave evidence which indicated that the ACCC used a computer program named iManage, Doris, to take live statements from witnesses, and that the program automatically overwrote previous drafts of statements. Use of that kind of program is not consistent with the obligations that a model litigant and prosecuting body have with respect to criminal allegations, is it?
Look, we certainly use iManage. Quite what it does, Senator, I don't know whether Melinda McDonald or Scott Gregson wants to have a shot at how that works, but again, we can take that on notice.
Sorry, Scott.
You go first, Melinda, and I'll see if I can assist.
Thank you. If it's helpful, I can advise that the agency has been reviewing and its practices, and we have been updating our guidelines in respect of how we are to take witness statements. And so our guidelines and our practices have been updated over time. That's consistent with our trying to improve our practices on an ongoing basis as an investigations agency. So we do routinely update our guidance for our staff as to how we're to conduct our investigations.
And that variation to what you're doing for the iManage Doris program is as a result of the ACCC was after the ACCC versus CFMMEU and Jason O'Mara, is that correct?
Oh, sorry, to be clear, that iManage and Doris are IT sort of storage systems. The review that I was speaking of and the updating was to the witness statement taking guidelines as opposed to the technology systems of iManage and Doris, just so I don't confuse you.
But it's a review based on a range of cases, Senator, not just the CFM and EU matter.
Senator, if I might assist, Scott Gregson's my name, Chief Operating Officer. Good to see you again.
Yes, sir.
iManage is our new document management system, new in terms of a few years, and it replaced Doris, which was our previous document management system. Those systems apply across all our records and it's got a number of settings. It's the interaction of those systems with the guidelines that Ms McDonald was referring to and our witness-taking practices, particularly in those cartel areas that I think are relevant. As Mr Sims mentioned, we've continued to learn lessons, adopt new practices, identify the best way in which those guidelines interact with our document management system. So it's not Doris or iManage in itself, it's the way we operate more generally.
Yeah, thank you, Mr Gregson. That was very helpful. Is it... on this question, another question, Mr Williams also gave evidence during the committal proceedings to the effect that his practice was not to take contemporaneous notes of interviews beyond live statement taking, using the iManage, and I may be using correctly the incorrect word, Doris software. That is, he preferred to rely on his unaided recollection alone. He also agreed with the proposition that was put to him during cross-examination that he took no steps to ensure that he conducted the investigation in accordance with the requirements of a criminal investigation. He also indicated that he had never previously conducted a criminal investigation. On what basis was Mr Williams considered by the ACCC to be the appropriate person to lead its investigation, and why did the ACCC allow those practices to occur?
Senator, Mr Williams was a very experienced ACCC officer, had senior roles in the agency for some time, and then taken on the roles that you've referred to there. He has extensive investigation experience, has been actively involved in working in our cartels branch, development of our criminal cartel program, so he has a lot of experience there. I'm familiar with the evidence that you're referring to there and some of the challenges that raise. Look, what I can say, Senator, is that we do have guidelines, we do have established practices. As mentioned before, I think we learn lessons from these matters, including others that we're continuing to take on board and adjust how we take statements, how we progress criminal cartels in particular.
Thank you, Mr Gregson. Just back to you. You mentioned that the cartel questions were important to what's happened with regards to this review whilst considering relevant change. Have I got that accurately, or have I misunderstood?
We continuously, I guess, review how we undertake our investigations, our work more generally, and that's certainly the case in relation to criminal cartels which have particular needs. We also follow developments in case law and observations in other matters, so that's a continuous process. There's certainly some pointed matters that come out of recent matters, including the one you've referenced.
Thank you. As I mentioned, that he preferred to rely on his unaided recollection alone. He also agreed with propositions that were put to him during cross-examination, as I mentioned. He also indicated that he had never previously conducted a criminal investigation.
Well, Senator, the ACCC's criminal cartel program is now a number of years old. This would have been earlier in its piece. As I mentioned, Mr Williams was one of our most experienced investigators in the ACCC. Indeed, he ran a number of branches before taking on the relevant position. So he was a very experienced investigator and had been actively involved in how we set up and build the skills needed in our criminal cartel program. So we have high confidence in I guess, his contribution. I can't speak more to his evidence on the day about his involvement in previous criminal cartel matters, but he had the confidence of the ACCC. He also worked in a system assisted by a number of other investigators, managers and leaders, and we're heavily supported by a very experienced legal team, including those with experience in criminal cartels.
So he hadn't carried out a prosecution considered by the ACCC appropriate person for the investigation. Is that correct? And also, he never previously conducted a criminal investigation? I'm not quite clear in your answer whether that's correct.
Well, I don't.
What Mr Williams had done, Senator, is he'd led numerous civil cartel investigations, and so he was very experienced in that. The ACCC has a long history of civil investigations and civil cartel work. Our criminal cartel work is reasonably recent, so Mr Williams had led many such investigations, and we have complete confidence in him, and there were other players involved who had criminal experience. So we're slowly building complete teams with criminal experience, but we had to bring a mix of skills together. But as Melinda said before, our job is to put a brief of evidence to the CDPP to do the investigation. They then run the prosecution, and we judge Mr Williams was very well qualified for the task that we gave him with considerable civil cartel experience.
Thank you. Thank you for that, Mr Sims. And Mr Gregson, just are you still taking live statement taking? Is that still a practice within the ACCC?
I'll refer that one to Ms McDonald to advise us to our current approach on investigations.
Thank you, Mr Gregson. No, we don't now do live statement taking. We have updated guidelines for our staff and are progressively rolling out training in respect of those new guidelines for staff involved in our cartel program as well.
Just the final question, just has a couple of aspects to it. The combined effect of the iManage software and Mr Williams' failure to take proper records of the investigation meant that the court had no way of knowing how, when or why alterations were made to statements. Mr Williams accepted this to be the case during the cross-examination. This is significant because some of the witness evidence differed from evidence that the same people had given to Turk. Why would the ACCC bring a case in those circumstances? It's not an effective or efficient use of taxpayers' money, is it?
Senator, we are, as I say, I don't have the details in my mind, but what I do remember very clearly is in the various commission meetings that decided to refer the brief of evidence to the CDPP, we felt this was an extremely serious matter. We felt we had good grounds to put the matter before the CDPP. The CDPP then took a number of months to consider, including asking further questions of us, to consider whether they judged that this was worthy of criminal prosecution, and they formed that view. So we formed the view that this was serious behaviour that we should put to the CDPP. Step one. Step two, the CDPP took the view that there was sufficient evidence to begin a criminal prosecution. So this was not a matter taken lightly. This was a matter subject to considerable due process. As Mr Gregson said, there were probably some processes that we'll learn from, but in terms of the substance of the matter, it was extremely serious, and we felt it needed investigation, and the CDPP felt it needed criminal prosecution.
And it proved to be inaccurate, didn't it, Mr Sims? That assessment, the initial assessment proved to be inaccurate.
No, the initial assessment was not inaccurate. Our view was that this was extremely serious behaviour. There were a number of issues that meant it couldn't be taken forward, which means that, in a sense, the substance of the case was never, in that sense, tested. But there were a range of technical issues and historic. I mean, there were two problems. There were some technical issues, and there was a great length of time between when the matter got to court and when the behaviour occurred, because, of course, you had Turk in the intervening period. So that did cause, I mean, the problem with witnesses is memories can fray, and so that huge time lag plus the technical issues meant that the matter was never, properly tested. It was appropriately stopped, but I don't feel that in any way casts doubt on the decisions we took in the first place.
Thank you, and the case was thrown out, so thank you for that. I'll just hand back to you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Sheldon. Mr Sims, I've just got one small area of questions I wanted to direct to you, if I could.
Sorry, Senator Scott, I just wanted to mention that there will be a list of other questions that I want to ask on,
And you'll
which will be on notice.
Okay, thank you, Senator Sheldon. Mr Sims, you kicked off, if that's the right phrase to use, a very interesting debate in relation to competition law as it applies to mergers and acquisitions in this country, and I refer to a speech you gave back in August to, I think it was the competition group of eminent lawyers at through the Law Council of Australia, and you followed that up with an article in the Australian Fin Review, and I note that some of your predecessors rose to the occasion to engage in the debate as well, and we've all been watching that with interest. I'm just interested to know where is that process going from your perspective, following the initiation of the debate at the Law Council of Australia. How do you see this progressing from this point on?
Thanks, Senator, very much for the question. It is a topic near and dear to my heart. I mean, it's an ACCC position, but I gave the speech to the Law Council, and we kicked off what we termed a debate. And so the debate needs to turn on both, do we think there's a problem in terms of too much concentration in the economy? And secondly, do we think our merger processes and laws are appropriate to the task. We have views on all that, which I could entertain you with for the next few hours, but I won't. But to answer your question, it was a debate. We decided that this issue had been talked about for a long time. We were originally going to put our views out in 2020. In the end, we thought we should put them out when we did, but we did it specifically as a debate so that these issues could be well aired. And then I think I think it's both. I think there's value in the debate itself, and the time needs to run on that debate. Secondly, I think I strongly believe it's inappropriate to get the government focused on the issue now when they've got COVID and so many other issues. So I think it's an issue that will engage with Treasury, and they can decide with the government whether they want to kick off some consideration of the issue post the election. So we're very much in the debate stage, and I've had both my predecessors give views, and a range of consumer, small business, big business organisations. So there's been good debate, and there's been a range of views on all sides of that debate.
Well, Mr Sims, I agree. It's been a fascinating debate, and we've all been watching it closely, and I've resisted the temptation of tabling one of your predecessors' articles and asking you to respond paragraph by paragraph. I've managed to resist that temptation.
Oh, I'd be delighted, Senator.
No, I've resisted. I've resisted past tense, Mr Sims, to do that. I did want to ask you one philosophical question, and that is this. You're head of an enforcement agency that enforces the law, and yet you've kicked off this debate with respect to something which you describe as near and dear to your heart. In terms of how do you reconcile those competing roles, if you like, in terms of being the head of an enforcement agency, a regulator on the one hand, and on the other hand, becoming a passionate player on the stage, if you like, of a debate with respect to competition law? How, in your own mind, how do you reconcile those two positions? Is there any competition between them?
I don't think so, Senator, and it goes back to the question that Senator Abetz opened up with. I put views on the regulation of infrastructure as well. I think when you're the regulator and you see things very clearly, I mean, we were quite active in the Section 46 debate that Mr Bilson kicked off, but we played a particular role, and the government picked up that issue. Obviously, these are issues for government and Treasury to run, but I think when you're the one closest to the law, it is appropriate to have perspectives, and we often get asked. I mean, the merger debate really came with a range of decisions where questions were often put by parliamentarians, by community groups, by the press, and so you get asked for views, understandably so, and I agree with you, there's a tension about how far you go in putting those views. I totally get that. But I think the debate's a lot richer if you have those closest to dealing with these matters able to give a public view and form that debate.
Okay,
but I agree, there's only a certain line you can go.
Yeah, excellent. Thank you very much, Mr Sims, and I do appreciate those comments. So I think Senator McAllister, we're finished with the... No, did you? Oh, with the ACCC? Oh, okay. Senator McAllister.
Thanks very much. Thanks very much, Mr Sims, and I will try and move as briefly as I can through these questions. I wanted to ask some questions of you about your ability to respond to an alarming increase in online scams and fraud. Are you able to hear me, by the way? Sometimes I find I have to lean forward.
No, I can hear you. I can hear you very well, Senator, but
even
better, the people best placed to answer the question are sitting right in front of me.
Oh, good. Is it Mr Gregson?
Mr Gress.
Romy Gress.
Oh, hello, Mr Gress. How are you? Look, does the ACCC have any data that indicates, that compares Australia with the rest of the world when it comes to being targeted by sophisticated international scammers?
I can't say off the top of my head whether we have that data, but I would imagine it's probably not difficult to obtain. I mean, we have a lot of interaction and liaison with our international counterparts, and we do provide data and assistance to the US FTC, which maintains a database of international scams. So I would imagine we could obtain that even if we don't hold it.
Yeah, I understand that Western Union collects an international data set of this kind, and they say that Australia is now in the top 5 countries in the world for getting scammed. Are we a soft target?
I mean, I can't imagine that we'd be in any different position than a lot of countries, in the sense that you know, the online and interconnectivity of consumers is pretty ubiquitous. But I mean, I can't give you a sense of whether our position is necessarily much worse than other countries.
I know that you gave evidence to the Parliament's Joint Committee on Law Enforcement last year about this set of issues. I think, Mr Gregson, you were there for that hearing. Mr Gregson, I think you said at that time that the ACCC's public education resources were stretched very thin. Has the government increased resources available to you for public education?
Senator, if I recall correctly, that question was a broad one, not solely related to scams. We have received additional funding in recent years, including to assist with various activities such as our scam work, and that's assisted us to continue the work that we're doing in those areas. As Mr Gress would be able to tell you, that involves considerable education awareness, but there's always a limit to what you can achieve within the resources that you have. But we're pleased that we've lifted our investment there in recent years.
At the last year, you said we have a compliance and consumer education section, and we also have a strategic communications area. I have to say they are stretched very thin. Since that warning was delivered about your capacity for education, have you received any resources?
I'd have to be reminded of the exact timing there, but we did receive additional funding in October of 2020 through our Strategic Resource Review bid, and that has, as I said, assisted us to maintain and in some instances increase what we can do across the agency. And just to give one example, we're able to invest more in our social media activities through our Strategic Communications branch as a result of that additional government funding.
Right. The committee, when that committee concluded its inquiry, it recommended that the government commission new public education on scams. Did that happen?
I'm not familiar with whether there's been a commissioning of new work, but the ACCC is consistently reviewing how it gets the message out. And only as recently today we were commenting on how much our Deputy Chair is actually out there in the press, and that's assisted by the resources we have.
Yes. Have there been any campaigns about scams or fraud? Any new campaigns since that report came down?
Sorry, Senator. Certainly the ACCC undertakes both campaigns, issues reports and works with others, but Mr Gress's area is responsible, and he probably has a longer list.
Well, certainly there's almost a continual awareness campaign, in the sense that we're constantly in the media reporting, giving advice about the various scams that are arising, particularly of the last sort of year, where COVID-related scams have become quite prevalent. We also are about to host a Scams Awareness Week, which is a public campaign with a number of stakeholders who are engaged in that awareness raising.
I mean, I'm conscious that the government has recently provided nearly $13 million to educate the public about how well they're doing on emissions reduction. Any such allocation of funds to allow you to educate the public about what people need to do to protect themselves against scams and fraud?
So, Senator, it's probably the same answer I mentioned before. Through our strategic resourcing review bid, we received an uplift in our base funding, and that included to assist us with various consumer protection activities and scams. Sometimes those funding uplifts allow us to continue in ways that we wouldn't otherwise, and we'd made a number of investments in scams.
Yeah, I'm just interested in actually, look, earned media is terrific, and I hear what you're saying, and I do see the work that the ACCC does in talking about these issues in the public domain. I'm interested in whether there is a public education process, aside from the earned media, which tries to engage with communities and give them the tools that they need to confront what is a rapidly rising threat to households and businesses.
Senator, we do a lot of work with, in a proactive way with various agencies, with banks, with telcos. So we're doing, I mean, our judgment, I think, is that the education we do through our website, our ScamWatch website, the earned media, it's a good term, plus the considerable investment we're doing with other agencies, we're putting quite a lot of effort into this, and I guess I do have to say we did get a reasonably generous increase in our funding. So I think, you know, of course people are stretched thin, they always are, because there's an endless demand for what we do. But I think I'd be I feel a bit strange if, given the government had just given us a lot of money, that we were then complaining about not having more, because it was a very generous increase.
Speaking of ScamWatch, how does ScamWatch collect a report of a scam from a member of the general public or from a small business?
So, Senator, we've got an info centre and we've got a web-based interface with consumers, so either through telephone contact or through web forms that are received, that's the main way.
Right. What's the info centre?
That's our telephone collection service, so we have a number of staff that are on the telephones taking calls from members of the public.
So if I wanted to ring you up, how do I find out about this?
There's on our website, there's a phone number, which is the ACCC's Info Centre number.
Oh, I see. So it's not really a ScamWatch number, it's just the general number for the ACCC.
And I think there's also through the ScamWatch website, there's also the web link that'll give you the opportunity to lodge a scam complaint.
We have quite a presence with ScamWatch. It's probably the go-to brand for scam reporting, and that includes quite a heavy presence on social media.
Right. And so what happens when you fill in, you find the link, you get onto the website, you fill in your details, what happens to that data once it's collected?
So it is then received into our database systems and is collated and categorised. The exact means of which I'd have to take on notice, but like a lot of our contacts, there is a classification system to record the contact.
I wonder if I just might assess. My name's Tim Grimwade. I'm the Executive General Manager of the Consumer Product Safety Division, but previously had responsibility for, amongst other things, the scams team. And just to add to Mr. Gress's response, the data that comes through the ScamWatch forms, and we do encourage forms rather than phone calls in relation to scams, is gathered for intelligence and it's dissected, so we are able to discern and catalogue whether there's a romance scam or an investment scam or different types of scams, and ascertain emerging trends. We also look at the phone numbers that have been identified as scammers' phone numbers, and if there's more than 2 reports of the same number, we share that information with the US FTC and also, I believe, with the telco companies as well.
In terms of people lodging information about their own circumstances, where a scam has caused them some financial or perhaps psychological cost, what would they expect once they've lodged their information with ScamWatch?
I can respond to that, Senator. We make it very clear that we're unable to respond to any individual scam that's identified to us, but that we take that information as intelligence to inform our disruption activities or our education activities.
Right. And so who is responsible for helping individual victims?
Well, in most cases, scams are not consumer transactions, but outright fraud. And so in most cases, it's the police that would or should take action in relation to those.
Right. And what feedback do you get from victims about the police response?
Look, I'm probably not in the best position to answer that question. My recollection when I was in the role was there's often frustration by individuals who had been scammed, who are unable to get their money back, for instance, but we would often provide as much guidance as we could and work with banks indeed to try and help remedy the individual situations where we could, but or more generally, I should say, but not in relation to individuals.
Senator, in my role, a number of matters get escalated to me. My experience is there's varied responses. Some consumers who have been subjected to scams get good responses from either local or broader police forces. That can often depend on who you manage to get through to and what they've got on their plate at the time. But we've certainly seen some great instances of individual intervention. But in other instances, dealing with scams is very challenging. You're dealing online with criminals, often overseas. Money is often gone. And so we need to continue to rely on a number of the tools: education, awareness, disruption, and where possible, enforcement action. But the latter is very challenging.
And Senator, I can just add that we also refer some cases through to ID Care, because where personal information is compromised, that's the best bet for a remedy.
And ID Care isn't a government service, is it?
I'm not sure. I don't think it is.
Not funded by government? No. Look, it's quite a big topic. I won't labour it too long. I do want to understand just a little bit about your interactions with Minister Sukkar. Has he sought briefings from you about these activities in the last 6 months?
We brief his office on a regular basis, Senator, on a range of topics, product safety, scans. So Mr. Greason or Mr. Grimwade often participate in that. Certainly Mr. Grimwade has, alongside me, on a very wide range of matters.
Look, I don't see Mr. Sukkar getting much earned media on scams, so I'm just interested to understand whether he privately takes an interest. It's not obvious in his public statements that he does. Any contact with him about these issues in the last 6 months?
Senator, I think we should take that on notice. I again see the reports of our various meetings. Nothing jumps out as me as a specific topic, but it's a regular briefing point in many forums. So we should check and advise you on whether that's been the subject of any conversations with the Minister.
Yes, I think I'd be particularly interested in whether you've received any requests for written briefings on policy options to improve our capacity to deal with this challenge. All right, that's all I've got on that question, Chair.
Thank you, Senator McAllister. Senator Patrick, you have a few questions you'd like to ask?
Thank you. My questions relate to gas, your gas reports, and obviously you've run a series of these. It's almost like you're a best-selling author in relation to gas prices. Sometimes when you read these things, you can sort of get to understand the author a little bit. I'm picking you as someone a bit depressed about gas prices when I read between the lines. Just your latest report talks about the risk of rising prices, which is in some sense a little bit odd, noting that gas consumption generally is going down. So can you just talk through the levers here and what's going on?
Yeah, thanks, Senator. And look, I'll have a shot at this, and if Sarah perhaps wants to add, she certainly can. Yes, we're under a monitoring direction from the government, so we put out reports every 6 months, and I'm glad they have a sense of best selling. I guess the frustration is some of the things said by the LNG players in the early days about what would happen to prices, that it would not actually follow export prices, when in fact they clearly did. So we're a little bit concerned that things were said that turned out not to be true. And what our latest report found was that prices had come down, but we were very concerned that given what was happening internationally, prices would go up again a lot. Our reports also always come with a bit of a lag, in the sense that they're based on compulsorily gathered information. So when the report comes out, they're based on information probably 3 months before the date of the report. Obviously, since the last report, you've had a world energy crisis with gas prices in Asia and Europe going to extremely high levels. And so obviously we are concerned that it'll have a knock-on effect here. I'm not sure whether I've answered your question very well, Senator.
Okay, so the government announced 2 years ago that it was going to go down a gas reservation policy path. And I think it would be fair to say you initially were a little bit apprehensive about that, but may have changed your view on that. Is that correct, that you would be in favour of some form of gas reservation?
I guess, Senator, the change has been that I can certainly now see that if there's new gas resources opening up, doing what Queensland's been doing, which is saying you've got to use a certain amount of that domestically, I can certainly see the logic for that. So that's a form of gas reservation. Quite what you do when you've got the 3 LNG players up and running and they've got long-term contracts, they are supplying quite a deal of gas to the domestic market. So it's a bit hard to do anything now that those plants are up and running. But we have said that could certainly understand why governments in releasing gas would want to make sure that goes to domestic sources.
But in some sense, look, I'll disagree with you in one sense, because I know what you're saying is if you do things retrospectively, then you create sovereign risk. But in actual fact, those gas companies, been around a long time, they would have looked at the deal that was coming out on the circumstances and went, at some point in their own risk register, they would have said there's going to be a change. Just we don't have a government that's brave enough to make those changes, and manufacturing suffers. But I wonder, noting your knowledge as to the way in which the gas market works, I say it's a cartel. You don't have to agree with that, but there are many in the industry, or many analysts that would agree with me. As we open up some of these gas fields that are planned, is it your view that will relieve the domestic market? In noting your knowledge of how the gas, how the gas market works, your intimate knowledge of how it works. Do you see that as a remedy for lower prices?
Oh, look, I think that is right, Senator. I might just add on the cartel point. I mean, basically what you've got is a very tight supply-demand balance, which means that it's a seller's market rather than a buyer's market. And for many of the locations, given demand, the supply is so tight, there just aren't many sellers at any one time able to supply. So the gas sellers are in a very strong market position.
But just to be clear,
if you're going to get prices down, you need more supply. There's just no doubt about that.
Okay, but just to be clear on that, I think we're, just from memory, it's 700 petajoules or something about that we use per annum, yet we produce 3,000 or 4,000 petajoules of that order. So, I mean, when you say we've got a shortage, we have plenty of gas here, just it's directed overseas. And it's in that context I'm trying to understand, as we move forward, without some sort of reservation policy that gives priority to the people who own the gas, which is the Australian public, as we move forward without a gas reservation policy, I'm trying to understand, with your knowledge, do you think that the circumstances will change, or will it simply remain a tight market because these companies have a target of overseas export?
Look, I mean, more supply is really going to help the market considerably, and there's many potential options there. Although, I mean, I think when the LNG projects went ahead, there was a lot of gas being brought on stream in Queensland. I think people felt there'd be a lot of gas brought on stream in New South Wales, potentially Victoria. But what was unexpected at the time was that then you'd have effective moratoriums on gas exploration and development in very different forms in Victoria and New South Wales. So the supply that people thought would come on stream in the end turned out not to come on stream. And so we're just in a very awkward position. Now, you're right that 2/3 of our gas gets exported and 1/3 gets used domestically on the East Coast. And where we are now, to get prices down, we need more supply.
Again, but without a reservation policy, you can open up more fields and just end up with potentially, firstly, higher wellhead prices, but that gas essentially going offshore again. And we don't have a shortage of gas in Australia. The market is short because of the way in which the gas cartel choose to distribute that gas. We don't have a shortage of gas.
Well, I mean, there's a heads of agreement that says that the government's entered into with the LNG players that says that gas must be first offered domestically. So, in a sense, that deals with the supply side in terms of making the gas available. The trouble is our price is now linked to international prices because we have those LNG plants. And so until you get a lot more supply, that link to overseas prices is going to continue. So more supply is the answer to the problem. The increment of gas that the LNG players have got over and above what they send overseas on long-term contracts does have to be offered locally first. But given the shortage of supply, they'll offer it at international prices, and that's quite expensive.
Yeah, I'm mindful of time, so...
Well, we do have to finish at 11. We've got another...
Sure, no, I understand.
Witness to
mindful of
come,
time, just have you analysed where the market might end up with the sort of prospective gas propositions? And if you have done so, can you provide that analysis to the committee, please?
Well, look, we'll take it on notice and provide what we can. Thanks, Senator. But I mean, yeah, look, we'll take it on notice and provide what we can.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Patrick. Senator Chisholm.
Thanks, Chair. Just had a couple of questions I want to follow up from last estimates. around Snowy Hydro. Are you able to provide an update on the outcome of an earlier complaint by market participants about potential market gaming by the bidding behaviour of Snowy Hydro via their Coolonga plant?
I think that's a question best addressed to the chair of the AER, Senator, who's all over that issue. Claire.
Thanks, Senator. So it's Claire Savage here, the chair of the Australian Energy Regulator. Can you hear me, Senator?
No worries. Yep.
So look, I mentioned at my last estimates hearing that we had contact from Enova Energy. So I've met with the chair and CEO of Enova, and we've stepped through the operation of the market at that time. Since that time, we've released a $5,000 report. So they're the reports the Australian Energy Regulator does into high-priced events in the market. And we released a number of them actually relating to the second quarter of this year. The causes of high prices were largely around the withdrawal of capacity due to the issues at the Callide Power Station, very cold weather actually in New South Wales at the time, transmission interconnection issues between Queensland and New South Wales as well, which was limiting interconnector flows between the two jurisdictions. And so in that context, we have been able to explain why we saw very high prices through that quarter. And so all of those reports are out and publicly available.
Okay. Broadly going forward, do you have any concerns about there being a greater risk of poor market behaviour given the dominance Snowy Hydro will have over the market?
I think you would notice from my transcript from last time, Senator, that we did observe that with Snowy 2.0 and the addition of Kurri Kurri, we will see quite a significant increase in the amount of flexible capacity that Snowy Hydro would control. Now, as we move to a system that has more intermittent forms of generation, we would expect to see the reliance on that flexible capacity increase. And we are concerned that into the future, there may be instances where Snowy Hydro may be able to have some influence over price.
Thanks for that. I just wanted to move on to another question around the final report of the ACCC's digital platforms inquiry. So in that you reported there are 21 local government areas without coverage by a local newspaper, including 16 local government areas in regional Australia. Labor's repeatedly requested this information from the department for over a year, and on one occasion has sought it from the ACCC but was unable to obtain it. Are you now able to table this list?
Tom, I don't know whether you can handle that one, but I think we've got limitations on what we're able to do with that data given the way we acquired it. Is that right?
That's right, Mr. Sims. It's Tom Loyner here, Executive General Manager of Mergers, Exemptions and Digital. So that information was received under our powers in Section 95ZK. And unfortunately, we're prohibited from disclosing that information, so we don't really have an option. We can't reveal it, unfortunately.
Okay. Are you able to provide me some information like how many LGA areas are there in Queensland, for instance?
So look, the information that was there was probably 4 years old now, so it's increasingly out of date. The best source of information is actually probably from the Public Interest Journalism Institute, which tracks closures of newsrooms throughout Australia. We haven't proactively tracked those metrics over recent years. As to, at that point of time, at the digital platform inquiry, how many of those 21 were in Queensland, I'll have to take that on notice. I don't know the figure, and I'm not sure we can reveal that or not, but I'll have to take that one on notice.
I suspect we probably can, Tom, but we'll take it on notice, but I suspect in an aggregate level we can.
I suppose I'll come back to the broader issue, but I suppose what information could you provide, for instance, is it how many LGAs there are in each state, for instance. So any sort of information like that you can give would be beneficial. So just to be clear on the specific information about the 21 local government areas, and I appreciate the advice around going somewhere else, but I'm asking specifically of the ACCC, will you provide us that list to the committee?
We're unable to provide the list. So unfortunately, no. It's a criminal offence to provide that information under Section 95ZP, which is the section that deals with how we organise disclosure of the information we've obtained as part of those inquiries.
Okay. So in terms of, have you sought advice on that, about what you can provide to the committee?
Yes, I believe we do have legal advice. I just can't recall whether it's external or internal, but there's certainly legal advice on that issue.
Okay. And did that advice stretch so far as to say that you would have to make a PII claim in regards to this?
I would have to take that on notice, Senator. I'm not sure. Sorry.
Senator, one of the challenges...
Just to emphasise though, Senator, the information is 4 years out of date. We're not collecting it on a continuing basis.
Senator, one of the issues is that the inquiry is closed. We've issued our report, and so there's additional challenges about what we can do now versus previously. But I think on the last occasion this issue came up, and again today, we'll look to see what help we can provide in terms of some level of information, but there are those just statutory limitations about how we gather information, what we can do with it.
Okay. Thanks for that.
Thank you, Senator Chisholm. I think there are no more questions for the ACCC. So thank you, Mr Sims. I've lost my opportunity to put to you Professor Samuel's article, but maybe there'll be another occasion. I'm tempted to do it sometime in the future now, but thank you to you and your team, and also to you, Ms Savage, for coming along and so late in the evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator, and really look forward to that. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Okay, we're now moving on to the National Housing Finance and Investments Corporation, who hopefully are here. And then I think I might just see, do we have any questions for the Australian Bureau of Statistics? We'll put ours on notice. You'll put yours on notice, Senator Chisholm. Are there any questions for the ABS? Sorry?
Good, thanks, mate.
You're okay? Okay, so I take it then we won't need the ABS, is that? Correct. I think that naturally follows? Yep. Yes? Okay, so if we can potentially, if the ABS are waiting, I think they can be excused because all the questions are going to be on notice?
We're trying to get on to Senator Rice.
Oh, you're trying to get on Senator Rice. Okay.
We haven't heard anything.
Okay, you haven't heard anything. All right, so if we can reach out and try and clear that up, and hopefully our friends from the National Housing Finance and Investments Corporation will be here imminently. We've got some on the video. We have Mr Nielsen. Do we have anyone else attending, Mr Nielsen? Do you know?
Yes, we do, Senator. We have Mr Nathan Dalbon, our CEO, and Mr Rod Saville, the General Counsel.
Okay, thank you very much. Is there an opening statement that you have, or will we be able to go straight to questions?
I believe you'll be able to go straight to questions, Senator.
Okay, thank you. So I think we might just start. We have here we are. We have some other witnesses appearing. So I think we might go to you, Senator Walsh.
Okay, thank you so much, Chair. Thank you for being there. Could you please provide an outline of the kind of work that the NIFIC research function currently does?
Senator Walsh, just before that question's answered, I just got some advice that Senator Rice is going to put her questions to the ABS on notice, so we can let those, our friends from the ABS, if you're listening, you're excused. Thank you so much for your patience. Standing by, and we'll go back to Senator Walsh. Sorry.
Yep, I'll just restate the question, which is, could you please provide an outline of the kind of work that the NIFIC research function currently does? Are you able to hear us?
Standing by, and we'll go back to Senator Walsh. Sorry.
Yep, I'll just restate the question, which is, could you please provide an outline of the kind of work that the NIFIC research function currently does?
Nathan Dalbon, Chief Executive Officer.
Chair. Chair.
I think Chair.
Sorry.
We're on a loop here.
Oh, are we?
Strange delay.
We're on a strange delay, Senator Walsh. Well, that's no good. If I can just check that everyone's on mute except for the witness who's speaking, please.
I'll just restate the question, which is, could you please provide an outline?
It's the third time we've heard that.
Function.
Okay, so someone online is watching the proceedings, I think, by some delayed route, and that is causing us complications. So if we need to really simplify this at this late hour.
It's probably that the person in question would have been watching proceedings prior to joining the WebEx, and so they need to turn off the video, which will be in another window on their browser.
So someone needs to turn off a window where you were watching proceedings that might be on another window on your browser, if that makes sense. Can you hear me? Could you give me a thumbs up if you can hear me? Okay, they can hear me. Okay, well, we might try again, Senator Walsh.
Could I please have an outline of the kind of work that your research function currently does?
Mr. Chair, can you hear me okay? It's Nathan Dalbon.
We can just barely hear you. So if you could potentially speak up, please.
Sorry, Chair. Thank you, Senator, for the question. So in terms of the work that the research function does within NIFIC, it's prescribed in the investment mandate that governs abilities. But we looked at housing supply and demand and affordability. We've had a number of research projects since function commenced on January 2020. One of those projects involved what we call the State of Nature report, which looks at supply and demand questions for 5 years.
Okay, thank you. It is a little difficult to hear you, but I'm not sure that there's anything we can do about that, so we'll just keep going. There's been a number of submissions made to the NIFIC review, which I'll assume that you're broadly familiar with. And a number of those submissions talk about the importance of the research capacity in NIFIC. So there's a group submission from CHP chairs, which talks about the importance of expanding research activities. There's a submission from the Urban Development Institute of Australia National, which also talks about a robust research agenda. And also National Shelter and Bridge Housing as well make submissions to the effect that NIFIC research should be expanded and broadened in various ways. What do you think is driving these submissions to want to see NIFIC's research functions expanded?
Look, Senator, it's hard to comment in terms of what a particular motivation behind the feedback that you just referred to, but I think my sense is that the positive feedback that you've just been mentioning is certainly consistent with some of the other feedback from other stakeholders. That's significant since the commencement on the 1st of January 2020. I think there's a sense that when the government took a decision to establish the research function and NIFIC was giving consideration to what our value add in this space, one of the key things that we're focused on through the research function is to focus on what we think are very topical issues. And I think we've also taken a very applied focus. So, trying to have our research respond to very current issues, but then also be accessible to a wide population in terms of what are the key messages that we're trying to generate through our research. So that's my view. But certainly, yeah, the feedback you mentioned and from other stakeholders has been very positive in terms of the impact that we've had to date.
Okay, thank you. And at a time when housing is very unaffordable, how important is credible independent research about housing affordability, and what are your thoughts about expanding the scope of NIFIC research?
I think having solid, objective research is always helpful in terms of informing policy consideration. And in terms of what our future responsibilities are, obviously I'd defer to government in terms of providing through the investment mandate appropriate directions. But yeah, look, I think, my background, and when we have a look at a cross-section of the people in the research team, there's a very strong public policy focus. We have people that are drawn from Treasury, the RBA, and also the private sector. So I think there's a very good balance there in terms of skill sets. I think over the last provide sound policy or sound research that can then be used for other purposes.
And as we noted before, the submissions to the review make it very clear that stakeholders do value the research that's produced. Has the Minister or his office directed NIFIC to undertake any research into housing demand, supply or affordability?
Not at this stage, Senator.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going to move to a couple of questions around the cap on the bond aggregator function. I think we understand that the review received several submissions in relation to the government guarantee for the bond aggregator function, calling on the government to further lift the cap. I understand it was lifted from 2 billion to 3 billion, and there are submissions that it should be further lifted from 3 billion to 5 billion. Do you have any evidence for this committee about whether there's a need to extend that cap to 5 billion?
Senator, so in relation to your question, yes, it's right to say that the liability cap was increased last year from $2 billion to $3 billion. In terms of, whether the liability cap needs to be increased to a higher figure, again, that's ultimately a decision for the government. I think in terms of what we see in terms of potential demand from the community housing sector and what we're seeing in terms of our pipeline of transactions, there's certainly considerable demand from the community housing sector. And as you may be aware, there's also quite considerable need in the community in terms of the need for subsidised housing. So, yes, I think ultimately it's a decision for government, and while they're taking into consideration the submissions that have been made in the process of that review.
Thank you. Are you getting feedback from stakeholders that there's a degree of uncertainty given that you're, I think, close to the top of the $3 billion cap now. Are you getting feedback from stakeholders that find this uncertainty around the cap concerning, and that there could be any sort of impacts in the market of that uncertainty?
Senator, I think the feedback we have is certainly acceptance that, you know, the government's a decision for government. I think there would be an appreciation if there could be clarity with respect to, you know, whether there will be an increase, and if so, when. I think that would certainly help in terms of investment decisions. But as I say, that's a decision for the government.
And I'll just note that we have quite a few questions which we're going to put on notice. But the NIFIC government guarantee will continue to apply in relation to contracts entered into before 1 July 2023. Do you have any views or feedback from stakeholders about whether it's necessary to extend the guarantee beyond July 2023?
So my understanding of the legislation is that the guarantee, there's certainty that the guarantee will be in place until 1 July 2023. After that point, there needs to be a decision by the government to remove that guarantee. So the default position would be that the guarantee continue unless there's a conscious decision to remove the guarantee. And the Act provides the relevant provisions in terms of, you know, what steps need to be taken. I think also there's been a range of submissions that have been made, you know, talking about the benefits of the guarantee. So again, I think the government will take into account those issues in making the decision.
Thank you. And just going back to the questions around the submissions that have been made in support of the expanded research function for NIFIC. Do you believe that there would be merit in further expanding the scope of NIFIC research?
Look, I think the existing directions from government in terms of housing supply, demand and affordability do give us considerable scope in terms of looking at a range of issues. And in the investment mandate, there is the ability for the Minister to have a look at particular research topics. So I think what I take away from the feedback is, you know, we've made a good start in terms of looking at housing research done. But I think my sense is that the scope of the research work that we have in the investment mandate is quite broad.
We just lost you towards the end there, and I'll just say there's obviously demand from stakeholders in the submission for that expanded scope, and I was just wondering if you could just broadly repeat your last couple of comments there. We just didn't quite catch it.
Sorry, Senator. Yeah, look, I was just saying that, you know, my sense is that there is sufficient scope within the existing directions in the investment mandate with respect to the research that we can undertake around supply and demand and affordability. And I guess the other consideration for us is there's a whole range of other research entities out there as well, you know, such as Ahuri and the RBA, which are also producing quality research. So I think it's really about trying to have a healthy ecosystem of research that complements each other. But certainly, I think there's potential for us to do more research, a lot more research going forward.
Thank you so much. And as I say, we have a larger interest in NIFIC, but we're going to put further questions on notice. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator Walsh. So the committee will conclude its hearing for today. The committee's consideration of the 2021-22 supplementary budget estimates will resume tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. with further examination of the Treasury portfolio. I thank Minister Hume and officers from Treasury portfolio who have given evidence in the committee today. I declare the hearing adjourned. Thank you very much, everyone.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Committee.